depths of the void, where darkness reigns, stands the Mordian 50th, where courage remains. With lustrums gleaming, hearts of steel, they march into battle, with grim resolve to deal, for Mordian's honor's love, for Mordian's honor. They raise their cry against the dark fury, they'll never die. With discipline and valor, they'll stand tall. The Mordian 50th, answering the Emperor's call. The first dawn's all, the Mordian 50th, answering the Emperor's call. Through the fire and smoke they press on, facing the Seagulls horde until the dawn. With every volley they hold the line, their determination, unbreakable sign. Unbreakable sign. For Mordian and City, they raise, he may be advanced. The Mordian spirit will never be chased.
Glory for the first man to die! Charge!
Their bravery shining brighter than the sun. The light shining brighter than the sun.
Glory for the first man to die!
Oh, hey,
Charge!
The Zal's fury, they'll never die. Discipline and valor stand tall. The Mordian 50th, answering the Emperor's call. So let their story be told. Through the ages to come, of the Mordian 50th rifles and of the wars that they have
You're
won.
at me. Said free.
Nobody panic! Nobody panic! I don't. Nobody panic! I don't mean to alarm you. Whew. Today was a big day. Perhaps it's fate. It's 4th of July. It's September 12th. But today was a big day. For some people, they may see this as simply a day where a little balanced data
Infantry,
slate
sir.
dropped.
Good for you. Mobile
I
infantry
do not
made
see
me the
it.
man I am today.
I see more. I see two big things happening here.
Infantry,
I
sir.
see two
Good for
new
you.
metas
Mobile infantry made me
emerging,
the man I am today.
converging. Something else ending in urging. I believe that we are entering into a meta of big things. One might even say a super heavy meta. It is the Bane Blade! Yes! Oh man, this is gonna. Oh wait, my microphone is big. I'll sort it out in a minute. One minute. Is it just gonna spin off? Anyway, damn you, Mike, when I was doing a speech. Seriously though, I think we're about to enter a super heavy meta. And I ain't just talking about the guard. And I also think that I think this is.
Backbone of the guard.
Some people may have missed it. Some people may have missed it. But I think we could be seeing the return of the king. The return of flavor. This might just be nature healing. We might be getting a new vibe hammer meta because, oh my god, Games Workshop has made some big changes throughout, not just in the guard, but throughout all of this, which has got me going, oh my god, the They're beginning to believe. In very, very, very interesting things. Hope is the first step on the road to disappointment, but I choose hope. I choose hope. I just want to feel happy. I just want to feel happy about Warhammer 40k. I don't know. Looking at this balanced data slate, I feel like I've got a reason to be optimistic. For the first time in months, I feel like I've got a reason to be optimistic. So, we'll see. We'll see. But we are going to be getting into today. So, gentlemen, for those that don't know, we are going to be taking a look at the latest balanced data slate. And we're going to be looking at all different angles of it. We're going to be looking at, of course, we'll be starting with the guard stuff. Of course. But we're going to be looking at some other interesting bits that they've chosen to do. Some nerfs that they've chosen to hand out. And some interesting buffs and choices that they've decided to make. Orcs are looking very... You always know when vibes are healing, when orcs start looking fun again. And let me tell you, orcs made out like bandits. Both, I think, competitively and on a vibe sense as well, which is absolutely fantastic. So we're going to take a look. There's lots of little subtle changes. But regardless, I'm telling you right now, this is a new meta. This is going to be a big new meta, and I think it's going to be very interesting for 40k. And this is probably the meta that's going to see us through to the end of the month, so you're going to have to be prepared. And I'll tell you what, do you want to know what I think is going to be? If you want to take one thing away from this video, from the stream, you need to take every single piece of anti-tank in your army and do not even think about it. If there's a choice, this is take all comers and there's anti-tank, no, take the anti-tank. You are going to need every motherfucking las cannon in the room. It's that simple. Las cannons might not even be enough because knights are incoming, guard super heavies are incoming, lots of big heavy shit is incoming. You are going to need all of the anti-tank and then some. Stonks in Shadow Swords just went up. Oh my god. If you work for Shadow Sword Systems Incorporated, you are going to be feeling very, very happy. Because you get to have super heavies and anti-tank at the same time. All right. So, with all that said, now let's get into today's video. Of course, starting off with our traditions, because traditions are very important on the Mordian Glory channel. Traditions are what separate us from the renegades, the heretics, the traitors, and what make us his Imperial Guard, the Emperor's true finest. Stand up and be counted. It's time for roll call, baby. Let's see who is in the stream tonight. Who is ready to rock out with their volcano cannon out? Matron. All right. Starting off, we have fucking hell. Well, Spriggs is definitely it. We know at least one person here. It's definitely Spriggs. We've also got Sabin Wilson, Everon Callum, Joel Richardson, Baron Kaz, Sergeant Vivek, Jenny Bratz, Lee Whitehouse, Airborne, Russell W, Swords of the 87, Kuba Kroll, Scott the Bot, Airborne, Jenny Bratz, Nostalgia Vivek, Mantle Marauders, Revenga, Wave Summers, Mr. Chubby Pikachu, Lee Whitehouse, John Shepard, Christian Team Gab, Mike Nieper, Stephen Bonner, The Legend, Wave Summers, Daniel Simpson, Swords with 87, Breed Beetle Dark Gods. We've got Stephen Bonner, Halen Jedi, CJ Gypsy, Mr. Chubby Pikachu, Air Marshal Roach, Sonsu, Ozroth, Joel Richardson, Mike Holloway, Rockpin. Fuck, let's put 1 minute. I've lost my place. It's alright. Just 1 minute. Scribbles, Everin, Pete, Deanne, Bad Rabbit, say my name, baby, Chicken Detonator, Joel Richardson, Godlike Poet, Dix Bumpkin, Mike Neeper, Big Buff Ladies. We've got Lower Decks, MZ138, Mark Coyle, Anthony Williams, Joshua Johnson, Mr. Farsniff World, Cool German Dude, the men they yearn for Carpathians. We've got Nathaniel Duncan, MTG Paradigm, Ibram Gaunt, Morgan, the Orc Inquisitor, Baron Kaza, Curtis Thompson, Tiki, ML, Inglesworth, Scribbles. That's everyone. That's everyone on YouTube. Everyone on YouTube. We've also got, well, Spriggs is definitely here on Kick. And we've also got Al Coffin, Spriggs, Russell W, and Chicken Donator on Twitch. Welcome, welcome, welcome to all of you crazy, beautiful bastards. Mini Ding Matt sneaking in there. Thank you so much for joining today's stream. Thank you for being here. Hope you guys are excited. It's going to be a big one tonight. Oh, it's going to be a big one tonight. But thank you so much for joining. Whilst I've got all of your attention, if I could please ask you most sincerely to go ahead and smash that like button like it is your stepsister trapped in a washing machine. No, Step Garzon, what are you doing with your bayonet?
To victory!
I can also ask you to go ahead and subscribe if you've not already done so. We're trying to get to 80,000 subscribers by the end of the year, and we can only do that if I fucking keep asking. And you know, the moment we cross it, I'll stop asking. So you want to stop me fucking rattling the tin cup for subs, you know what to do. I also want to say a big thank you to everyone that's got the stream popping up, baby, coming in with super chats and member flexes and gifted memberships and all of that good shit. And let's see, let's take a look now and personally go through and wank off those people that have gone above and beyond the Call of Duty. Starting off, we have got 1 minute. I think this one before that. 1 second. Just talk with yourselves. 1 minute. There we go. I want to say a big thank you to Chris K. Chris K, thank you so much for the gifted membership. Thank you for your support. Thank you for doing your part. Thank you for keeping us fresh stocked with new conscripts, mate. Appreciate it. I also want to say a big thank you. Let me just have a look here. Also say a big thank you to John Shepherd. John Shepherd, thank you for the super chat, man. Picture in stream discussion of my Kickstarter that landed today. Let's have a look, mate. 1 minute. Aha, here we go. So I backed the Mantic Games Epic Warpath Kickstarter. Basically their version of Legions Imperialis. So I got the rules of a few building, dice tokens, and 4 starter armies. Got Vermin, Skaven Plague, Nurglesk, Nameless, Cthulhu types, and Marauder Orcs. Each army comes with bases and 6 identical sprues. Hey, that's kind of cool. Epic Warpath. I do love there's a bit of a resurgence of epic wargaming, man. Nice. They look great, man. That's cool. Yeah, I do love there's a bit of a resurgence of epic scale. Because you can just have such big battles when you've got an epic scale game. Yeah, man. Love that. Love that. John, thank you for the support and thank you for sharing, man. That's cool as fuck. I also want to say a big thank you to Russell W. I want to say a double thank you to Russell W. A triple, you know what? It's never been done. A triple thank you to Russell W, who has come in not only with a gifted sub on Kick, but he's also come in with a gifted sub on Twitch. And he's come in with a gifted membership on YouTube. That is 1, 2, 3 07s. Russ W, you absolute fucking hero. Thank you for joining on every single stream. Thank you for supporting on every single stream. You absolute mad bastard. Thank you for more than doing your part, man. Amazing. Amazing. Thank you, Russell. It has been done before. I was wanking you off, man. I was hyping you up. Speaking of support on Kick, I want to say a big thank you to Green Auntie. Green Auntie, thank you so much for the gifted sub on Kick as well. Absolutely amazing, man. Thank you, Green Auntie, for your support. Thank you for doing your part. Fucking fantastic, mate. Keeping the kick scripts fully stocked. Shout out to also, we've got Gentum, who has come over on Kick and given us a little follow. Thank you very much. I also want to say a big thank you to Tiki, my boy. Banzai. Thank you so much for the the gifted membership, Tiki. Thank you for the extra bamboo spear fighter. Thank you for doing your part, man. Amazing. Yes, Banzai! I love it, man. Mr. Fart Sniff World, thank you so much for the 25-month member flex. X-Force, baby! Double X-Force! Thank you for supporting the channel for 2 years, mate. For over 2 years. Fucking hell. Amazing effort. Amazing. Advice to dealing with constant complainers in 40k. Well, as a constant complainer in 40k... oh, man. Oh, man. Someone said I got a death strike?
There's only one man keeping the
I didn't
streets
think I got it. 1 minute.
while keeping it real.
Mad Larkin, why are you distracting me? 1 minute.
Indeed.
What are you talking about? What? Mad Larkin, what are you talking about? Fuck you, Mad Larkin. That's it, I'm banning you. That's it. I've had enough of your chicanery. I've had enough of it. Had enough of it. That's it. That's it. He's going in the naughty corner. He's going... He'll be back in a minute, don't worry. All right. As someone who is a constant complainer of Warhammer 40k, honestly, the thing that has helped me the most is actually just having some good news to talk about. Like honestly,
When it comes to fighting crime,
do you know what it is? Like, do you know what it is?
while keeping it
I've been
real.
complaining a lot about Warhammer 40k recently. A lot. And I've been complaining about it so much, even I've been fucking sick of myself complaining about it. And the thing that turned me around was someone just saying to me, stop fucking complaining so much. Several people said it to me in the community, which was, I didn't get bent out of shape. I was like, fuck, man, yeah, I probably am complaining a bit much. So, honestly, you could probably apply that logic as well. You know, sometimes we all just need a bit of a, not physical slap, but a mental slap to remind us, fucking hell, stop just fucking moaning all the time. So there's that. And then the other thing is, for me personally, I find it much easier. I have found that recently there's been a bit of a torpor sat over a lot of people in the Warhammer 40k community because there's just been so... I've got a video coming out about this, but there's just been a lot of reasons to be salty with Games Workshop, and it feels like we just need to return. We just need some... the GW is the one that could really give us something to be excited about. That's what we need. But if you're talking specifically, what I mean is constant complaint about dice rolls, data sheets not being good enough, enemy units being too good. Just honestly, the best way you can do this is humorously, like half joke. You know, it's a joke, but there's a bit of truth running through it. You should be like, bro, just get good. He's like, no, no, man. You don't see me complaining over here. No. Just get good, scrub. Yeah, like you've got to tease them about it a little bit. Do you know what I mean? You've got to be like, oh man, there's, you know, fucking out, you're gonna play with dice rolls again. You know, you got to like tease them, but like it's like a humorous sort of, if they're a friend, yeah, you just gotta be like, stop moaning. What are you moaning for? You know, that's what you've got to try and do. You've got to try and have the banter with them. It can be difficult to do, but you know, sometimes all it does is going to piss them off. But if there's someone that just won't, if someone's perpetually negative, you kind of have to lean into the negativity, and but then sort of tease them about it. Look at Simon and I. Simon is a salty motherfucker. You've all seen him in the battle reports, and yet, you know, we vibe with his salt to try and, you know, I take the piss of him for being so salty, and he actually kind of likes it. So that's kind of the way to do it. So that's my advice. And if that doesn't work, then just fucking don't bother playing with them anymore if you can avoid it, because there's no point in playing with someone who's just going to make every game a fucking nightmare. All right, it's only a game at the end of the day. It's meant to be fun. I want to say a big thank you to CJ. Thank you for the banzai. Thank you for the super chat, man. Wait for the 2026 meta where we all get one data sheet. Honestly, right? Honestly, the way it's going, I wouldn't be surprised. The amount of units they've been cutting out of the game, the way it's going, I wouldn't be surprised if by the time we get 2026, we're only gonna have one fucking data sheet. Morgan, thank you for the super chat, man. Plus, look at Orcs and the Gazgul rules. Oh, dude, we're looking at Orcs and Gazgul. Yeah. Long story short, Gazgul can now actually lead Orc boys. I know. Many of you probably assumed he already could lead Orc boys. But this is what I was saying at the beginning of the stream. This idea that, like, 40k is healing a little bit. 40k is healing. Like, when the GW is getting a lot less fucking annoying and fucking bollocks with, oh, well, he can't lead him. No. This is what I mean. Like, 40k... I've been saying this for weeks and weeks, and everyone's been getting, like, fucked off with me, like, moaning about this. But I've been saying this for weeks and weeks and weeks. I've been saying, look, we've gone too far. The pendulum's swung too far towards competitive shit, and I'm the competitive player, bear in mind. But it's gone too far towards that end, and it's gone too far for, well, we can't do that because that would be bad for balance. And it's like what? It's like, I can't do that. Why can't you do that, man? It's just me and you. It's just me and you here. There's no one else. It's just me and you. Of course we can do that. Well, the rules say I can't do it. We can do it, man. We can do it. We can do it. Do you know what I mean? It's like that meme. Who's this? Who's they? Who's they? It's just me and you. That's what it feels like, right? That's what it's felt like with 40k. Like, you can't add this unit to this because the rules. But the thing is, yeah, I don't mind. You know, the rules should be there to try and, like, facilitate things and to have, like, sort of edges. But the rules shouldn't be there to just be like, stop, you can't do that. It's against the rules. And it's like, yeah, but why wouldn't Gazgul just, like, join a bunch of boys? Because the rules say they can't. Yeah, but, like, that's bollocks. So this is what I'm saying. Like, I feel like I've been banging on about this for a long time, and you know, there's a bit of, you know, this is the kind of shit I've been talking about. Like, we need the pendulum to swing back a bit. You know, I don't want to go all the way back to where it was in, like, 7th edition, where there was no thought towards balance. It was all mental. But, you know, if we could, you know, just get it back a little bit, where we can have, like, you know, if Gazgul can join boys, why can't a Commissar join Ogren? And order them. Why? Why can't a Commissar, you know, why can't Dreer join... why can't Dreer join? He can only join Horses. Why can't Dreer join a Deathcore Krieg squad, but fucking Lord Solar can? Do you see what I mean? Like, because he's on a horse and he has to go to the horse race. No, he can join whoever the fuck he should. He can join anyone. So this is what I'm saying. Like, this is where we need to come back to, and I'm really, really, really hope that Games Workshop sees, like, the positive reception to this kind of stuff, and it's like, hey, you know, GW, you did something and people actually liked it and didn't fucking complain about it. Hey, that's kind of crazy. Why don't you try some more of that and see what it does? You know? So I just feel like it's only a small change.
Reporting for duty, sir.
The implications are really big, and I'm like, if the GW, look, we always joke about a GW spy being on this channel. If the GW spy actually exists, look. If you're actually out there, okay, listen to me. Okay, balance. You've done a good job on the balance. You've done a great job there. Every 3 months, fantastic. Yeah, keep that up. Good job, mate. Yeah, seriously. But now, you know, we've lost a lot of units. We need some of those back. Okay. You need to start unlegendsing a few things, just a little bit around the edges, you know, just a little bit, and then, you know, also, you know, let's start getting the vibes back. You know, you've done a good job on the meta front, but now you need to balance the vibes out. Okay, come on, you can do it. All right, there we go. You know, that's what we need. That's what we need, okay? So, like, if there's anyone from GW here, like, take that back to the office. Oh,
Infantry,
right.
sir.
Oh,
Good for
right.
you.
Oh.
Mobile infantry made me the
Bad
man
rabbit,
I am
G-Dubs.
today.
Bring with my fucking Thunderbolt. Exactly. I mean, why? Why don't we have one? You know, stupid. But yeah, I think this is what I was saying the other day. I said this literally yesterday. All Games Workshop needs to do, every single complaint that exists in 10th edition can be fixed. 1 minute. Just got to get rid of some mental bastard in chat. It's not that easy. To be fair, this is not a place for politics. You know, I'm not taking one side or another, but this is not the place for politics. All right. So what I've been saying is every complaint from flavor and everything, models being cut, flavor, it can all be fixed. It can all be fixed. And this is hopefully, I'm praying, pray with me, boys, to whatever deity you believe in. Even if you just believe in cold, hard logic and don't believe in a deity, whatever it may be, pray with me that this is the first step on the return to flavor. Come on, GW. Just bring back the flavor. My life is yours. Please. Oh, man. All right. We've got some more sport coming in here. Let's have a look. Right. I need to, before we do, but my microphone's got a bit wobbly. Give me 1 second. Bit of studio engineering, my hard-rocking amigo. Nice. Oh, there we go. Sorry if that was if there's any bad noise going down the down the mic, but I didn't think about that. All right. Anyway, where were we? So was it? I thought it would just be a bit squeaky. That was a bit squeaky. Anyway, Ravenga, my boy. Ravenga, thank you so much for the 38-month member flex, baby. Triple X for Ravenga. Yes. Thank you so much for the channel for over 3 years. You fucking hero, mate. 2-time Shadow Sword meta incoming. Yep. Not even a question about it. Double. You know what? It may not even be a case of double guard super heavy incoming. But, you know, the age of the... You know what? All of you... What was it? How to put this? Some of you in the guard community, or should I say Astra Militarum players, turned your back. You believed in a false prophet, a false idol. You turned away from the majestic light of the Leman Russ and the Baneblade. Traditional forms of guard armor, which had served us for many decades. And you went swanning over. You were corrupted to the cult of the dawn. And where did that lead you? To damnation and ruination. But those of us who kept the faith, those of us who stayed true to the cult of the Vanquisher and the cult of the Baneblade, we have been rewarded. Praise be. It is vanking time. On a serious note, the age of the dawn is probably over. The age of the guard super heavy is absolutely here. And whether it's double shadow sword or whatever it may be, I think that for 3 months, right? Because these metas last 3 months. For 3 months, I think you'll see pretty much every guard, not every guard player, but I think you'll see the majority of guard players throwing down a super heavy. Yeah, easy. Easy peasy. Whether they're on GW terrain or whether they're on UKTC or whatever it may be, I think you're gonna see a super heavy getting thrown down.
Backbone of the guard.
I mean, why
ready
wouldn't
to
you?
serve.
Mate, why the fuck wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you take a fucking super heavy? It's like 400 points. It's great. Yeah. Genuinely, like, and if knights are, and I think knights are coming in a big way. Even with some of the nerfs that have been leaked, I think knights are coming in a big way. I have thrown quite a lot of shade at the Doomhammer, but and I do not say this lightly, the Doomhammer might be the new go-to. It's got the volume and it's got the power. It's a big old bitch. It's a big old, and it's 415 points. 415. Lies. Deceptions. Every day, more lies. Honestly, any of the guards super heavies, apart from the Banehammer, that shit. The Banehammer's still shit. The Banehammer needs to be like 370 points, and then I might consider taking it. But yeah, every other one is pretty decent. The Shadow Sword is good. The Shadow Sword is good. The Doomhammer is good. But just the fact that, look, honestly, just the fact that the is it the Storm Sword? The one with the concussive wave and the Chode Cannon. Honestly, that one just went down to what, like 450 points or something? Pfft. I mean, I was happy with Shadow Swords at 440, right? I was happy with Shadow Swords at 440. The fact that I can now basically just take the best guard super heavy for essentially the same price as taking the cheapest previous guard super heavy. Fuck, man. Fuck, man. Yeah. Bane Sword, good. Bane Sword, good. Storm Sword, good. Or Stormhammer. Stormhammer, I think it is. Stormhammer. Yeah. It's... Well, we're getting into all the nitty-gritty, but how many Bane Blades do you have? I have 5. It is entirely possible for me to run 4 super heavies. Oh my fucking god. Oh my god. I can run. I can run 4 super heavies and have 200 points left over. I can run 3 Stormhammers and a Banehammer and still have 200 plus points left over.
Backbone of the guard, ready to serve.
Yeah, baby! Man. I want to say a big thank you. Just do it! Pandemonium, all good news, mate. Yeah.
When it comes to fighting crime,
Oh my god, Curtis on the thank you, Super Man. Do it, coward! It's happening. It's gonna happen. I've got some tournaments coming up. It's gonna happen. All right. Thank you for the support, Curtis. I love it. I also want to say a big thank you again, Curtis, for your previous super chat. Railguns at the ready, sir. Yeah. We need to talk about Tau as well. I'll talk about it briefly now. Tau just got even better. If you guys haven't seen the new Riptide guns, just bury your head in the sand. Just bury your head in the sand and just pretend it can't hurt you. It's gonna hurt you, but at least you can pretend it's not gonna hurt you until it actually does. And then, why face reality until you need to? I already thought that the Riptide was quite good and that people were maligning it unnecessarily. And Games Workshop has just made it...
You heard me. I said cream.
Fucking brilliant. Tau Riptides were their main gun, the Ion Accelerator, was previously Strength 7. If you overcharge, it went to Strength 8. They just improved it. And you're like, oh, what? So they gave it +1 strength? No, they gave it +2 strength. On overcharge, it's now Strength 9. So on overcharge, it's now better strength than it was. Overcharge is now Strength 10. Being Strength 10 puts it into a whole wild category. Because Strength 10 means it can wound big knights on 4s. And it can wound pretty much everything else it needs to wound on 2s and 3s. Oh. And broadsides came down in points. They were already great. Oh, man. Yeah, Rail. Tau eating good. Orcs eating good. Guard eating good. Yeah. The Legend, thank you so much for the big super chat, man. Thank you so much for the 10, mate. Barring any horrendous mistakes and points cost, Codex Covenant is complete. I'm quite proud of the results and plan to do UNSC next. Also sent you a DM with some free Halo STLs for 3D printing. Hey! The Legend, that's amazing! That's absolutely amazing. Big shout out to the Legend, who has, over the last few days and weeks, has actually been working on a codex for Warhammer 40k for the Covenant, bringing the Covenant in, and now he's going to be doing it for the UNSC. Dude, I mean, for how many years have we been wanting a Halo tabletop game? Well, you know what? The Legend was like, God damn it, I'll do it myself. Dude, that's cool as fuck, mate. That's cool. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate the STLs. I'll definitely be checking them out, man. Brilliant. I want to say a big thank you, 007 to the Whispering Monk. Yes, 007. Double thank you, man. Thank you for the double support. Here I am, resolved to do great things with Tau. Just kidding. I'll be using Votan to beat the Hubies. Oh, man. I mean, I don't think Votan got any major changes. I'll have a look, but I don't think they got any major changes. No, they got no changes to the balanced data slate. But what about points? Let me have a look now. I don't think they got anything. I think it's too early for them to get anything. No, they didn't get anything. So yeah, Votan are just trucking along as per normal. Yeah, they're just trucking along as per normal, which is fine. Honestly, Wizard Monk, that's fine. Pandemonium, they're all on Warhammer Community. They're all on main page of Warhammer Community. You're all good. Whispering Monk. So yeah, I mean, I did think, if I knew you were going over to Votan, but I was like, oh my god, he's gone full blown heretic if he's collecting Tau. But now I collect Tau, so you know, there you go. Baronessa, thank you so much for the 21-month member flex. X-Force, baby! Thank you for supporting the channel for nearly 2 years. Fantastic effort. Appreciate it. Thank you. Try Grimdark Universe. The rules are free. I am tempted by one-page rules, but, you know, I always say this. This is one thing I always say, right? I've been a salty boy recently. But look at me right now. Look at how happy I am. Look how excited I am. I am not a Games Workshop hater. I am not a Warhammer 40k hater. I am not someone who's like, come on gang, let's all follow me, and you know, just basically like, let's just fuck off to another game. Like, I like many different game systems, including Warhammer 40k. As I've gone on, I've started to enjoy other games, systems like Bolt Action, Old World, Conflict 47, all that kind of stuff. But just because I like other games, it doesn't mean that I've fucked off 40k. And one thing that I think is important to point out is that I want Warhammer 40k to be fun. I don't want to be moaning constantly. I hate moaning. It doesn't make me feel better. I moan and I just feel worse about moaning. I never feel better about just stewing in it and moaning. And look how excited I am. I want 40k to do better. This is an example of 40k in some small areas doing better. So I'm happy. I always say this. When GW does something right, I praise them. When GW does something bad, I lambast them. Games Workshop's been doing a lot of bad shit recently, so I've been lambasting. But all the time I've been lambasting, I've been hoping that they give me a reason to praise them. You know? So, fingers crossed. fingers crossed, games work. This is the first of many steps in the right direction. But Baronessa, the reason I mentioned that is because I am interested in one-page rules, but I'd rather Warhammer 40k fixed itself than I need to start going over to something like one-page rules. I will always keep my mind open to that, because if 40k truly does go down the absolute crapper, then one-page rules will probably be there to pick me up and be my rebound bitch. But I always want to try and give 40k a chance to sort itself out. Yeah. Last Draken, thank you for the super chat. Hobby update, streams question. Let's get this party started. Getting paints as well. Let's have a look. Let's have a look. Converting almost done. Assault Ancestors into Berserkers. Wolfen with shields, as I know like Wolfen look. Nice, that's cool, man. Yeah, the Wolfen look a bit silly. Being able to do it, do that is pretty good. Need green stuff unpacked still. Val almost done. Wait till 2 thin coats range, as Gravelord Grey wasn't working right for the armor. That aside, sorry for waking you up, Godlike Perk, with the Giga Chat alert. Oh, man. Hey, look, dude, they look great, man. Now, that's some fucking proper... That's some proper Space Wolf looking shit right there. That's cool as fuck. Hey, got some Creaky boys. The Age of Dawn's over. The time the Baneblade has come. Yeah, man. I mean, just so much clearly. At least we know where the Baneblade came from. You know what? I will use the Dawn on tabletop, but I will never accept the Dawn into my heart until GW gives us the lore and the origin story for it. Curse Thompson, thank you so much for super chat. Wait, you mean he couldn't? Yep. Gazgul could not join Orc Boy squads or Orc Knob squads. He could only join Mega Knobs. This is like, I don't want to repeat myself, but this is what I've been banging on about. You know, as each codex has come out, this is what I've been banging on about. Like people have been dreading their codexes coming out, because all it's done is just ripped things away from them, which they shouldn't have lost. And you know, this is why I keep saying 11th edition can't get here soon enough, and 11th edition needs to be the edition of gain. Every single codex needs to be coming out with like just a dozen new kits. It sounds crazy, but GW is a company that made 260 or 280 million pounds profit. Okay, they can afford to ramp it up. They can afford to be like a dozen new kits. And even, you know what's kind of crazy? Even if they don't release a dozen new kits, we need to be coming out with a dozen new units. Maybe they can make some fucking rules for units they don't fucking make, but that you can like convert using their kits or something. That's what we need. And that's what 11th edition needs. We need to get the mojo back. We need to stop slashing 40k to the fucking bone. We need to start adding meat back onto it. Yeah. And just, why the fuck, you know, this is a great example. Why the fuck couldn't Gazgul fucking Thraka join a unit of boys? Why was he so limited in what he could join? Why? It's just, yeah. But now we can. And it's a little step on the path to healing. John James, thank you so much for the 39-month member flex. Triple X-Force, baby! John, thank you for the channel for over 3 years. You fucking hero, man. You fucking hero. I live for customization, a.k.a. opposite of 40k's path. Dude, right. You're so right. You're so fucking right. I live for customization as well. I live for being able to make custom characters and custom and stuff. And you know, I like to be able to do both. I like to be able to take lists that are as efficient as possible, and I like to be able to take lists where I've just gone a bit silly and made a bunch of overpriced characters, but I want to. But I want the option, you know? Give me the fucking option. And I was going through, so the video that should be coming out next week that I did, where I did my first 4th edition unit review. And what I did was, I looked at the infantry platoon, and oh my god, like the amount of customization that you can have just to individual squads is unreal. Like, okay, I know this is old hammer. This is not the topic of today's video, so don't worry. I'm not gonna just bang on about this. Just literally 30 seconds on it. In the old 4th edition codex, each sergeant in each infantry squad could be upgraded with 50 points worth of gear. And the list of gear was everything from like giving him bionics, so that like you see like a sergeant like bionic eye, that could mean something. You could give sergeants shotguns, you could give them storm bolters, plant pistols, but you could give them medals. So there were 3 different medals you could give them, and each medal gave them like a different bonus. So like the medallion crimson represented a sergeant who had been like represented someone who had been horrendous. It's like the Purple Heart basically, who had been injured but had come back on duty. You had things like the Honorifica Imperialis, which was like which was like basically getting like the Victoria Cross or the Medal of Honor. Like, yeah, and that was basic. And everyone from the lowliest sergeant all the way up to your colonels, your company commanders, the leader of your armies could have equipment, and like it was just mental. Yeah, it was just mental. And command squads. In a command squad, you can have an officer and four guardsmen. And each one of those guardsmen, if you upgraded them to a veteran, each one of those guardsmen could be given 50 points worth of equipment. Which would have been massively, massively overcosted. But you didn't have to spend all 50 points. You could be like, okay, this sergeant's going to have like carapace. This sergeant's going to have like a bionic eye. This sergeant's going to be like the color sergeant with the flag, and I'm going to give him this medal to represent that. Like, it was mind-blowing. I hadn't realized like how much customization there used to be. Now we're like, oh well, you can give them like a plasma pistol and a power fist. Bro, I used to be able to run entire, not quite, but I used to be able to run like entire command squads of like power swords and plasma pistols, guys. It was so cool. And this is what I'm saying, like, you want to have the option. Some people are going to play the most efficient, and some people are going to play with the most customizable, and just having a system that accommodates both is where we need to get back to. We've lost one half of our, 40k is yin and yang. It's flavor and balance. It's vibes and rules. And right now, we've only got balance and we've only got rules, and we need flavor and we need vibes back. And then we need equilibrium. That's what we need. And like I said, this balanced data slate is one small step in that direction. And I really hope it is an indication of more things to come. I really hope it is. What have we got here? Let's have a look. I want to say a big thank you to Curtis Thompson. Curtis Thompson, thank you so much for the Giga Chat. Yes. If my squad in the US Army were being led by a dude on a horse, I definitely feel ordered and inspired, to be honest. I mean, you'd probably be like, what the fuck is he doing on that horse? But then, if he was like riding around, you'd be like, fuck yeah, man, what a mentalist. Oh, man. Yeah, Curtis, I love that. I love that, man. Maud, my boy, thank you for the gift of membership, Maud. As always, I raise my glass to you. You're an officer, a gentleman scholar, a good sir, a kind sir, and a goddamn Giga Chad. Maud, you good lad, mate. I want to say a big thank you to the Lower Decks. Thank you for the super chat, man. Guns and money. Oh my god, what have you done now, Lower Decks? Right, what? Lower Decks, what is the next chapter in your ongoing story of madness? Sir, I have a plan. Well, the shape of a plan, at least. Like many, I do my best planning in the bathroom. The shower, specifically. Taking inspiration from our dynasty's way of the eel. I will continue to task resources across the data networks to chase down the forensic accountancy that I know makes you feel funny in the tummy area. My focus on the bank robbery idea that I've dubbed Operation Gooch. As you know, sir, the Gooch of the patch is given in your balls and anus. Why call it this, sir? Because our limited resources, it's going to take some balls, and we have to be careful of getting into the shit. Fuck's sake. As I exit the showers, I am more confident than ever that I can make this plan work. I am so engrossed in the thought that I am not looking where I'm going, and I'm knocked on my ass by 2 staff members heading to the showers. With a light laugh, they help me up. One that even whispers her thanks to me at getting them set up. The God Emperor gives me the hardest battles, sir. Lower Decks is getting into This is getting into some pretty degenerate realms, and I'm only sad this isn't. I'm only sad this is a story and not a film. Oh, man. Chicken Detonator, thank you so much for the 100 bits, baby. Thank you, man. Go to your box, you blue balling bastard. Riot. Look, I'm going to the box tomorrow. I was going to go today. I messaged the guy today saying, are you open? He went, I'm not open till tomorrow. So I'm going. I'm sorry, Chicken. I sent you a message, but I would have gone today and got it. And I would have shown it off, even though the balance days and stuff, I would have shown it off. But I'm going to get the package tomorrow and show it off on Monday stream. There you go. There you go. All right. I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry. Harford Stream, thank you for the 39-month member flex. It is the Beyblade. Yes. This is it, boys. Harford, thank you for supporting the channel for 3 years, man, by the way. You fucking hero. This is what I'm talking about. We just need some... Look how excited we all are. Look at this chat. Look how many people in the stream. Look at the vibes that are coming in. Look how excited we all are. Baneblades are cool. Gal players just want excuses to use big tanks. Sometimes we want to be able to play properly. Sometimes we want to be able to play for the memes. Sometimes we want meta. Sometimes we want memes. And any time that they give Gal players points cuts on super heavies, they instantly win back 99% of all Gal players. They win us back. We're like, you're not so bad, are you? Oh, we're very... I've said this for years. Guard players are the easiest players in the world for Games Workshop to appease. They can give us all of the shit. They can give us all the bad treatment. And all they need to do to make us feel happy is to give us points cuts on super heavies and to release a new plastic tank every edition. And if we get that, then we're always happy. Or doesn't matter what it is, we're always happy. Tiki, thank you for the banzai. Thank you for the super chat, man. Look here, Umi. 3 things you need is boys and trucks. 3 things. Took me a second to get that one. Oh no.
Backbone of the guard, ready to serve.
Oh man. Tiki, that was good. You got me there. Anthony Williams, thank you for the Giga Chat. Yes, it is the Giga Chat. Good day, sir. The first 70 bolt action UNSC models in stream discussion. I painted them like Warlord Career model line. They got Pershing Centurion tanks and M16 MGMC AAs. Let's have a look. Wait, is this like US Marines or is it like... is it like US Marines or is it like it's US Marines? 70. I see 9. I don't mean to alarm you, but you may need to go back to school. Because unless I have a fundamental misunderstanding of numbers, that is not 70. That's not even 7. It's not even 9, it's 10. So I do have a fundamental misunderstanding because I thought I counted 9, but that's 10. If I wasn't a volume project, I would paint a Beyblade. Oh, man. Oh. But I'm joking aside. They are beautiful models, man. I love what you've gone for. Look at this guy. It's like, it's like just he looks so angry. Brilliant, man. You've done a fucking... I love the color scheme, man. Do you know my favorite bit is the basing, bro? The basing is actually so nice. I can believe this guy is wading through, you know, the waterlogged jungles and mangroves of the Pacific. Yeah, man. Very cool. Very, very, very cool. Nice. All right. That's cool, man. 70 is like an abstract word for a lot. I guess, Griffiths, I guess. I have looked. I don't see any of the pictures, so I was keeping out. Maybe some of them didn't upload or something. I don't know, but we'll see. Ragnarockus, thank you so much for 25-month member flex. Double X Force, baby! Thank you, man, for supporting the channel for over 2 years. I am seriously tempted to run my Bane sword again. Do it. Do it. Absolutely fucking do it. I think every single guard super heavy is now viable. Absolutely viable. I mean, I think the Bane Hammer is still the weakest one. And the Hell Hammer is also still pretty weak. But the other 6 are totally viable and above. Yeah. And the Bane sword is really... Bane sword is one of the better ones, isn't it? That's the one with the armor detonation. Yeah. So yeah, Ragnarok is doing it. What do we got? John Shepherd, thank you for the super chat, bro. Some more Throw stuff in stream discussion. Let's have a look. Are you sure, John? I don't see it, bro. Look, dude, I don't think you posted the pictures, man. Yeah, it's definitely not in stream discussion, mate. I've just gone back up to yesterday. So yeah, John, I'd love to look at it, but it's not in stream discussion right now. Just double check it's actually posted. Bit of Steel, thank you. Bit of Steel, my boy. Bit of Steel, thank you, man. Is the age of the Baneblade upon us, sir? Yeah, baby. Maybe not the Baneblade specifically, although that's fine. But the Baneblade chassis with, I think, things like the Bane sword and the Storm sword looking very, very nice, and the Doom hammer and Shadow sword looking reasonable, very reasonable as well. Yeah. But the age of the super heavy is upon us. Both in the guard and with knights, the age of the super heavy is upon us. You're gonna need to bring it. You need to be able to. You need to be building lists now in mind that you are going to be encountering super heavies. That's what you need to do. Yeah. I want to say a big thank you to Emil Davy. Emil, thank you so much for the super chat, man. Started my Baneblade last night. I conjured this. you guard just dealt fielded this into existence. I love it, man. I love it. The Legend. Thank you so much for super chat, bro. Forgot to say Codex Stream Discussion if you want to review. I can take a little look. Yeah, sure. Sorry, man. I didn't realize you'd you put it in. Let's have a look. I think I finished Codex. Fan editions were Kigyar Marksman, Sandshoom Overseer, Orbital Strike, and Banshee. I also had a vehicle upgrade section along with a list at each vehicle entry denoting what upgrades I can take. Also, to clarify a couple of things, the Asuna is a special, usually temporary rank for a Sangheili, meaning I have the profit. They were specifically selected majors, the red ones, that operate as stealth as recon troops. San Shayum is pronounced San Shayum. Okay, there we go. Thank you, because I was saying that incorrectly. Let's have a look. That's kind of cool. The vehicle upgrades. A boosted ram. It can tank shock, but it moves additional 2d6. That's cool. Extra armor, focus cannon overdrive. Interesting. Plasma modulator, that's quite powerful. One extra shot. Oh, that's kind of cool. It is the Prophet, isn't it? Minister, Vice Minister, and then Sangheili Honor Guard. The Honor Guard are pretty fucking nasty. I bet they come with the power swords, don't they? Yeah, energy sword, strong energy shield. That's cool, man. Kick your marks, but no Jackal snipers. No. Oh man.
When it comes to fighting crime, there's only one man keeping the streets safe.
Yeah.
While keeping it real.
12, 11, 11. Swimming, plasma cannon, fuel rod gun. That's cool. And that's pretty much the same, right? Orbital Strike. Ah. Plasma Bombardment, Glassing Beam. That's kind of cool. Just fucking absolutely yeets itself across like a segment of the battlefield. That seems quite powerful if it ever goes away. Oh no, what you're saying is... Oh, so they're not one use each. Interesting. You might need to make them like one use each or something, but we'll see. 100 points just be like... Might be a bit much, but we'll see, I suppose. It's cool though. It's cool. Nice. Alright, where are we up to? Mike Ponsford, thank you for the 4-month member flex, mate. Have I missed something about challenger cards? Oh yeah! Big. Gentlemen. Challenger cards are gone. Gone. Pretty much completely. They're no longer approved for matched play, which, considering 10th edition basically only has match play. Yeah. Apparently it's in the tournament companion or compendium, whatever it's called. So, Cosmic, you can still use them in normal games. They're just not designed for... they're just not designed for the tournament companion. So it's right here. Here you go. Read mission. You can also score VP by achieving secondary missions described later. Twist cards and challenger cards will not be used. Oh, thank God. They were so annoying. They were so annoying. Honestly. There are, like... Some of you might find this kind of strange, considering I've been going on about flavor and stuff and whatnot. But challenger cards, I think, were awful because all they did is just... They didn't give people a way of getting back into the game in like a fair way. All it did is mean that a bunch of people got like a whole bunch of extra VP, which they just shouldn't have fucking got because they were just too easy to get. Yeah. It was just like, oh, well, look, you can get back into the game. And it's like, well, if you've been fucking smashed, then you somehow managed to win a game because you just got 15 more VP than someone else could have possibly fucking got. And you win. Then actually all that you've done is just fucks off the person that actually should have won because someone else got a bunch of free victory points. It's fucking bollocks, man. It's absolutely fucking bollocks. And for me, I don't think they had any place in a tournament. And so, this is the thing. I want flavor and I want vibes back into the game. Challenger cards were neither of those things. Neither of those things. They were just... They're just a bunch of bollocks. And frankly, you know... It's fine that they're still in regular play. So this is what I'm talking about. If you want to play regular play, then you know, normal play with your mates, then yeah, go nuts with twist cards and challenger cards. Sure, fine, fantastic. But they had no place in tournaments. Tournaments should be won by the person And games and tournament practice games and tournament style games and match play games should be won by the person who did the best, not by the person who got a bunch of free VP. And the truth be told, they basically, the truth be told, they never really did anything anyway, except for in the worst possible circumstances. Challenger cards basically did two things. Either they gave you a bunch of fucking victory points, which wouldn't change the score because you're getting your ass fucking reconstructed, at which point they're a waste of time and they're failing. And, or Challenger cards allow you to get a whole bunch of extra VP, which you didn't deserve, getting 12 extra victory points potentially, which means that you might sneak ahead by a point or two and win a game, in which you had an unfair advantage. And it's like, neither of those are good. Neither of those are good. One is they're useless, and one is they've just caused a negative game experience because the person that's done everything right is basically lost due to fucking someone else getting a bunch of free VP. So I think that it's great that they've gone away because they're not what 40k needs. 40k does not need a bunch of fucking hand-holding. Okay? It doesn't need a bunch of hand-holding. It doesn't need, some participation medals or anything like that. 40k tournaments are where, everyone should be the height of sportsmanship, but may the best man win. It's that simple. Now, what 40k needs is flavor and vibes to be rewarded. Because at the moment, you don't have that. At the moment, you do not have the ability to make a custom sergeant for each one of your squads or a custom officer for each one of your squads. You don't have that, and there's no incentive for doing it. That 40k needs to basically be like, look, everyone, we're all playing the same game. We're all playing the same game. We're all singing from the same hymn sheet. That's all great. Now, those people that want to turn up with the most efficient lists possible can do. But those people who want to go for fucking mental, fluffy, fun vibes lists can do and are rewarded for doing so. Not necessarily rewarded with wins, but rewarded with vibes. And a really, really, really good example of a game that does this is Old World. Because if you go to an Old World tournament, of which there are many, you'll have 10 to 20% of the people at the tournament who are all duking it out for the top table who want to win. And the remaining 80% of people are there just like, these are the dudes that I bring because these are the dudes that I like. And so, the people that are there to win get rewarded because they're there to win and they play really hard and they place really well. And the people which are there for the vibes are also rewarded because the game is structured in a way that doesn't punish them for embracing vibes. That's what 40k needs. That's what 40k needs. And I think that's hopefully where we're going. Hopefully. Tiki, thank you so much for the super chat, man. Collecting used rhinos. Think I got an OG one in stream discussion. All right, let's have a look. How OG are we talking? Oh, yeah. I don't think you got an OG one. I think you got a fucked up one. Let me... yeah, 1 minute. I think you got one that's been built wrongly. Sorry. Yeah. Okay, so you definitely have an old school one, but it has definitely been built wrongly. Okay, so this is what an old school rhino is meant to look like. Okay, take careful note of the front of the vehicle. Okay, And then look at the one you've got. I think that has been glued on upside down. Now, fortunately for you, Tiki, as you are collecting orcs, it being glued on upside down is totally and utterly okay. It's perfect. It absolutely, yeah, it's bad as it works. Absolutely. It's perfect because obviously what's happened is the orcs have like blown the front off. By the way, loving the fucking zombies in the background, man. That's cool. The orcs have blown the front off the tank and then they've had to like refix it. And they've got like, I like to think they've half destroyed 2 rhinos and then taken the parts of each to make a whole new rhino. But they didn't quite know which bit went where. So they just fucking figured it out. It's got a Gretchen driver. That's brilliant. Yeah, it's got a Gretchen driver, so he has to have the vision slit down here so he can see. Brilliant. There you go. Oh man. Edgar, that's not upside down. It's an alternate variant as shown in White Dwarf magazine in 98 or 99. I don't think that's true, man. I'm so unconvinced by that because look, top little bit there, hatch there. I'm pretty certain Edgar's taking the piss. Yeah. Because look, I mean, it's just so obviously being glued on upside down. Oh man. There you go. I mean, why, 1 minute. The lights are meant to be down here. But Tiki's lights are on up here. Yeah, it's certainly unique. Oh, it's painting cam. Woo! There we go. Let's have a look. Lyman Abraxas, thank you so much for the double support, baby. Yeah, buddy. Lyman, thank you so much for the 39-month member flex. Triple X Force, baby. Yeah, mate. Dude, amazing. 7th super heavy. 7th super. Oh, because you put super happy is on the way. That's what was throwing me off. 7th super heavy on the way. We also done a GT. Nice. 7th super heavy. Soon you are going to be up to the mythical 8 Baneblades and not have an Octoblade, but have a true Baneblade, 8 Baneblade variants. There you go, man. I love it. Lyman, I finally managed to speak with every organizer in the country. Tim, can you help me with the Thanatos campaign rules pack to organize a story event? I mean, I'm going to be working on my own events soon, so I can always, you know, I can maybe whilst I'm working on my own, chuck some ideas towards you. But it depends what kind of help you mean, because honestly, like, I just come up with it off the top of my head. That's all it really is. So I'm happy to help, but it depends what kind of help you need. You know, if it's like write us an entire story campaign, I might be like, that's going to take quite a while. If it's like, hey, you've got like a rough idea of like how the mechanics work, I'd be like, just take what's out of my rules pack and use it. That's fine. Yeah. If you want like an idea for a story, like an overview, maybe I can come up with something. Yeah, there we go. But yeah, Lyman, happy to help in general, but obviously I've only got limited time, so I can help in some way. If I can help in some way, I will. Cosmic, thank you for the support, man. What did I miss? What's the new meta? Oh, you've missed it, Cosmic. Yeah, I haven't really. We haven't started talking about it. We're going to get into... There's been a big update. Balance data slate drop, Cosmic. In a couple of minutes, we're going to get into it. There we go. Blackstone Chapter Master. So did you check out the mod video? Sent it again. I didn't check it out, but I'm going to look at it now. I did say I was going to look at it, and we're going to look at it now. Let's have a look. So apparently, someone has made a mod for Space Marine 2 where you get to play the guardsman. I wonder if you actually play as a guardsman or if you're just a reskin Space Marine. You do look quite chonky. Oh, that's kind of cool. You do look quite chonky. I mean, I get it, but you're still a Space Marine. Oh, no. I mean, like I said, it's very, very cool. It's very, very cool. But this isn't Guardsman Simulator. This is Slime Armor Simulator. Look at this guy. He's very... Look at that, it's Iron Hand Strachan. Now, if it was a Strachan mod, I'd believe it. It's very, very good. Don't get me wrong. It's very, very good. And it's very, very well done. Very, very impressive. And I absolutely love it. But I wish that the game was basically impossible because it gave you stats for Guardsman. Or I wish it made you like Strachan. Yeah. But it's very, very cool. It's very, very, very cool. Yeah. It's just a mod for Space Marine 2. It's called Cadia Stands, if you guys want to find it. There you go. Alright. Let me have a look here. There we go. Okay. CJ, my boy, thank you for the super chat, man. Hey Tim, say super happy, super heavy 5 times. Super happy, super heavy, super happy, super heavy, super happy, super heavy, super happy, super heavy, super happy, super heavy. I think that's 5. One more just in case. Super happy, super heavy. There you go. There you go, man. Revenga, thank you for the Giga Chat. Chat / Mordian, I need help with the 1k list for a tournament. It's a singleton tournament, so only one of each chassis. So max 1 Russ, example. One Storm Sword, 1 Bane Sword, 1 Tepris Engine Seer, and probably 1 Lord Solar Leontus, or just Lord Solar. In fact, that would technically be. Let's have a look. Let's have a look. How much would that be? Embrace the new vibes, man. 1 minute, I might have a different one for you. Okay, I'm not even kidding you. I'm not even kidding you. I'm not even fucking kidding you. I'm not even kidding you, Revenga. 1 Shadow Sword, 1 Doomhammer, 1 Lord Solar, 1 Tepris Engine Seer comes to 1,000 points exactly. On the fucking nose. Yes! Oh, that's the list. That's the list right here. No, you're not going to win. Not games anyway. But life. But life. The age of the Bane Blade is here. Yes. That's it. That's it. Easiest, quickest 1k list ever made. Oh, man. There you go. There you go. All right. All right. People are saying Kazakhstan sergeants can't take power swords anymore. When's that changed? I don't think that's true. We'll look into the changes now, but I don't think that's true. I'm looking at the code at Ashman Time FAQ now. Pure aura farming is guard. Baneblade supremacy. That's it right there. I don't see anywhere that says you can't take power sword on a Kazakin sergeant. I could be wrong. I can see a cat. Sorry, the data sheet in front of me. The data sheet in front of me. Warhammer 40k, 10th edition guard codex, Kazakin sergeant's chainsaw can be replaced with one power weapon. That is there.
Forward, you dogs,
And
to victory!
then if we go over to the Codex Ashmatarum version 1.4 FAQ. Oh, wait, 1 minute. Delete the power weapon profile and add the following profiles. But it's not in red. Again, check the page number for the errata. It's Combat Patrol only. Oh. Oh, it's a different page. All right, 1 minute. I'm double checking this. I'm double checking this. Page 70. Yeah. It's only for Combat Patrol. It's only for Combat Patrol. I mean, gentlemen, I know this is meant to be a day of rejoicing, and it is meant to be September, but I am just going to say one brief moment of salt, if I may. Just briefly. I think it's actually fucking abysmal that Games Workshop is literally telling people to build their models wrongly. Absolutely, utterly wrongly. Because you're going to build your guy with a chainsaw, and then you're going to play a proper game of 40k, and you're going to be like, but wait, the power source is better? It's like, yeah. I swear to God, they are encouraging people to build their models incorrectly, so that way they have to go and buy more models again. Because if you don't know what the fuck you're doing and you just follow what the Combat Patrol tells you to do, you'll think that that's a good loadout. And you won't find out it's a trash loadout until later. Yeah, so it tells you to build your guy, it tells you to build your Kazakin, plasma pistol, chainsword. It tells you to build one guy with a flamer, one guy with a grenade launcher, one guy with a hotshot volley gun, and one guy with a plasma gun. It's literally telling you how to build your guys in the worst fucking possible loadout. That is actually... That is actually fucking egregious. Jesus fucking wept. And you can't even say it's a good for. Jesus, man. Jesus. Anyway, fortunately, I keep going back to the painting camera. Fortunately, I'm not gonna tweak out over it too much because I don't play Combat Patrol because I don't know. I'm clearly too cool for it. In my velour dressing gown. Yeah. Yeah, nobody fucking play Combat Patrol. Ain't nobody got time with that. Cosmic Drew, thank you for super chat, man. Well, tomorrow I bring the guard to my first ever tournament. Any last minute advice? Should I eat a bunch of beans and try to gas out my opponent? Should I have a shovel to bonk my opponent? Any tips? Cosmic, you're thinking about it too much. That's my advice to you. And it's okay. It's very normal to be nervous and excited before your first tournament. Very normal. No matter what walk of life you're from, it's very normal. My advice to you is this. Don't worry about winning. Even if you're used to winning in casual games, don't worry about winning. Don't even think about that. Just enjoy the experience. Be like the mighty sponge, absorbent. Take every opportunity you can to learn. You know, make sure you play your games, and then at the end of the game, you know, if you've lost it, ask your opponent, hey, it's my first tournament. Thank you so much for the game. Is there anything that you saw me do that you think I could do better? And you know, they'll just, it's just a great way to start a conversation. And it's also, you'll find a lot of tournament people will be very happy to explain to you and talk to you, and they'll do it in a really nice, positive way. So if you go there and lose, don't try and lose every single game. Do your best. But if you lose every single game, do not be disheartened. Do not be put off. Do not let it get to you. In many ways, you will learn faster by losing more games at the beginning. And let me tell you, you'll lose a few games, but then you'll start winning every game, and that's what you want to do. So be like the mighty sponge, absorbent. Be a good sport. Do not get salty or bent out of shape if the opponent, if you get caught out by something. You know, if you're like, oh man, I didn't know that unit could do that or anything like that. It's all a learning experience. It's all a learning experience, and that is what your first tournament should be all about. Just taking it in, getting the vibe, and learning. Focus on your games and focus on what you can learn from your games. Don't resubmit your list and put a title in it. That's like, so many people resubmit lists at the last minute and they end up fucking themselves. Take the list you've already shown me. That's the one you're familiar with. That's the one you've played with before. Take that list. Make sure you get a good lunch and make sure you're drinking throughout. Not drinking booze. Make sure you're drinking, like soda or water, something thirst quenching throughout. Yeah. That's it. Just have fun. That's the only thing you have to do. It's the only thing you have to do is learn some new stuff and have fun. You will learn a lot. You will be, just from going to a single tournament, you will become a significantly better player. It's wild. The difference between someone who's never been to a tournament and someone who has been to a single tournament is massive. There you go. Wear a comfy pair of shoes. You know, it's not rude to sit down during your opponent's turn, but if they are doing something that you need to engage with, like rolling saves and stuff, then stand up. Show engagement in the game and be polite, and you'll be fine. All right. So Cosmic, that's my advice, mate. That's my advice to you and to everyone who ever considers going to their first tournament. Don't be put off. Go there. Enjoy the vibe. Okie croaky. Now, we need to get into some real detail now, don't we? We need to get into some real detail, boys. Let's fucking do it. So, first things first, we're going to look at all the guard shit. Okay? Okay. So the first thing we're going to look at is the balanced data slate. Good news, everyone. No changes. I mean, that's also bad news because, you know, Creed Combat Engineers are still a little diddled and whatnot. And they fucked over Bridgehead too hard. But good news. We didn't get any more nerfs in the balanced data slate. Hooray! The other thing is, in our Codex Ash Militarum FAQ, we got one change. If a unit becomes affected by the same order multiple times, do those orders affect that unit multiple times? No. Guess what? No one was playing it that way anyway, and if they were being a grubby bastard. So, yay! No changes to our Codex FAQ as well. Okay, so we got basically no changes, except for we did get a lot of changes with points. Look at all the green. I mean, there's a little bit of red, but just ignore that for the time being. Look at all the green. Oh, it's so beautiful. We actually got some buffs and fun buffs as well. So the thing is, right. Here's the thing. If you are someone who is playing competitively and you are taking an efficient and competitive list, then more than likely none of these changes are going to affect you. You may have been slightly diddled on your Rogel Dawn situation, but your list will have gone up probably between 10 and 30 points. Which is frustrating because obviously in 10th edition, even going up 5 points can mean you have to go back to the drawing board because there's no granular points now. But it's not like everyone's list has gone up 200 points. So it's annoying. But it's not like sweeping nerfs. The Rogel Dawn Battle Tank has gone up 10 points. The Rogel Dawn Commander has gone up 10 points. Now, I do want to talk about this before we move on. I'm just going to say it. The Rogel Dawn died so the Leman Russ might live. The Rogel Dawn was the red herring. It was the decoy. I've been saying this for a long time. I've been saying this for a little while now. Everyone and their mum online was banging on about Rogel fucking Dawns. Oh, ride me harder, Daddy Dawn. That's what it was like. That's what it was like. And the truth is that the Rogel Dawn wasn't the better choice. Now, let me make something clear. The Rogel Dawn was not a bad choice. Many people will say it's a good tank, and I would agree with them. It was fundamentally a good tank, but it was also a little bit overhyped. Could you say the bottom fell out the Rogel Dawn? Love it. Someone buy Irish Relief a beer. That's probably the best joke I've heard about this all day. That is truly, like, I'm not even taking the piss, mate. I am giving you a 10 out of 10. Absolutely fucking phenomenal. Yeah, absolutely, mate. Oh my God. Now, the Rogel Dawn got nerfed. But the truth is, I would say any serious guard player, that's not even the right turn of phrase, because there's many serious guard players out there who would still subscribe to the Dawn. But I would say many guard players who had been hitting the tournament scene hard, had already begun to rely less and less on the Dawn. Because one of the big limitations of the vehicle was its AP. You had weapons which it just didn't have enough AP without some significant support, like exterminators, hellhounds, and stratagems. And you know, things like Fields of Fire are great, but you can only use it once, and you know, it's only in like one detachment and stuff like that. So as time went on and the hype for the Rogel Dawn was sort of dying down, many guard commanders were finding, you know, this is something that I had been pioneering. Not pioneering is the wrong word. I had been pushing, and I know that many guard players had, you know, been trying this out as well and had been getting good results. The truth is that the Leman Russ is the better tank. Out of the two, the Leman Russ is in my opinion, it is the better tank. Now, again, that doesn't mean the Dawn is bad. You can have two good things. But the Dawn is like a solid 7.5 out of 10. And the Leman Russ platform was basically an 8, 9 out of 10. And the reason why the Leman Russ platform was better is because it just brought all of the AP that it needed, and it didn't need any fucking help. You can say, oh yeah, but if I take a Rogel Dawn, then I take an Exterminator, then I can get the Rogel Dawn up to the same AP, and that's fantastic. But the problem is that you're spending over 400 points to achieve what, you know, if you take a Rogel Dawn Commander and then a Leman Russ Exterminator, pre-nerf, pre-nerf, you can get 3 Leman Russ Vanquishers, and they all bring all their own AP with no help whatsoever. Now, yeah, you've still got to add orders on to that, of course. But the point still stands. And so the thing with the Rogel Dawn is that it was a good tank, but it struggled to have enough AP without support, and the support it needed was quite pricey. So that's why I think a lot of people had gone over to the Leman Russ Vanquisher, and a lot of people had also gone over back to Leman Russ tank commanders because they could take Executioner plasma cannons. So the Rogel Dawn catching a 10-point nerf, I mean, honestly, it was unnecessary. And now we will be getting back to the good times in a moment, but the Rogel Dawn getting a nerf was completely unnecessary. It was exactly where it should be. It was more expensive and could take more damage, but the Leman Russ was cheaper and could do more damage. That was where it should have been. So it's annoying that it's copped the nerf. And what really has annoyed me about this is I think the Rogel Dawn Commander going up by 10 points makes sense. I don't agree with it, but it makes sense because everyone was running Rogel Dawn Commanders. It makes no sense that the regular Rogel Dawn has gone up, because no one was talking about the regular Rogel Dawn. Everyone was talking about the Dawn Commander. Now, I have a theory. About why both Dawns went up 10 points, but it was only the Commander that needed to go up. This balanced data slate came out early today, didn't it? It wasn't meant to drop today. It was meant to drop next week. And it's obviously gone out early because the intern that works at Games Workshop sent it out early, pushed the wrong button, put the wrong date in, checked the wrong month on the calendar and thought this was meant to be next Wednesday. So I reckon the intern is also responsible for why both Dawns went up, because I reckon what happened is, on a Friday afternoon, as this was getting put out there, some manager will have shouted over their shoulder as as everyone does, leaving at 1 o'clock to work from home for the rest of the afternoon on a Friday. We all know you're not doing any fucking work, Steve. Stop taking the fucking piss. But work from home. He shouted over his shoulder, oh yeah, don't forget, add 10 points onto the Rogel Dawn. And the intern was like, if you're an intern, you might be a bit shy. You might not want, you might be afraid to ask questions. So he might be like, which Rogel Dawn did he mean? Which Rogel Dawn did he mean? Oh, I'll put them both up by 10 points. That'll cover both bases. That's why both Dawns went up. That's my theory. They went up because the intern got told to put Rogel Dawns up by 10 points, but he didn't know which one to put up, and he was too afraid to ask the question. That's what it is. That's my theory anyway. So long story short, I can understand why the Dawn has gone up by 10 points, because that's where all the online chatter was. And so Games Workshop probably just, put them up by 10 points. Or maybe has someone beaten Josh Roberts with Rogel Dawns in the last 3 months? If so, that's probably why it went up as well. But otherwise, yeah, the Dawn did. I can understand why it went up, but I don't think it should have gone up. But I'm going to say it right now. If the Rogel Dawn had to die so that the Russ fleet may live, I'll take that fucking deal. I will take that fucking deal every day of the fucking week, because frankly, the Lehman Russ was the better option, and has been for a little while. Dawns are great, but Russes are better. So the Russes didn't get changed at all, which is fantastic. I cannot believe that the Vanquisher is still only 145 points. Like, seriously. The Vanquisher is the best Russ. It's just fucking mental. Honestly, man. Honestly. I can't leave home without them now. I love my Vanks. I try any other tank, and all I'm there is thinking to myself, it could be a Vanquisher though. It's Vankin time. It is so Vankin time. No Mordian. The Vank is our worst tank. Needs a points drop. Yeah, I mean, yeah. Needs to go down to 130. Needs to be cheaper than a Hellhound. 120, please. Oh, man. The thing is, what's really funny about the Vanquisher is that nobody believes it's the as good as it is. No one believes it's as good as it is. But people try them out, and then they just go, I get it now. Because all it needs is, it's like, oh yeah, but it can be stopped by an invulnerable save. Yeah, but like typically that's a 50-50. And a Vanquisher, this is what people misunderstand. This is the big thing that people forget about the Vanquisher. It only needs to get past your invulnerable save once to basically core any vehicle. Basically. There's an average of 9 to 10 wounds. The Lehman Russ Vanquisher is probably the only vehicle in the guard, not including super heavies, which can one-shot an enemy vehicle off the board. Has that potential to do that. Because the Vanquisher slips through, and then you have the las cannon and the hunter killers and the plasma cannons, and you've got lethal hits because you're going in combined arms. Sometimes you fire a Vank and it won't do very much, but sometimes you'll fire a Vank and it'll just completely one-shot something. And all you need is one good... That's the thing. All I need is one good shot. Can you build a Vank with a standard Rust box set? You sure can. You sure can. Was it you, Pete, you wanted to see the rules for the Vanquisher? Give me a second. I'll find them for you, mate. It doesn't... Here you go. So the Vanquisher's whole thing is the Vanquisher battle cannon. It's one shot, but Strength 18, AP -4, D6 +6 damage. So it's a normal rust profile. It gets a reroll to wound against vehicles and monsters. And it just, all you need is that D6 +6 damage. And if the enemy doesn't have invulnerable, it typically goes straight through. Exactly. And it can hit on 2s because it's one of the only vehicle weapons that still has heavy. And you can stack heavy and take aim. Just straight through, man. Ugh. Yeah, it's only one shot. Yeah, it's only one shot. It's only one shot. But you only need one shot. And the thing is, like we said, it's the cheapest variant. It's the cheapest fucking variant. It's 145 points for 435 points. Yeah, exact. Dustin Paulers have got it right. Vanquishers aren't one shot because you take them in. You take 3 of them. Yeah. 435 points for triple vank. It's not even 25% of your list. It's fucking mental. Like, actually mental. And the mind game as well, because it's not what the vank will do, it's what the vank could do. Oh yeah, I've got a 4-1 vulnerable save. Yeah, but how many times are you going to make that? And you've also got to think, because it's so cheap, it allows you to saturate the board. So, your opponent might be like, it's not even about the vanquisher itself. It's about if you move out with Magnus, for example, or some other big scary things. Like, okay, you can move out with that. But I'm because I've got so much armor, I'm going to be hitting you with 3 Leman Russes. Or 2 Leman Russes and like 2 Chimeras, do you know what I mean? And it's like, how much damage can you take? How many times can you make that 4+ invulnerable save? Yeah. That's it. And then it's because it's so cheap and spammable. That's what feeds into it. There's so many layers. There's so many layers to why the Vank is the best Russ. It's not just what it does. It's what it also allows you to take. And it's how the whole picture comes together. Whenever I go to a tournament, it doesn't matter if my opponent goes left, goes right, down the fucking middle. It doesn't matter. I'm going to be hitting them with 2 to 3 Russes and 2 to 3 Chimeras. Left, right, it doesn't fucking matter. It doesn't matter. That's what's so good about it, because it's just cheap and spammable. Yeah. Cult of the Vank all the way. Anyway, so the point is that the Rogol Dawn has died, but if you want my advice, if anyone's out here thinking, okay, what should, based off changes to the Dawn, if I'm coming over to Team Russ, what should be my new tank fleet? If you're someone that was taking like 2 or 3 Dawns or something, your new go-to tank fleet should be 2 Lehman Russ tank commanders, full plasma, plasma on the turrets, plasma on the sponsons, lascan on the front, heavy stubbers, hunter killer missiles. You want to be in combined arms detachment. And then, so you've got 2 Lehman Russ tank commanders, all the plasma, and then you go for 3 Lehman Russ vanquishers, and they've got all the plasma as well. We are no longer in an era of Dawns and Melter. We are in an era of Russ and Plasma. That's the way you want it to be. And trust me on that Plasma thing, guys, okay? I know loads of you are going to be like, multi-metals are better. Just trust me on the Plasma thing, all right? Try it out once or twice, then tell me I'm wrong. Plasma is so essential to the Vank, because the main gun is going to be doing the heavy, the main gun, the lascan, the hunter missile, they're going to be doing the big puncher. What you need from your plasma is volume, and each plasma cannon gets blast, so you get +2 plasma shots each time you shoot at a squad of 5 models, +4 plasma shots with a squad of 10 models, and so on and so forth. So that's why you need plasma. You don't need any more melter, you need plasma, and with the lethal hits, it's more than acceptable. Yeah. So your new Russ fleet should be 2 Lehman. Your new vehicle fleet should be 2 Lehman Russ tank commanders with executioner plasma cannon sponsons, lance cannons in the front, heavy stubbers on top, hunter killer missiles, and then 3 Lehman Russ vanquishers with lance cannons in the front, plasma cannons on the sides, Heavy Stubber and Hunter Killer Missile. That's where you want to be. That's where you want to be. All right. So, in Combined Arms. Speaking of Combined Arms versus Hammer of the Emperor, I think that for people, I think that there's still going to be a bit of rivalry between Combined Arms and Hammer. But I do feel like maybe Combined Arms is, if it was 50-50 before, I think now we're going to see 60-40 in favor of Combined Arms. Because some people, many people will take Super Heavies, and they may feel the need to take those in Hammer of the Emperor to get them to go through the walls. But I think a lot of people are quite sensible, and they're going to not take the Super Heavy, and instead they're going to take the multiple Russes. And I think in that situation, you're much better going Combined Arms. Yeah. I think what should be said as well is that the Rogel Dawn Battle Tank and Rogel Dawn Commander is, even at those points levels, is still very usable. It's just now not really a debate between Russ and Dawn. Yeah. I think you can still, if you're a Dawn fan, you can still absolutely run your Dawns. You'll just be slightly less efficient. That's it. If you're Team Dawn, you love Dawns, you can still use them. You won't be completely left in the dust. I don't want it to be an overreaction. No one needs to be rushing out and getting Russes because they feel like they have to. You can still make your Dawns work. I'm just saying, for those of us who maybe have all of the Russes that we need, all of the tanks at our disposal, those of us who are financially responsible, shall we say, and if those of us who want to eke every last bit of juice out, I think the Russ is the way to go now. Yeah. So Dawns are still fine, but Russes are now unequivocally better in my mind. Okay. So, Russ. Yeah, as Mad Larkin said, Russ TC being 40 points cheaper, it's huge. Yeah, I think you're absolutely right, Mad Larkin. It's a big gap now. I think that it's unequivocal that the Russ is the better platform now. But I think it's important to emphasize people who might be a bit worried, who are like, well, fucking hell, I've just bought all these Dawns. Was that a waste of time? Not at all. Your Dawns are still good. You can have two things and both can be good, but one can be good and one can be very good. And that doesn't mean the thing that's just good is now bad. It's still good. Yeah. Pandemonium, I would go for one tank commander with an executioner cannon and one regular Russ with a vanquisher cannon. All right. So, I want to say a big thank you to Cosmic. Cosmic, my boy, thank you for the super chat, man. Rogel Dawns should get double. Rogel Dawns should get a double, not twin vank. Rogel Dawns don't have a vanquisher cannon in any way, shape, or form, Cosmic Drew. Now, if you're talking about the Macarius having double vanquisher cannon would be better. Yeah. Macarius getting double vank rather than twin vank would be good. Rogel Dawn, it's interesting. I am somewhat curious about, I've been a little tempted by the Rogel Dawn double battle cannon. Because it's 4 rerolls to wound. It's quite nice. And I would love to try it. I think it would help a little bit with the Dawn's damage output. Obviously, the AP is an issue, but Fields of Fire and Hellhound spam? I don't know. But I'm not, to tell you what, I'm curious about it, but at 250 points, I ain't that curious about it. At 275, I ain't that curious about it. Oh, man. Now, what the Rogel Dawn needs is a new... what the Rogel Dawn needs is this. It needs to have all the same sponsor options as the Lieben Russ when you plasma cannons in the Rogel Dawn. And it also needs a... a high AP variant on the turret. I think some kind of like plasma Dawn turret would be very, very cool. Yeah, Dawns need plasma. In any variety, Dawns need plasma. Yeah. Anyway. So, we've covered the Dawns, and by extension, we've covered how that's going to impact Leman Russes. Let's go over to... We're going to do the Bane Blades at the end. But we'll do the Bane Blades at the end. So, Gaunt's Ghosts... I'll say end of this segment, to be clear. What about Michael Dawn? Perhaps today is a good day to die. Gaunt's Ghost, down 10 points. Fine. I don't think it's enough, though. I don't think going down 10 points moves the needle for me. Here's the thing. I like Gaunt's Ghosts. Both the books and the models and the unit. But Gaunt's Ghosts has an issue. It's a unit which has many, many, many capabilities. It's a unit which can do orders, a unit which can infiltrate, a unit which can do uppy-downy. It's a really, really good, interesting unit with many capabilities. But it is a unit which pays for all of those abilities and yet basically only gets to use one of them at a time, which is a problem. Because if you're doing infiltrate shit, then if you're doing the infiltrate shit, then you're not doing orders. You don't order yourself, but you're a fucking command squad. Basically, your damage output is negligible. If you're doing uppy-downy secondaries, then you're not taking advantage of infiltrate, unless you infiltrate and then do uppy-downy. But if you infiltrate, I guess it depends on if you get the first turn or not. Because you could infiltrate, and then if you get the first turn, then it's like, oh, well, you just sort of... It's an expensive way to have your guys go out there, but Ratlings could just do the same job. So either you're infiltrating to deny Scout, but then there's a cheaper unit for doing that called Ratlings, or you're doing uppy-downy secondaries, but there's cheaper ways of doing that, or you're doing orders, but you haven't got a Master Vox. So I have played literally hundreds of games of 10th edition. I have played every kind of army under the sun. From shooting armies, to sneaky armies, to fast-moving assault armies. I have never needed Gaunt's Ghosts. That's kind of the mental thing about it. And a lot of people go, Mordian, just take them, Mordian, take them. I've never needed Gaunt's Ghosts. And when building a list, I've never had 100 points spare to put them in. That's the thing with them. So, honestly, Gaunt's Ghost going down 10 points is nice. It's nice, and I think a lot of people a lot of people like them. But I'm not convinced. I'm not convinced. I think they have a lot of abilities, but they only ever get to use one of them each game. Really. I think it's a trap. Yeah. I think it's a trap. How much is a Calidus assassin?
Every paycheck a fortune. Every formation a parade. I love the cause.
100 points. So the Calidus is interesting. I think Calidus being 100 points. How much is it in a normal list? 100 points. Would I take a Calidus or would I take Gaunt's Ghosts? You'd think Gaunt's Ghost would be the obvious choice. It's not that simple. Gaunt's Ghosts are a much bigger unit. So for uppy downy, it's harder to place and they can be screened out a lot easier. And the card has the Vector. So it's tricky. I wouldn't take either, personally. As a guard player, I wouldn't take either. But yeah. I've played against so many Calluses. I've played against so many Gaunt's Ghosts. I have played against Gaunt's Ghosts probably 20 times. And you just fucking kill them. They're not that hard to kill. No, they're not that hard to kill at all. Oh, the lone operative. Yeah, we're playing 40k. Everyone's in each other's faces from fucking turn 1. And if Gaunt's Ghost is hiding at the back, just plinking away at me, then I don't give a fuck. You spent 100 points on a fucking sniper rifle and autocount that can't hit dick. Yeah. I don't run Gaunt's Ghosts, man. And I don't know. I don't think 100 points saves them. I don't think 100 points saves them. Mordian, I think the thing is, Gaunt's Ghost is popular in tournament lists because there needs to be Gaunt's Ghosts to be action monkeys. They don't have the volume of units you bring. Yeah. Yeah. I always just think, is this the cheapest way I could be doing this job? Is this the cheap thing? Is I actually have, you know what's interesting? I've dropped even the basic Commissar at my list. You know, the outflanking Commissar. I've even dropped that motherfucker out. Because you know what? There's never any room to get into anyone's list. Everyone is so good at anyone's deployment zones. Everyone is so good at screening these days. Everyone is so good at screening these days. I just don't, they never get to do that. And everyone goes, oh yeah, you can infiltrate Gaunt's Ghosts and they like totally counter everybody's snipers, everyone's scouts. It's like, no they don't. They can be in one place. Even strung out, they can only cover a small area of the board, a relatively small area of the board. And if, you know, you pick them up at the end of your opponent's turn. So either you put them behind a very obvious piece. This is the thing, right? This is why it's all bollocks. People say these things and then they're not actually true. Oh, you can use them to block like infiltrators. And it's like, no, you can't. You can use block scouts. No, you can't. Because this is how it works. If you put if there's an obvious piece of terrain where you can hide Gaunt's Ghost that I know you're going to infiltrate in there, I won't put my scouts there. I just won't put my scouts there. And then if I put my scouts on the side where there's not the obvious piece of terrain that you can hide in, which is they're often, especially on UKTC these days, you know, there's often a side that's a bit more open. I'll put my scouts on the side that's a bit more open so I can scout defensively or aggressively depending on who gets first turn. And then it's like, oh, do you want to like put your Gaunt's Ghost out into the middle of the open, try and stop it from scouting? Thanks. That's totally okay. I've just killed your Gaunt's Ghosts. So then it's like, oh, well, what do I do with my Gaunt's Ghosts? Then you want they end up sitting at the back, wanting to do uppy downy. It's so easy to counter them. I've literally played Gaunt's Ghost 20 times. Do you want to know the number of times Gaunt's Ghost has been able to uppy downy into my deployment zone? 0. Do you want to know the number of times that Gaunt's Ghost have been able to deny my scouting in any way, in any meaningful way? 0 fucking times. 0 fucking times. I'm not saying they're a bad unit. I'm saying that people hype them up, saying they can do all these things, but the reality is they're relatively easy to counter. And I'm not saying that from a theory point of view. I'm saying that from I've actually fucking done it. You can go back and watch the fucking tournament reports. I got the fucking receipts. And yeah, you might be like, but Mordian, you're saying that from the perspective of a guard v guard game. It's like, yeah. And as a guard player, I've never needed them. And when I've played against them, I've never struggled against them. You know? Mad Larkin, you have just uttered the ultimate phrase, which means you have lost the argument. Ghosts are a finesse unit. Yeah, which means they're shit. Because as we all know in Warhammer 40k, if there are two units which are very good at their jobs, but one is easier to use, that's the better unit. If the moment someone says to me, this is a finesse unit, that means it's shit. It means it's shit. It means it's shit. Oh yeah, you know what? You can fanny about. You can fuck about with Gaunt's Ghost. Do you know what I'm putting in my list? 5 Lehman Russes, 5 Chimeras, and 2 fucking Hellhounds. You know what? There's nothing finesse about that, but I fucking bet it'll win. I don't... Fuck finesse. What are we fucking doing here? We're playing guard. We're playing fucking guard. Why are you bringing finesse to the sledgehammer of the Emperor? I didn't realize we were playing the fucking tap dancing ballet shoes of the Emperor. I thought we were playing the fucking hammer of the Emperor. There's no finesse in the hammer of the Emperor. Get that fucking word out of my fucking army. I don't want to fucking hear you ever say that again. That's some fucking Tau bullshit. That's some fucking Eldar fucking bullshit. I don't want fucking finesse. I want fucking... that's what I want. That's what I fucking want. That's what I fucking want. By the way, love Mad Larkin. We're not actually falling out. I know Mad Larkin is a fan of them, and I know that he's had success with them personally, so I'm not really shitting on him. There you go. D-Mac, he's back, baby! I never fucking left! I never left! I didn't fucking leave it! Oh, man. Yeah. If I wanted finesse, why the fuck would I be playing the guard? And that's why Gaunt's goes for not a trash unit, but I'm going to say it anyway. And that's why Gaunt's goes for a trash unit. There you go. There you go. There you are. There we go. What have we got next? So, Kree Combat Engineers. Down 10 points. Fine. I don't know if it's enough. I do have some super chats I need to do in a moment, actually. But we'll look at this. I don't know if it's enough. Honestly, it's going to sound mental, but I think that Kree Combat Engineers probably just need to go back to 35 points. Until they fix the mine. Until they fix the mine and give them the ability to actually... Until they fix the mine and give them any decent special weapons, they're not worth anything. They need... The points... Kree Combat Engineers... Here's the thing. Kree Combat Engineers, points are not the issue. The problem is the data sheet. They don't get enough special weapons. Even if they could spam 4 flamers, that's the only thing they could fucking take. That would be fine. But they don't get enough special weapons. They don't get enough variety of special weapons. They're a complete one-trick pony, and yet the trick has been taken away from them. So they don't bring anything to the table. So I think that they until they fix them, they are irrelevant, which is sad. But getting a 10-point buff, not nerf, getting 10 point buff is at least it's nice for those people that like them. But they need a lot more than a points adjustment. A lot more. So we've talked about Rogals, and then Russes, then Ghost, then Greek. Okay, we're basically on to, because Leontus is part of this whole next conversation. So we're basically on to super heavies. Give me a few minutes. I've got a few super chats to catch up on, boys, and I need a new drink as well. We'll come back to that in a minute. Don't worry, we're not going anywhere. We'll come back to it. I want to say a big thank you to Chris K. Chris K, thank you for the Giga Chat. Yes. Pictures and long-winded question regarding guard collection in chat. Let's have a look, mate. Okay. I was planning on building a Stormlord. However, given the change in the meta with the super heavies, I find myself at a loss. Should I stay the course with a Stormlord, or do the Winds of Change demand I take my army collection in a different direction? Thoughts about additions to the army would be appreciated. Assembled army collection, not taking into account points or pile of shame, is as follows. Caden Castellan, Ursula Creed, Tech Agency, 1 Commissar, 1 Rattling Sniper Squad, 1 Caden Command Squad, 2 Caden Shock Troop Squads, 2 Bombast Field Guns, 1 Valkyrie, 1 Death Strike, 1 Hydra, 1 Armored Sentinel, 2 Scout Sentinels, 2 Chimeras, 2 Regal Dawns, 2 Hellhounds, 3 Basilisk. More Cadians being assembled. I need more Cadians. Yeah, I was gonna say, you have acquired a fine selection of armored vehicles, sir. A fine selection indeed. But your infantry corps has been found wanting. Your infantry corps has been found wanting, sir. So let's have a look what you've got here. Sentinels are fine. Hydra's fine. Chimeras are fine for the moment. You've got Dawn, fine. Okay, so from a competitive, efficient point of view, what you need are 3 things. It's very simple. You need Russes, Chimeras, and infantry. That's it. Russes, Chimeras, and infantry. But from a super heavy perspective, I have good news for you. You don't need to pick. It's very, very, very easy to get 6 or 7. It's very easy to get every single variant of Guard Super Heavy from one kit, because the bits are very interchangeable. If you type into YouTube Warhammer 40k Octoblade guide, Octo is an 8 Octoblade guide, you'll come up with many different videos, people showing you how to get all 8 variants. Now you will need like a few magnets and stuff, but it's pretty straightforward. But if you're someone like me who just believes magnets are magic and therefore are heresy, you can get 6 variants from a single super heavy. So here's the last super heavy. Here's the last super heavy which I made. Now the top of it comes off. Okay, top of it comes off. And you can actually swap. So basically, you're going to get 2 bits kind of like this. One of them is going to be this sort of casemate variant with the with the guns for like the Doom Hammer and the Shadow Sword and the Bane Sword and all that kind of stuff. And the other bit you are going to get is obviously for the Baneblade, which has got like this bit and this bit and the turret and everything. Now you get both bits. So as long as you don't glue it in, it's relatively simple. He says, there you go. It's relatively simple to swap between the 2. Now, the only thing you'll need to be aware of, and this is getting a little specific, and it won't really make sense to you until you build it. The only thing you need to be aware of is this bit of plastic here. So it's sort of the bottom of the... Fucking, I thought I snapped my thing off then. The bottom of the Bane blade, you can see there's a line there. It sort of runs like that, and then you've got that bit, and then you've got a bit that glues on the front there with the eagle, and you've got another bit which glues on there. Now, if you glue that bit on there, you're going to run into a slight issue with this bit. Gluing that bit on there is perfect for when you're running the Bane blade variant. Gluing that bit on there when looking at this variant is a bit of an issue, because you'll notice, it might not come up on camera, but you might notice it's a bit rough across the front there. That's because this bit actually extends out. And obviously if this bit is extending out, it's going to come into contact with this bit and they're not going to fit. So basically you've got two options. You can do what I did, where I just cut the extra bit off, which it was a bit tough, so be careful. There's definitely risk of slipping and slicing your finger off. So be careful cutting that bit out. Or what you can do is actually take this bit here, and rather than gluing it into the hull, which is what the instructions tell you to do, you instead attach it to the Bane blade, the bit that slides in. And so basically you get an extra long bit here which can slide in. You get an extra long bit on the turret mounted bit which can slide in. And there you find. So you've got two. That's the only catch. That's the only catch you need to do. But if you do what I've done, as you can see here, well, that gets you basically that gets you 7 of the 8 variants. The only one you don't get is the Stormlord, because obviously the Storm, you know, if I have a long barrel like this, that represents the Shadow Sword and the Bane Sword. If I take the barrel out, that represents the Doom Hammer and the Bane Hammer. And probably one other one that I'm forgetting right now. And the Storm Sword. If I get the but if I have the turret one sliding in, that represents the Bane Blade or the Hellhammer. But obviously the Storm Lord has a different bit that goes on here. So that's what you'd need. If you wanted a Storm Lord and all the different variants, you would need, that's where the magnets come in. Because all of what I've done doesn't require magnets. But I would need magnets if I wanted to be able to swap between this and the Storm Lord. Yeah. So yeah, that's, I hope that makes sense, mate. But basically, long story short, go on YouTube, find an Octoblade guide that you like the look of, follow it, and you'll be all right. There you are. Jimmy Squid, thank you for the 2-month member flex, mate. Thank you for doing your part. Finish my Scions. Updates in stream discussion. Nice. Let's have a look, man. Finished all 10 of my Scions. Only had the rattlings left of the Vow. And I'm also taking some time to work on my game board project too. So we'll see when I get those done. We'll send update pics soon once I get more done. Nice. Dude, loving it, man. I love the classic blue and sort of gold trim of the Scions. Blue and silver trim. That's cool as fuck, man. They've come out really nicely. They've come out really, really nicely. I like it. I like it. And mate, looking forward to seeing that game board, man. Tight. Nice. Super Cuba 3000. Thank you for the support, man. Thank you for the 29-month support. Double X Force, baby. Aegis tournament list where... Oh, I completely forgot about it. Mate, I've been out here raging against the man, raging against the machine. I've been out here like, there's no Aegis in Conflict 47. There's no Aegis, man, in Conflict 47. Fuck's sake. But, nah, man, I do need to do it. I just want to make it good, you know. The Aegis is a great example of everything wrong with modern GW. Why have they done it the way they've done it? And why, after 2 years, haven't they fixed it? It's so simple to fix. Why haven't they fixed it? Nah. Anyway, I won't get too salty. Cosmic Drew. Thank you for super chat, man. You hate Graves and his lads. You can fuck yourself, sir. I don't hate Graves and his lads. I love Graves and his lads. They're all fucking painted up, Cosmic. They're all painted up. I love Graves and his lads. I just don't like Gaunt's Ghosts and the data sheet. I like Graves. I like the Graves Keepers. It's cool as fuck, mate. I love that shit. But I don't like Gaunt's Ghosts. Controversial. But yeah. Lyson K, thank you for the super chat, man. Thank you for the Giga Chat. Hello, sir. Bit off topic. Greenhorse first tournament experience. Stream discussion. A bit long, but would be an honor to share it with you in the chat, dude. We're very much. It's very much on topic. We're talking competitive guard today, so it's very much on topic. So let's take a look. Hello, sir. I had my first tournament at the local game store last Saturday. I know for a lot of people here, what I experienced must be nothing new, but as Mordian Glory channel is how I was able to get confidence to try out the game, I wanted to share it with you guys. Dude, we are loving it. I speak for everyone here now when I say that there's nothing that we enjoy more than watching someone take their first steps in this hobby, whether it be their hobby steps or whether it be their tournament steps, whatever it may be. This is the best shit. This is the best bit, man. They graciously allowed unpaid dummies. Get the fuck out of here. What the fuck? What the fuck are you? Get the fuck off of my obstacle. Get the fuck down off of my obstacle. I will make you paint your army, Lyson K, if it short takes every conscript on Katachan. Oh, man. Oh, man. Right. I'm very new. I wasn't hoping for any wins. My goal was to not go overtime and finish all 5 rounds, which I failed in the first game, lol. First game was against Eldar. He utilized warp spiders and fire dragons. 24-inch movement. So your first game was against Eldar, and you faced warp spiders and fire dragons. Oh my god. Oh my fucking god. See, this is slight divergence here, Lyson K. This is a slight issue with new players playing the tournament scene at this point, because we're in late stage competitive 10th edition. So again, that's okay. I'm not putting you off here. Please keep going to tournaments. This is more of a general observation. When you go to a tournament at the beginning of the edition, nobody knows what the fuck they're doing. Everyone's just throwing shit at the wall, so everyone's just having fun. And most games you're going to play are going to be against lists that aren't optimized or efficient in any way, shape, or form. But as the edition goes on, more and more lists get more and more efficient. And also, players that were originally casual, they end up hardening up and being lethal. And those people that don't want to get lethal end up just dropping out the tournament scene. They keep playing, but they just play in the casual scene. So what that happens by the time you get 2 years into edition is everyone is running the best list and best shit they possibly can do. It's fucking mental. Yeah, it's fucking mental, man. First game against Eldar and Warp Spiders and Fire Dragons. Wow. 24-inch movement of the spiders was scary, but I was more shocked at how much damage those long melter guns can do. They were easy to kill, but my rolls were not helping me. This game, we barely finished the first turn of the third round. I was too slow, but my opponent was also not used to the army, as it was his first time playing the Eldar. But second and third game, I was able to play all 5 rounds, though that might be due to the fact my units being killed, so I had not much left to steer. Second game was against Chaos Knights. Oh, man. Oh, man, stop. He's already dead. Oh, man. This is like when you walk into the shed and you step on a rake and it blats you in the face. And then you turn round and you step on another rake and that also blats you in the face. Fucking hell, fire. It's like, all right, we've had one nut tenderized, but we're all right. We've still got one left. And then the next nut gets tenderized. Fucking hell, fire. Those Gatling guns, the 2 nights were scary, the amount of shots it does and the damage. One of my Russes got popped the first turn and I couldn't even get one shot out. But I got to pop his big Lancer with my Vanquisher with 12 damage shot, which was awesome. Yes! It's Vankin time, baby. It's Vankin time. Also, my lone commissar came from reserve for secondary and was targeted by indirect fire from 3 small knights throughout the last 2 rounds, yet still survived to the end. The Emperor truly protects. Indeed, he does, guardsman. My faith is my shield. Last game was against Custodes. He was very nice and explained how many stuffs his guys can do, which is astonishing. One of his characters was a strength 12 melee weapon, which popped everything in his way. I was getting wiped out, but my tanks were able to do some damage. We had some back and forth, but in the end, I lost with 70 to 74, which I'm on happy with. That's very, very nice. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Not bad. In the end, my knees and back hurt like hell, but it was very fun and I learned a lot. One of the hardest parts was deployment. I tried to put my infantry front and tank back, but I parked some of my tanks constantly. I also kept forgetting my own abilities, but at the last game I was able to memorize my stats without character sheet, which was cool. Moving around 20 plus men infantry was really annoying because of the sheer volume. Now I see why moving trade might be nice to have. Also, when I started to learn the rules, I was worried Guard might not have been the best beginner army because of all the units. But looking at all the shenanigans and abilities of other armies, I feel Guard units are actually easier to learn, though admittedly I have no clue of synergy and combos. You're absolutely right, mate. You're absolutely right. I said this before. I did a video about this recently. Honest Warhammer versus, for lack of a better term, dishonest Warhammer. You know, Guard just... You never need to worry about shenanigans with Guard unless you're playing Recon Detachment. And then there's loads of shenanigans. But if you're not playing... If you literally... Guard units just do what they say on the tin. That tank's going to do damage. That infantry's going to do objective play. Yeah. Just does what it says on the tin. Yeah. I think you're absolutely right. Guard is it's very easy. You know, you just put officers and units, march forward, everyone dies. Great job. My next goal is to properly battle ready my army for the next possible tournament. Thank you for reading this long-ass message. Dude, it's my pleasure. And let me just tell you, man, running from Eldar to Chaos Knights to fucking Custodes, you literally had one of the hardest runs I can ever imagine anyone having at their first tournament. Lyson K, I want to say, genuinely, mate, well done for coming away with your chin up, and you definitely get the moral high ground, mate. You definitely get that, 100%. P.S. I have a question, Mordian. How the hell do you remember everything for the battle report videos? I only played 3 games, and I can barely remember anything, and you can retell the whole 5 games with each step. Do you, like, take notes in between phases or something? Nah, man. Just in me brain. The truth is, right, it comes down to experience. There's no way I could do, I just played a lot of games. So, and the truth is I don't try and remember every last nitty gritty detail. I remember the broad brush. Yeah, as Ibram Gordon says, the key is autism. I take pictures. The pictures help. But honestly, like, I don't know what it is. I have the kind of brain where sometimes I can just get something instantly, and sometimes I will never get it. Anything to do with computers and anything to do with, like, Warhammer, I can just kind of just get it. After it just very easily soaks into my brain. But there's a lot of things where I can just, like, a good example of this is I could never, ever do chemistry at school. Ever. I did chemistry for 6 years and I basically failed every exam. Just like fucking running through fucking walls. And I just, it got to my final year of secondary school when I got to choose between I could choose to continue some subjects, or I could specialize and drop some. And because I went from AS level to A level. And I was like, why the fuck am I still doing chemistry? I have literally failed every single exam I've ever taken for this over fucking 6 years. And let me tell you, it is not through lack of trying. And big shout out to Mordy Dad. Mordy Dad used to sit down with me pretty much every single week and would try and help me with chemistry, because my dad has a physics and geology degree. So my dad's very smart. And he used to sit down and help me, and literally, no matter how, and he's very, very patient, and he's a good dad, and no matter how much he sat down with me, it would go in at the time, and then the moment I got up and walked away from the table to have dinner or go to bed or whatever it might be, it would just leak out, and I couldn't remember it. And just no matter what my teachers did, I just never ever fucking got it. So, but then I got things where someone can show me like one thing once on a PC and I just get it. Or they don't even show me, I just go, oh yeah, this is quite intuitive, and I'll just figure it out. So yeah, it's weird, it's interesting. And we're not talking like good UIs, we're talking bad UIs. So yeah, it's the same with Warhammer. Like, I don't know what it is. I can just remember what happens in most games. Yeah. I just happened. Like, the after action report from this that I did this weekend with the old world. That I went to that tournament like a month ago, and I could still remember what happened in the games a month later. Yeah. Hey, Jenny Bratz, you can't be that bad at chemistry. You and Mrs. Mordian got together. Nah. I think I just endeared her with how fucking stupid I was. Anyway, so yeah, I don't know. I can just remember. I guess practice, and I don't remember every last little thing that happened, but I do remember the broad strokes, and the pictures help a lot. Yeah. But let's have a look. Hey, I like the army though. We got Dawn. Hey, it's a good army. Couple of platoons. Yeah. Nice. Yeah, fucking hell. That's a beautiful night. Well, your deployment's pretty solid. I don't see any major fuck-ups deployment-wise. Honestly, your deployment is relatively solid. No major issues. That...
Reporting for duty, sir.
You are a brave, beautiful bastard. But I'm going to tell you right now, I know exactly how that went down. I'm going to go out on a fucking limb and say that despite a perfectly executed outflanking reinforcements maneuver, none of those guardsmen made it out of there alive. So yeah, Lyson K, dude, fantastic effort on your first games, man. Your deployment looks pretty solid to me. No major things standing out. Just, nothing, no crippling mistakes. Your deployment will get just slightly better and more efficient every time you play, just with more practice. You've not left anything out that's likely to just get like blasted, using cover and stuff. So great. So yeah, your deployment seems pretty solid. It'll just get tighter and more efficient as, experience comes. The fact that you're able to get close to a win in your last game is fantastic. And honestly, I think you just played 3 very, very hard games. And the fact that you came away from that with good vibes and good feelings is very admirable and is exactly the right thing to do. In my opinion, you won your first tournament, because the whole point of your first tournament is to be like the mighty sponge, be absorbent, and learn stuff. There you go. Yeah. There we go. That's exactly what you did. All right. Shout out to Josh MC. Josh MC, thank you for the 34-month member flex. Double X-Force, baby! Yes! Josh, amazing, man. I'm a bit confused about some of the point choices. What, you mean with the guard nerfs? I mean, it's quite easy to explain. Rogel Dawns went up because everyone was wanking off Rogel Dawns. So GW was like, well, they're obviously the better ones, so we'll put those up. Everyone's been moaning about Gaunt's Ghosts. Everyone's been moaning about Engineers being too expensive, basically butchered on release. So they gave them a little points cut to try and make people feel better. And then Gaunt's Ghosts versus Calidus is a big debate. So basically, it turns out they're pretty equals pequals. So they should be equals pequals points. And so GW in a fit of mercy decided to lower Gaunt's Ghost points rather than put up the Calidus points. That's basically it. Now, Super Heavy's getting cheaper. This is where the big picture comes in, but we'll get to that in just a moment. M_Y. Thank you so much for the 19-month Bummerflex X-Force, baby! Almost done with my third all-metal Kazakin squad. Fuck me, man. Coming in here flexing like a motherfucker. Flex. He's like, oh yeah, I just casually got 3 squads of metal Kazakin. So jealous. So jealous. Big shout out to Degas. Degas, thank you for becoming a channel member. Thank you for joining his Imperial Guard, the Emperor's True Fires, and thank you for doing your part. Shout out to Brett and Forever Zero for subscribing on YouTube. Thank you, boys, for getting us closer to our subscription goal. Don't forget, guys, if you've not already done so, please go ahead and like the stream, subscribe, and all that kind of good stuff. I know it's wanky asking, but it really does help. And every time I ask, we get a few more likes, we get a few more subs, so might as well fucking do it. But thank you to all of you guys that have done so already as well. And a big shout out to the Lower Decks. Lower Decks, thank you for Super Chat, man. Operation Gooch is a go. Fucking hell. Let's have a look. Sir, the plan proceeds apace. The crew is assembled. The fact that the bank, Bourbon, and Bourbon Trust is fronted by rivals was sweet irony. The crew were in, moving quickly to control the staff and cut off the silent alarms. Resistance was expected and took down some of the crew members as security was seeded in strange and unexpected ways. I thought the staff would be armed, but to wire the vault with an electrical trap, diabolical. Got that scene from Resident Evil 1 on my head now with the laser wall thing. The alarm suppressed, the crew loaded the take into the escape van. At this point, greed seems to have taken over as surviving crew members took to shooting each other, leaving one clever crook to drive off to the drop-off with the full take. How Dark Knight. Yes. Or at least that's what I thought would happen. You see, sir, I was never there. I hired those scum from the lowest and most desperate criminals in Golden Peaches. As soon as the van is clear, my men hijack it, empty it out, and pay the driver with a surprise Lasball. The money is secure and already being distributed to select locations around the city. What locations, sir? Oh, I think you will find we have made select deposits at bourbon warehouses and businesses that we have also leaked back to the cold tray. Lay hands on me. Kidnap me, you best be prepared to deal with my gooch. In this case, Lady Charlotte Celine Bourbon. So you've taken the money from the bank and then you've hidden it in different locations of the rivals so that it looks like they did it. You diabolical son of a bitch. You are the most devious bastard in New York City. It's a double cross. I love it. How interesting. All right. 30 seconds, guys. Quick refill, and then we'll get back into the points. In fact, to prove my bona fides, let us put the points on screen. So that way you guys know that's where we're going to next. And then we need to talk Leontus. This is a great name for a jazz band. We need to talk Leontus and the Super Heavies. That's a great name for a band. I'm back. Thank you for your patience. The viewer count always goes up when I'm off camera. I don't take it personally, but I cannot deny that trend. All right. Okie croaky. Right ho. You had to take people's shoes. Why didn't they have their own shoes? Why did you have their shoes, Spriggs? You know what, I don't want to know. It puts the lotion in the skin unless it gets the hose again. No, what's it? It puts the lotion on the skin or else it gets the hose again. Put the lotion in the fucking basket! Right. Jesus Christ. I'm honestly... Ugh. There we go. Sick. Right, so... Let us talk a while on the topic of super heavies. Firstly, Lord Solar Leontus has gone down by 20 points. That's very nice. That's very nice. I feel like the only reason he didn't go back to 125 points is because Games Workshop doesn't want to admit that they were wrong putting his points up in the first place. So they were like, well, if we put it back to 125, everyone will know that we were wrong to put it to 150. So we'll walk it back the absolute maximum that we can do without admitting we were wrong. Boom. Now that's the so but hey. I'm not gonna look a gift horse in the mouth. Lord Solar going down to 130 points makes him eminently fieldable. Eminently fieldable. However, I'm not sure he is quite back to being an auto-include. I mean, he is if you're going to be taking super heavies, but I'm not sure he's quite back to being an auto-include just yet, because you have to remember that it's not just him that went up. All the fucking 10-man squads went up as well. So the Supreme Command Blob used to come in at 240 points, and it's still going to come in at 260. So it's still 20 points above where it was. Because, you know, the Catachans used to be 55 points, and then you used to get a Platoon Command Squad, which was 65 points. And then the Lord Solar was 120 points or something like that. I'm not sure exactly what the points were, but the thing is, it used to come in at 240. So, hey, it's better because, you know, it was this thing was costing us 280 points, which is just ridiculous, frankly. But he's still a little bit more expensive than he was. Now, the thing is, it's not just the Lord Solar which has come down in points. But well, actually, before we get onto the topic of super heavies, does Lord Solar Leontus make it back into a list without super heavies? Hammer of the Emperor, I'm going to say probably. Combined arms, I'm going to say probably not. The reason is, in combined arms, I'm probably taking... So firstly, combined arms is not an overly CP intensive detachment. A lot of the command points are ones that are nice, and you can build like you can build a few combos around things like Fields of Fire, But like generally, it's like they're tools in the toolbox that you activate as and when. And you know, sometimes you'll need smoke, sometimes you'll need grenades, sometimes you'll need tank shock, sometimes you'll need fields of fire, sometimes you'll need the one that lets you order in the opponent's turn, stuff like that. So LA, it's all on Warhammer Community. It's all on Warhammer Community on the first page. So Combined Arms doesn't really need him for his command point stuff. And then you get to the kind of list that you will tip. There's two main lists. There's two main lists for Combined Arms. There's Hybrid Guard and there is Mech Guard. Hybrid Guard and Mech Guard are very similar. Basically, you've got 5 squads of Leman Russ. You've got 5 Leman Russes and then a bunch of infantry. Sometimes they're inside Chimeras, sometimes they're inside big blobs. But that's basically it. And it's like, do I need Leontus for either one of those lists? No. The tank commanders have got my tanks covered, especially with Grand Strategist. And the infantry platoons are just ordering themselves. You know, I can take, you know, if I need a shitload of orders, I'll still take Creed. If I'm running 4 blobs of infantry, I'll take Creed, because Creed plus command squad equals 4 orders. That's 80 infantry sorted. So I don't think that he's needed in what I would call an everyday list. So I don't think Leontus is back to where he was. Okay? I don't think Leontus is back to where he was. There's too many other things that have gone up in points, and there's too many other the reason
Forward, you dogs, to victory!
And the reason that why was Lord Solar Leontus like an auto include throughout the whole beginning of 10th edition? It was basically because of things like reinforcements. When you think about it, because you could use reinforcements every single turn, multiple times a turn sometimes, and you just needed as much CP as you could get. So you were just like bang, 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 just like reinforcing those blobs constantly. Now that it's only once per game, it's in a Combined Arms list, he's way less needed. I just want to take a moment now and just say how fucking, you know what? It's all gone squiffy since reinforcements got nerfed. Just take a moment, guys, and think back to those heady days, the first 18 months of 10th edition. How good did we have it? Just think about, like, I'm not even getting sad. I'm not being salty in any way, shape, or form. I'm remembering the good times. Oh man, how good did we have it? Half of our, Hellhounds were like 115 points. We had unlimited reinforcements. Heavy weapon teams were like 50 points each. Do you remember that? Heavy weapons being 50 points for like all those mortars. We had mortar pits. Basilisks. Basilisks could hit on fucking 3s indirect. They could hit on 2s indirect at one point, but then they made it 3s. Ah, great heady times. Those were heady days, boys. Those were heady days. Endless reinforcements, accurate indirect fire, cheap tanks. Chimeras were only 75 points. Think about this. Chimeras were 75 points and Catachans were 55 points. And it was just like 130 points for a Met Guard squad. Ooh. Suit you, sir. Suit you, sir. Oh, man. Oh, man. Great times, boys. Great times. No, I tell you what. No one can ever accuse guard players of being inflexible. Let us all wank ourselves off for a moment and pat ourselves on the back. We have, and I'm not saying we've done this more than anybody else. I'm not saying we're the best at this, but no one can accuse guard players of being inflexible. We have pivoted and pivoted and pivoted. Pivot! We have improvised, adapted, and overcome to so many changes. Every time GW has nerfed us, we have gone back into the beat lab, come up with a new war plan, and gone back out there again and again. Literally, we must have done it 10 times, if not more, a dozen times. And you know what? No matter how much they've taken away from us, no matter how much we've been forced to pivot, we have always maintained a very, very respectable win rate. We've never really dropped below 40%, and we've never really risen much above 50%. Occasionally, but we've just been a solid 42 to 45% win. We've been in the Goldilocks zone the entire time, baby. We've been in the Goldilocks zone the entire fucking time. And happy, and we're happy with it. Yeah. We pivoted so hard. We pivoted into square base. Yeah, true. Yeah. Oh, man. Crazy times, boys. But you know what? We always improvise, adapt, overcome. We always try our best. Yeah. We always put our best foot forward. So yeah. I'm not saying we're the only faction, by the way. I'm sure many of the factions deserve it. But, I think there have been examples when other factions have bleated like sheep and have complained and bitched and moaned and whined and then just got a fix rather than improvise, rather than doing the hard work. They've gone crying to Daddy GW to let them suck on the fetid nipple, So we're not the only faction which has done a lot of pivoting, but there are some factions which could have done with learning how to fucking improvise, adapt, and overcome. I'm just saying. I'm throwing it out there. I'm saying mad shit. All right. Let's have a look. So, Leontus is probably not back in a general way, but he is absolutely fucking back in a very specific way, and that specific way is, of course, super heavies. So I don't know which one of you motherfuckers snuck into GWHQ and filleted Josh Roberts, but somebody gave him some sloppy toppy. And every single guard super heavy came down by 30 points. Plus Leontus came down by 20 points. Which means if you were taking a super heavy Leontus combo already, which many people were, your list just went down 50 fucking points. That's fucking cool. That's enough of a change to make a lot of people that's enough of a change for enough people to probably consider putting a super heavy in the list now. The big question is which super heavy? Okay, that's the big question. Now, there is going to be, understandably, a natural inclination to go for the cheapest one now and like double up, as it were. You can now get a Shadow Sword for 410 points. Now, I'm not gonna lie, the Shadow Sword was already very fun at 440 points. 410 points is a fucking steal. It is a steal. Wowzers, trousers. Oh my god. Yeah, it is a steal. But I think I'm kind of tempted by the Doomhammer. And look, you guys know I'm not a big Doomhammer fan, but there is a weird niche subcult within the Guard community, which is the cult of the Doomhammer. And I don't know what it is, but without fail, every few months, someone will join the community, or someone who's part of the community will go, Mordian, I've decided I'm running a Doomhammer at a tournament, and I'm going to do all these things. It's going to be amazing, and it's really, really good, and you should try it out. And I'm like, yeah, okay, sure. Go and play it, and then come back and tell me if you think it's good. And they go into the tournament thinking the Doomhammer is literally the second coming of Christ, and they come out and go, fucking hell, Mordian, why did you have to be right? But the thing is, it's now 415 points, you know. And if we, you know, go and find ourselves a Doomhammer, which shouldn't be near the back, right? That's the Banehammer, isn't it? Yeah. It's not a bad vehicle for 415 points. So obviously it's got the great defensive. I mean, and also you've got to stack this thing up against knights now, because obviously a lot of Imperial knights have got more wounds, but they've only got a 3-up save, and they're only toughness 11 now. Fucking pussies. Or is it toughness 10? A basic knight's T10 now, and war dogs are T9. I feel like that's the case. Maybe they're T11. I'm not sure. But the point is, T11 are they? Okay. The point is that it still means that the Doomhammer, and by extension most Guard super heavies, are probably now the toughest super heavies in the game. Because yeah, you know, point for point. Because yeah, you've got things like Stompers, but they're like 800 fucking points, something mental, aren't they? Whereas, you know, most Imperial Knights, I think, I mean, if we go back to the points here for a second, I think they have had some nerfs. Let's have a look. Death Guard, Genestealer Cult, Imperial Agents, Imperial Knights. So if we look at some of the big knights, they're all rocking around, you know, some of them are 495, 395. Or I suppose they are a little bit cheaper. Oh, the new Knight Defenders are 425 points. So yeah, most big knights are rocking around the 400 points. Some of them are much cheaper than that, but most big knights are rocking, and you know, the ones that everyone's wanking themselves off over, they're about 400, and they're over 400 points. So, you know, a Guard Super Heavy is going to have a better armor save, better toughness, and is going to also have like an invulnerable save when you think about it, when you've got a Tech Priest Engine Sin knocking about. So, yeah, I'm kind of not against it at all. And then, you know, I think most Guard Super Heavies are going to outshoot most Imperial Knights. But the thing is that Knights are self-contained. Before you think, oh, well, they need to go back up in points. The thing is, the problem with Guard Super Heavies is thusly. So I still think Knights are better overall. I think on pure firepower, I suspect probably Guard Super Heavies are better. But the thing with most Knights is it's not even about the number of wounds, is they're self-contained. Whereas Super Heavies still need something like Leontus to to really hit the way they need to hit. And the other thing is that knights can go over terrain, whereas Doomhammers can only do that. Well, super heavies for the guard can only do that if they are in Hammer of the Emperor. So it's not even it, and that I think does give knights a big edge. But hey, you know, something like the Doomhammer is certainly, if not winning the race against knights, it's still certainly in contention. It's not too far behind. So the thing with the Doomhammer is it's only got a 24-inch range, Melter 6, but if you shoot a monster or a vehicle, it always counts as being in Melter range. So in essence, and also taking into account that strength 12, you know, pretty much everything you're going to come across is going to be T11 or lower. These days, there's very few things which are T12 and higher. In many ways, you could consider the Doomhammer to now basically be armed with a multi-shot Vanquisher cannon. Not always. You know, sometimes you'll come across T12, right? Of course. But for the vast majority of targets that the Doomhammer is going to shoot at, it's basically a multi-shot Vanquisher cannon because it's got the same AP. It's got D6 plus 6 damage when in range. But instead of firing one shot, it fires D6 plus 3 shots. Obviously, 24-inch range is a bit of a pisser, but, you know, I'm sure to this crowd, I don't need to hype up the idea of a pseudo multi-shot Vanquisher cannon. Yeah. So it's quite interesting at the Doomhammer at 415 points. I mean, you can take 3 of them and it's 1,245 points. Even with the Leontus, I don't think you take 3 of them, though. I don't think you take 3. I think the idea of a competitive guard super heavy list is there, but I think it's double. It's double doozies. The question is, do you take this with the Shadow Sword? Which is the other way. Sorry. So the Shadow Sword is cheaper by 5 points, and it does a flat 12 damage. It's AP minus 5. It can do dev wounds against monsters and vehicles. Admittedly, that's only on 6. But it only fires an average of 3 shots, whereas the Doomhammer fires an average of 7 shots. So I'm not sure which one is better out of the Shadow Sword and out the Shadow Sword and out the Doomhammer. But I think at 410 points and 415 points respectively, I think that both have merit. However, and I can see a lot of people, I can see people screaming at me in chat, Bainsword, Bainsword, Bainsword. Well, here's the thing, right? There's 2 ways of looking at this. The first way of looking at this is, oh, now I can get super heavies really cheap. The other way of looking at this, and this is probably the better way of looking at it. This is probably the more professional way of looking at it. But I'm a yield guy, so I always look at the cheap stuff first. But the second way of looking at it is the super heavies that were already the best choice just got cheaper. And that is the Bane Sword and the Storm Sword. So the Storm Sword, I think, arguably, was the best guard super heavy. It was expensive at 480 points. Or was it even more than that? Let's remind ourselves. Yeah, it was... oh, no, that's the Bane Sword, Storm Sword. It was 495 points. But its points cost was literally the only thing that was bad about it. Everything else was good about it. It had the best main gun. D6 plus 6 shots with blast, with ignored cover, with ballistic skill 3+ when being told to take aim. Strength 16 means it wins everything on the game, however you want it to. AP -4, D6 plus 2 damage means on average it does 5 to 6 damage per shot. Yeah. So the Storm Sword was arguably the best variant, and it's just got 30 points cheaper. But I think we have to look at the Bane Sword. I think we have to look at the Bane Sword, and I think we have to consider the big picture with the Bane Sword here. So the big difference is that the Bane Sword has now gone down, I believe, to 450 points, which when you think about it, that's basically the same cost that the Shadow Sword used to be. So if you're someone that was taking loads of Shadow Swords, you might as well just find 10 points somewhere and upgrade to a new Bane Sword price, right? That's the way of looking at it. Now, the Bane Sword is really, really interesting. So it's the same strength, AP, number of shots, blast, ignores, cover as the Storm Sword. So it's basically the same. The only difference is that it's a flat 4 damage. So whereas the Storm Sword was D6 plus 2, so it did an average of 5 to 6 damage, and a third of the time, on a 1 or a 2, you were basically doing the same damage as a Bane Sword, but most time you were doing more. That's why you paid more points for it. The other thing is that the Storm Sword did used to have the concussive wave ability, which meant that you could, each time, I think you just had to hit someone with it. It was something mental. Yeah. So you just roll, you hit an enemy, you hit the unit, and then the unit itself and every other unit within 3 inches get on a 5+6 D3 mortal wounds, which is quite nice, especially when you've got death blobs where everyone's grouped up together. But I think going into the new meta, I think the Bane Sword's the way to go. And it's cheaper. So I think it's 15 points cheaper, which is a bonus. But I think flat damage 4 is very good. As Swordsman Smith, our resident Chaos Ambassador, has pointed out, it's flat 4. It can still kill tanks, but Death Shroud Terminators, Thunder, Cav, etc. are all 4 wounds. So it's very good at It's very good at splatting elite infantry. It's got the volume to splat elite infantry. But the big thing is it can still kill vehicles. And when it does kill a vehicle, it causes deadly demise on a 3+ instead of a 6. Not even a vehicle. Anything that has deadly demise goes up on a 3+. Which normally is a niche ability. But we are on the cusp of... we are really... 10th edition has always been a vehicle and monster meta. But we are abso-fucking-lutely about to enter a super heavy meta. Look at Knights. Imperial Knights, even with some of the nerfs they've had, are still phenomenally powerful. And another thing to bear in mind is Dark Elder are coming out soon. Now, you might think, hey, it's a bit overkill using a Bane Sword to kill Dark Elder. But remember, Dark Elder's anti-tank is basically Darklands spam. Of course, that might change with the Codex. But, Darklands do struggle a little bit against Bane Swords. Traditionally, again, this could all change. But the big thing about Dark Elder is they're typically a very vehicle-heavy army. Whether it's Taloses, which do blow up, I believe. Again, that could change. Or it's Raiders, or it's Venoms, or whatever. They're a very vehicle-heavy army. The Dark Fleet. So you've got Knights incoming, which are very obviously vehicle-heavy. You've got Dark Elder coming in, which are obviously very vehicle-heavy. Doesn't bother. We're going to ignore Haywire then? We're not going to ignore Haywire. But Haywire is very short-ranged. I have genuinely just stayed out of Haywire range. So no, we're not going to ignore Haywire, but we're going to take into account that Haywire is short-ranged, and you'll typically get the first hit against it. Something like a Talos. I'll just tell you now, if a squad or 2 Talos wants to get into a fight with the Bane Sword, I know which one's probably going to come out the other side, the better off. Talos aren't as tough as they used to be. I've still got was it 8th edition or... I think it was 8th edition Talos in my head, where they just wander across the map unkillable. But they're actually really, really handleable now. Again, that could change with the Codex, but generally speaking, they're much more handleable. So yeah, I think this is the new one. I think this is the new go-to super heavy. Dispose more. Affair is more thinking about move, shoot, scourges. They're very short-ranged scourges, haywire scourges. I believe they're like 12 or 18-inch range. They're very short-ranged. They might even have the 24-inch range. They're very short-ranged, and typically if they've guard doesn't really struggle with it because you know what you do. The 24, fine. It's 24-inch range is not long enough range. If you're getting into a firefight with guard, 24-inch range is not long enough, even on dense boards. It's a good point though. Just Apollos, good point raising it. But you don't worry about it because you just you just have indirect fire. This is people like to tell me that that indirect fire is dead, but indirect fire is never dead. Indirect fire is still a phenomenally useful tool. No matter how much it's nerfed, it's still phenomenally useful. I've proven this time and time again, and I will continue to bang on about it. You will still need, what's the solution to Scourge's jump, shoot, jumping? The indirect fire you should have been taking anyway. Yeah. So, and also, as Source and Smith 87 said, remember Deadly Demise going off from the Elf lines will decimate their ranks. It's a great point. They've all only got one wound, so even if that Venom goes up, it's going to take 2 or 3 people with it if there's a few squads around it. Yeah. So I think the Bane Sword, we are entering. So there's some very clearly defined epochs in 10th edition. The first epoch was definitely, the first, let's say we're in, this is the third epoch we're entering. The third major meta shift that we're entering. We're not going to include mad shit like Eldar at the beginning. And we're not talking about specific factions. We're talking broad brush 3 epochs, 3 general metas that we were in. For the first general meta, which sort of dominated the first 18 months, was vehicles and monsters. It was a vehicle and monster meta, and there was no doubt about that. Now, for the last 9 months or so, basically end of 2024 up until this point in 2025, we have been in an elite infantry meta. I'm sure much of that is going to be with like the factions that have been released, but we've been in an elite infantry meta. I think beyond a shadow of a doubt now, we are going to be entering a super heavy meta. It'll be a vehicle and monster meta again, but I think it's going to be different to the original vehicle and monster heavy meta. I think this is going to be a meta defined by the proclivity of super heavies. Yeah. And I think if anyone is wondering why has guard super heavies gone down, it's because GW pulls the strings. And one of the things, GW defines these metas by points and rules and releases. And you're always going to have factions which are going to be, anti-meta. Dark Elder players might be thinking, well, we haven't got any super heavies. You're kind of like the anti-meta guys. But I think we're in a super heavy meta because the moment knights become broken, you will see them at every tournament because they're a really, really common competitive army. Most people are not knight mains. Okay? That most people who play knights have knights, but they don't only have knights. Most people are, how to put this, fair weather knight players. And so when knights are good, whether individually as allies or en masse as a standalone army, they just take them off the shelf and they use them. And the moment that they start getting diddled by nerfs and stuff, they just put them back on the shelf and get a different army off. Knights are a perennial secondary faction. And that's okay. That's how they're designed to be because they're so one-dimensional in what they do. It makes sense that for a lot of people, knights are a secondary army. So yeah, what we're going to see is knights are incoming. For those of you who have not seen this, I've seen this many times. I've seen this many times. The moment knights are good, it's like Custodes. You know, Custodes are a lot of people's secondary competitive army. And the moment that they're good, they go onto the table. The moment they're bad, they go off the table. It's the same with knights. There's certain factions which are really defined by this. And I think we are in an era where we're going to have... I think the Chaos Knight Codex is out. I think it is. I'm having a bit of a brain fart moment, but I'm pretty certain Chaos Knights came out first. So Chaos Knights are out. Regular Knights are going to be out there. And then Guard are going to be out there with their super heavies. Now, those are three very, very common factions. Guard are an incredibly common faction. Think about it. When's the last time you went to a tournament of at least GT sized and didn't see a Guard army? When was the last time you were in a game group that didn't have a Guard player? I mean, even including yourself, you might be the Guard player, but every game group has a Guard player. And every tournament always has a few Guard players or many Guard players bumming about. And what's surprising is, despite the fact that Guard are quite a hoardy army, you find a lot of players, not tournament players, but just players in general. A lot of players end up having Guard as a secondary force. Because Guard are really cool. You know, it's like Guard are really, really cool. And at some point in your life, you watch a war movie and you want to be able to have an army, you know, that inspires you, and you want to have an army that is like that war movie. And the only faction that can really fucking do that for you is Guard. You know, at some point when you're doing your painting, your YouTube algorithm flicks you onto a World War I or World War II history video, or some kind of war history documentary, or at some point you're watching a war movie, or you're watching a sci-fi movie, whatever it may be, or, you know, or some, you know, this isn't just me. This is going to happen to all of us. You know, YouTube algorithm goes, oh, Warhammer. War, right? Fuck it, you're like this kind of thing, and it flicks you onto it, and before you know it, you're like, fucking hell, I really wish I could recreate the Coldstream Guards. Or I really wish I could recreate this. Oh well, you know what I can do? I'm going to get a Guard army. So you know, everyone gets a Guard army at some point, and so Guard are really, really, really common. That's why when you saw the Guard Codex drop at the beginning of this year, Guard numbers skyrocketed everywhere, and a lot of those people were people that were just. A lot of people bought Guard because a lot of people have waited for plastic Kriegers. But I think a lot of people would also recognize that there were a lot of fully painted Guard armies that suddenly came out overnight. Because a lot of people have Guard, because Guard are cool. And they've been around, you've got to remember, a lot of factions which have been around a long time. Because you've got a lot of new factions, like Votan and Emperor Shield and stuff like that. But a lot of factions which have been around for a long time, like Marines and Eldar and Guard, have been around basically since day one of Warhammer. A lot of people have got those armies. A lot of people have got them. There's a lot of depth to the community, where some communities are just right now forming and finding their footing, which is great. You know, we're not lambasting them. There's a deep reserve of Guard players that can be recalled to active duty at a moment's notice. Which is why a lot of those players still like Warhammer, and the moment they can dust off their beloved Guard, they will do. So I think that with Guard being a generally very popular army, and then you've got Imperial Knights, which are generally a very popular army when they're competitively viable, which they certainly fucking are, and then Chaos Knights, which have been amazingly popular throughout all of 10th edition, from War Dog spam to where we are now. Chaos Knights have been very, very popular. They were so popular at one point, I fucking gave up at a tournament. I couldn't face them another fucking game. You know? So I think we are in for a super heavy meta. And to make it clear, when I say super heavy meta, it doesn't mean that you are guaranteed to play against super heavies every game. What it means is you need to make sure your list, whatever faction you are, that your list is geared to deal with super heavies. Because if you go to a tournament and let's say, you know, you go 3 games in a row and you don't face super heavies, but you get to round 4 and you face a super heavy and you just don't have the equipment to deal with it, it beats you. Super heavies in general are a very sort of stat checky, gatekeepery kind of unit, because they're often not the most efficient thing you can take, but they're one of those things where they don't have to be efficient if your opponent just can't deal with it. It's something I've always said in bolt action as well. Everyone, chortles about heavy tanks and super heavy tanks, like Tigers and King Tigers not being viable. But if you don't have the tools to deal with one, then suddenly you're actually on the back foot. And it's very true in 40k as well. A Banesword isn't... If you can deal with a Banesword, it's not a problem. Not even slightly a problem. But if you can't, if you've just brought a bit of anti-tank and then you've got a load of like power swords and shit because you thought I'm going to be doing like melee, dealing with melee armies and stuff like that, you're going to be in trouble. You're going to be in trouble. So I think when I say we're entering a super heavy meta, it doesn't mean that everybody needs to have a super heavy. It means that everybody needs to be able to handle a super heavy. And so that's where I think we're getting into. Do you know what it is? It's a super heavy stat check meta. That's the meta we're going into. All right. And I think Guard are in a very good position for that meta. Because I think we're in a very good position for it, and I think that's why the points have come down. GW is defining this meta by saying it's time for the big tanks. It's time for the big tanks, boys. And let me tell you, let me say, they don't need to tell Guard players twice to bring big tanks, do we? Look at the reaction to this. And this is something I said at the beginning of the stream, but I want to say it again now quickly. And then I've got a few super chats I need to catch up on. But and there's more we need to talk about, by the way. We've just talked about Guard stuff, but we want to talk about other stuff as well. Look, I would not blame anyone if they thought that I had completely gone off 40k the last few weeks and months. I haven't. I kind of always live by this saying when it comes to my content, when it comes to Games Workshop, when it comes to Warhammer 40k. I'm always honest with you guys. I'll always tell you guys how I'm feeling. Whether for better or for worse, here I am. And also, whenever Games Workshop does anything bad, I will lambast them. And whenever Games Workshop does anything good, I will praise them. Now, that's all from my perspective. I'm sure there's going to be some factions which have been... I think Sword & Smith said that, Thousand Suns have been shat on. Well, that seems like a little bit of a shame. But what I will say is that the reason I've been so salty towards Games Workshop recently is because they have given me lots of reasons to lambast them. But look at this. Look how happy I am. I don't want to be salty. I don't want to be boring. I don't want to be fucking just shitting on them constantly. I want to be happy. I want to be cheerful. And, in the grand scheme of things, let's look at this. Let's look at this this balanced data slate for Guard. Has much changed? Probably not. Not if you want to run the most efficient stuff all the time. Probably not. But if you want to be able to pull your Baneblades out, have a bit of fun, and actually play a few vibes games and not be punished for doing it, it's the big thing I keep saying, not be punished for doing it, this is a great update. You can play fun games with fun models like your Baneblades and not be punished for doing so. And that's all I ever want from Warhammer 40k. I want to be able to run cool shit without feeling like I'm just fucking myself. And for the last, I would say since the Guard Codex dropped, especially the last 6 months, I would say it's felt like when playing Guard, you have to take all the best shit all the time, because the moment you don't, you get fucked. And I still think there's going to be an element to that. I still think infantry platoons die too easily. I still think that taking 5 Chimeras and 5 Leman Russes is just the go-to most efficient way of playing guard for the most, for the everyman on the street. There's going to be some weird niche shit that other people play and probably win tournaments with. But yeah, fuck that noise. For just, just being able to just turn up, play games and have confidence and be able to pilot. I still think, nothing's changed in that regard. But I think now, at least, there's another option. And that option is big tank go boom. And will it be, like, less efficient? Will it be less likely to win games? Yes. But is it so much less likely to win games that it's not worth doing? No. And that's the key. There's always going to be a best way to run things. We're always going to know what that best way to run things is going to be, by and large. But we want to be able to go, okay, yeah, I know that's the best way of running it. Fantastic, great. Always got the option if I need it. Always got it if I need it. But I'd like to run something a bit more memey. I'd like to run something with a bit more vibes to it, please. And that's been the issue. There's been only the good way, and the vibes way they've been too punishing. And I think that now, myself, and I know many people here, are really looking forward to getting the Baneblades and the other Super Heavies on the table. Even if they blow up after a couple of turns. Sure, fuck it, don't care. It's going to be great, because there's nothing like slapping a fucking Baneblade on the table and then just being like, it is the Baneblade, until your opponent's sick of it. But you'll never get sick of it. So there you go. Exactly. Let us choose the meme option, DW, and have the good option as a backup. Yeah, exactly, Matthias. Yeah. All right. We're going to do a few super chats, and then we're going to have a scroll through the rest of the points and the balanced data slate. Okay? This is the last stream of the week, and I don't really have anywhere to be tomorrow, so we can go a little bit later tonight. So don't worry. Plenty. We're not gonna rush anything. Of course, we're gonna take extra special time over the guard stuff, but we're not gonna rush anything. So feel free, guys. Whilst I'm doing these super chats, grab yourself a drink, grab yourself a snack. Lock in, and let's fucking see the week out right with a proper long stream covering all the nitty gritty detail for this balanced data slate. There we are. So I want to say a big thank you to Russell W. Russell W, thank you for the big super chat, man. Poor Warlord gives you advanced rules, army lists, and models for Conflict 47. And GW gives you points changes and hatred, and back on the cock you ride. I'm sucking on the decrepit nipple. I'm drinking down that curdled titty milk from GW. There you go. No, what, Russ W, how dare you, sir? How dare you? Look, I'm really, really excited for Conflict 47. I'm really, really excited for it. I'm really excited. And Warlord Games and we've been in some communications. I've got a meeting with them at some point. A proper meeting. But I make no bones about this. I will always make no bones about this. I love the guard. And whilst I love the guard, and anytime there's any good news for the guard, I am going to be running around like a kid who's had too much sugar. Very, very excited. Very, very excited. That's all I ever want. All I ever want is for the guard to be good, and for the guard to be fun, and for the guard to be right. That's all I want. And, and the problem is Games Workshop, they've just been fucking me. They've been fucking me. And you know what? At some point, I'm going to find someone else to make sweet, tender love to me. Nah, man. On a serious note, though, putting all the beams to one side, I think that Warlord Games and Conflict 47 really, really has potential. Proper potential. And I am very, very excited. I'm jonesing to play more games of Conflict 47. I'm absolutely jonesing for it. And I think that K47, I think looking at what's happened with Guard today has given me a reason to hope. But it is there is many, many, many more steps I think Games Workshop needs to do before they can really... Before games... The Guard will always have my heart. Always. But there are many steps GW needs to take to get my heart back. Right now, my heart is with the Guard, but not with Games Workshop. And I think that this is a step in the right direction, but we still have a long way to go. And sorry if that's a little, sorry that's not peppy enough, but I think that's where we're at. Yeah, Conflict 47. There's so many cool fucking rules. There's so much good lore coming out for that game, man. So much good lore. Yeah. I want to say a big thank you to Cosmic Drew. Thank you for the super chat, man. Yes, other factions like the flexibility of Tau. Tau are a very flexible faction. Tau are flexible. The Tau community, ironically, is not. Anthony Williams, thank you for the super chat, man. I got smacked by Guard artillery once. Magnificent. Yeah, it is. Honestly, it's sometimes 40k changes so often and so quickly that you're so focused on always looking forward that you forget to turn around and look back. And 10th edition alone has had so many changes. Looking back to just last year. It's like playing a different game. It's wild. I think we've had enough changes in 10th edition to be the equivalent of 2 editions normally. I think we've had as many... This might be quite a big thing to say, but I feel like we've had... You take everything into account. Rules, model availability, different metas, balance patches, all this kind of stuff. And I think, we're not just talking points and stuff. We're talking if you take every little bit into account, I think we've had more changes in 10th than probably 8th and 9th combined. Or the very way, an equal amount. And there's a lot of changes in 8th. And there were a lot of changes in 9th. But I think 10th edition has had the most changes. With a big, big, big part of that being the amount of models that have been lost. Too many. Too many data sheets and unit options have been lost. That is what 10th edition will be remembered for. It will. It will depend on what happens with 11th, which is less than a year away now, 10 months. They may even bring it. Who's the last faction to get the Codex? Is it Dark Elder? They must be almost the last. How many factions haven't got a Codex yet? Let me know, chat. But I think I wonder if 10th will be looked back on fondly. People look back on 8th fondly. It's a very mixed bag with 9th edition. I personally don't look back on it too fondly because the 9th edition Codex was so short-lived and 9th edition saw us lose conscripts and stuff. And 9th edition, there was just too many diabolical swings of the pendulum. It was either every faction was either utterly broken or utterly nerfed, and there was never ever any in between. If I had to pick between two editions, I look on 8th much more favorably than 9th. 10th, I don't think will be looked upon too favorably. I think it depends on your perspective. I know, do you know what? I'm going to add more nuance to it. I think it will be looked upon. There will be a great split. I think everyone who joined the game during 10th edition will look upon it favorably because they won't have had existing collections and they will have appreciated the great effort that was put into balance. So I think that will be a reason to look back on it fondly. But I think players who came even from 9th edition to 10th edition, but especially players that came from 8th edition to 10th edition, I think it'll be looked upon unfavorably by those people. But just because too much was lost over the course of time. Yeah. So I think there'll be a split, and I think that split will come down to your perspective and basically how much of your collection was invalidated. I want to say a big thank you to Odin. Thanks for subscribing on YouTube, mate. I want to say a big thank you to Cosmic Drew. Thank you for the super chat, bro. Banesword reigns supreme. I think you're right, Cosmic. I think the Banesword's the new go-to. The Storm Sword is very, very nice, but if we're going to be going back to a lot of vehicles, I think the Banesword reigns supreme. Absolutely, mate. The Warp Forge. Thank you so much, man. A new wargaming documentary has been made, and I found it very interesting in the similarities between 40k and this game currently. Put it in stream discussion. So a channel has just made a documentary on the rise and fall of War Machine hordes, and honestly I saw a lot of similarities in community attitude towards the game as the game's direction became more of a competitive game, minus the infamous page 5. You could swap gotcha moment terminology with stratagems, line of sight, etc. And it feels now like it's an almost perfect fit. The whole viable and trash debates, game pieces becoming more like chess pieces, etc. I'm surprised we haven't evolved into mouse pad terrain yet in current 40k. I mean, we are getting there. We are really getting there. A lot of this felt to me like history is slowly repeating itself again with 40k. I wonder if history will end up doing the same with current 40k. Thought it would be a fun topic to discuss as this used to be a titan in the market back then. I timestamped from 1400 to 1930, but I thoroughly recommend the entire documentary because interesting and entertaining watch. So Warforge, what we'll do is we'll circle back round to that towards the end of the stream because I don't want to just put like a big it'll be a 30-minute segment because obviously 15 minutes, then I've got to it's like a 15-minute segment and then it always takes double when you talk about what you're watching. So I'll circle back round to it and then we'll watch towards the end of the stream. But what I will say is this. It's funny because I was thinking exactly the same thing only this week, and I was actually chatting with Alex because we obviously had a big post-game chat after Conflict 47, and we both commented on the similarities between the death of War Machine and the choice, the direction that GW's gone down. Yeah. It'll be very, very... The thing is, I think the difference is it's so difficult being the challenger to 40k. Because $40k and Games Workshop have got an incredible level of resiliency because people already are very heavily invested in the game. But if you are, and there's also weirdly a certain expectation of 40k being a bit fucked up from a balance point of view and stuff. But no, yeah, now the old memories come back. I remember War Machine being everywhere, and then a year or so later, no one talked about it anymore. That game became big and went away again really quickly. You're absolutely right, Jason. You're absolutely right. War Machine was the first time that GW really felt threatened. Properly threatened. And I think if 2nd edition War Machine had never come out, if they just stayed the course and just done little FAQs and stuff, I wonder who would have won in the end. I don't think it was a case of who would have won. I don't think we'd have Games Workshop the way it is today. And I don't think we would have, I think there'd be 2 big players in the market. There wouldn't be the pseudo monopoly is what I'm saying. I don't think GW would have died, but I think we would have had 2 big players in the market. The GW's greatest strength is phenomenal luck. And yeah, they create their own luck, of course. But GW's great strength is phenomenal luck. Because pretty much every time a competitor has potentially come along, at some point that competitor has shot themselves in the foot. We saw it with War Machine. We saw it with X-Wing. We saw it with Star Wars Legion. We have seen it with Trench Crusade. Every single time there was a potential competitor, that competitor made a decision which just utterly fucked the game. Saw it with Fazer and Battletech? Battletech is a different game. I don't think Battletech is in the same region as 40k, but maybe not. Sobalius, GW staff used to play it, and they used many of the scenarios and converted it over. Plus, the detachments are very similar to War Machine theme forces. I didn't know that. I've never played it, but that's interesting, Sobalius. You said you played it for a long time, so that's cool, man. Best game I ever played. I bet it, I bet I could take a look at it. I bet it would be really, really good. Definitely not sabotage. I mean, I don't know how GW would sabotage. What, like get one of their people hired and then make that person make all sorts of bad decisions, which fucks the company? I don't know. I think that's very, very paranoid. I just don't think that's the case. I think what it is if you're a new company, sometimes you're just going to make a decision which you think is good and it just ends up not being good. But this is one of the things which I find very interesting. If I may, just for 30 seconds whilst we're on this topic, and then we'll get back to the balanced data slate. This is what I find really interesting with Warlord Games and with Warlord Games and Bolt Action and then Conflict 47 by extension. Warlord Games, a lot of these other competitors who have come along to GW have been small companies starting up, and they've come in with a product which has been really good, but they're basically startup companies, and the people working on them, it's their first product. It's the first time they've done anything like this. So inevitably at some point they hit a pitfall which they couldn't see because they didn't have the experience to know it was there. What I find interesting with something like Warlord Games and something like Conflict 47, for example, is the fact that Warlord Games isn't a startup. Firstly, they've been around for over a decade at this point. And secondly, the people working on those games are very, very experienced. In fact, the people working on Bolt Action and Conflict 47 are people who originally created Warhammer Fantasy and Warhammer 40k. So Rick Priestley is the person that wrote Warhammer 40k. I think he wrote Warhammer Fantasy as well, but he definitely wrote Warhammer 40k. He works at Warlord Games. Andy Chambers, who is responsible for what many people would consider the golden era of Imperial Guard with that 4th edition codex. He works at Warlord Games, and in fact, he is one of the lead, he might be the team lead for Conflict 47. And you've got loads of other people at War. If you look at the Warlord Games, like, game design team right now, the people that are there are often XGW staff, but they're not recent XGW staff. They are the OGs who have not only have demonstrated the creative capacity and skill to make a game, but now they're older and wiser, so they have the benefit of hindsight. Where they went wrong in the past, they can learn from it today. So I've no idea what's going to happen. I've no idea what's going to happen. But Conflict 47 and Warlord Games is a very different potential competition to what has come before. Because it's not an inexperienced startup product that might be a flash in the pan. That's the difference. Swabelius, I don't think anyone could topple GW. They are the Apple on the tabletop world. Yeah, but Apple isn't the giant they want. Apple is good, don't get me wrong. Apple's very, very good. But Apple is not the undisputed giant that they once were. I mean, they're very, very popular, and a lot. I think it depends on where you are in the world. Apple are very popular in America. Everyone has a iPhone. But what's interesting is outside of America, iPhones are popular, but they're not. I would say they're not the most popular choice. It was interesting when I've been in America a few times, and you look around, like when people got like phone cases for sale, and they only choose to sell iPhone ones. There's never a single Android one. You know, so it's I think Apple are big, but they're not the undisputed giants that they once were. I mean, most people have a most people have a PC over an Apple Mac. Yeah. I think Apple is pretty. I don't know. I think Apple. My experience. I think Apple is pretty niche. Not niche, but there are probably more people with Android and more people with Android and more people with PCs than there are with any Apple products. Yeah. Anyway, shall we go back to the balanced data slate, people? Let us. We have talked enough of non-balanced data slate stuff, and as much as I love talking about Conflict 47 and Warlord Games, I know many of you are not here for that. So, should we go through some points for each faction first? Let's have a look here. So, we have got Adeptus Sororitas. A few small point changes. Who the fuck is that? You know what? You can tell when I've been... You know what? I looked down for one moment and GW's released some new fucking character, and I have no idea who this is. Who the fuck is this? Where the fuck did this come from? I have never seen this model before. When did this get released? This must be pretty recent, right? They've been out forever. Really? Nah. Nah, man. Nah, man. No way. I mean, I'm saying they've only come out in 10th edition, right? I could believe it was like was this the character that they got with the 10th edition codex? 2021. Fuck off. No way. I have never seen anyone take this model ever. Never, ever, ever. I've never even noticed it's fucking... is this it? Is this the points? I've never even noticed it as a fucking line in the miniature and field manual before. Anyway. Well, it's down 15 points now. I don't know exactly what that means, but maybe we'll see one for the first time. Interesting. Magifire going down 10 points. That's nice. Retribution Squad's going down 10 points is nice. Saint Celestian going down 150 points is nice. I don't know. But my suspicion is that this isn't going to make a massive difference to the situation of sisters. Did they get something in the balanced data slate? It'll probably be further up, won't it? Yeah, page 3. Shield host, or no, wait, that's Custodes. That's Mechanicus. Where the fuck did I have Storatus? Oh, there. Storm Retribution. Each time model in this unit makes attack, reroll a hit roll of 1 and reroll a win roll of 1. If an attack targets an enemy that has destroyed one or more depth storage units for a round of the battle, add 1 to the hit roll and add 1 to the win roll as well. That's pretty good. So it's been good the last few months? Oh, interesting. What changed? I always just assumed that sisters were in a bit of a poo spot. Let's have a look. I'll tell you what, you're going to... I swear to God, if this you guys are talking about a win rate, but there's like no fucking number, no one actually playing the faction, I'm gonna fucking shit on all of you. I swear to fucking God. I swear to God. Oh, they've had a good win rate. I swear to God. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong, but I bet I fucking call this. Okay, so player numbers are okay, but no, there's nothing. Why are you always lying? Swordsman's with 87, why are you always lying? All you do, you sit on a throne of lies. You sit on a throne of lies. What the fuck, man? Why are you always lying? You fucking lying. Like, it's so easy to prove. Get out of my head, Swordsman's 87. Are they though? Are they though? The Woods Tournaments though? Are they though? Because that looks like a big fucking 0 to me. Right, alright, I know, but you know what? I'll give you a fair shot, Swordsmith. You know what? I reckon, Swordsmith, you're very contrarian. All you do is disagree with me. And I have, every single stream, I have to spend incredible amount of effort proving you to be wrong. And yet, you always come back for more. I mean, he's not going to come back after this. I'm only teasing you, by the way, Swordsmith. I enjoy the banter. Oh, wait, 1 minute. 1 minute. 1 minute. Oh, you sure about that? You sure about that, Swordsmith? You sure about that? Because that looks like a 0. That doesn't look like they're doing. That doesn't look like 50%. Do we have to go back? Do we have to go back another one? Do we have to do another one? Oh, okay, okay. Here you go. You had 1 week. Fair play. So we've had 1 week out of 4. I'll give you that one. Although how many people played is the big question. 1 minute. Got to do. Okay, no, it's big weekend. It's big weekend. I'll give you that one. I'll give you that one. How many did you win? 0 tournaments. Okay. I'll give you half a point. I'll give you half a point because you did have a good win rate, but you still haven't won any fucking events. Okay. Let's have a look. No, shit, we've fucked it again. We've fucked it again, haven't we? Oh, no. So you get 0.5 points out of 4. They've won They've won 7 whole events. Oh my god. I mean, that's pretty good. I was saying it sarcastically, but it's not quite that good though, is it? Although what is, you know, to be fair. I wonder how many guard have won. Oh, we won 7 as well. That's cool. It all depends on the size of event though, doesn't it? Fair play. But you see, here's the thing. Here is the thing, my good man. Oh, look, here we go. Guys, just search for. Let's have a look. Ooh. They won 3 events in 1 weekend. How interesting. How interesting. What was this largest? How interesting. Tell you what, every single week it's a different fucking. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with the Meta Monday guy. Every single week he does a different. It's a different fucking table with it. He's dicking around. He's dicking around. Just go back to the old system. That's all he needs to do. Right. Okay. So it's not bad. You know, it's not bad. But what I will say is you can. I don't. You don't give a 40 game in 3 months, just ball wash Warlord, then you want to come at me? Bro, okay, I am ball washing Warlord games. You know, I am. And I will never make any bones about that. But come on, bro. Like, I always, no matter what I say, you do always take an opposite stance against me. Be honest. And I always try and be really accommodating. You know, I'm really open-minded. I'm like, you know what? That's a fair point. But come on, man. Let us just be honest with each other. Okay? Sisters are not in a great place. They've won a few events here and there, but week in, week out, they've had what? Out of how many things did we just look at? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Out of 6 things we looked at, there was like 1 where they did well. 1 week. And then the rest of them, they've been getting shat on. So, you know, it's like, you know, like, I'm not saying and I want to, you know, sometimes I think it's important, you know, and I do try and be clear, but I wasn't saying that sisters are bad. What my whole point was that I don't think these changes move the needle on sisters all that much. You know? I mean, Swords and Smith, I think, would you agree with me on that? This doesn't, whether Sisters of Battle are good or bad, do these numbers move the needle all that much? I mean, I don't know. You know, I think Retributors are pretty good, but they're only 5-woman squads. I still think they're very expensive for that, aren't they? And I've played against Sisters. Admittedly, I played against someone who was inexperienced with them recently, but even so, Sisters, I feel, are fundamentally too expensive. I don't know, man. I feel like Sisters are fundamentally too expensive, and I think that's something that needs to... that's still an issue. I think because the thing with Sisters is I think they've got some really good rules and they've got some really good abilities, but I think all of the rules and all the good abilities in the game don't help when you are toughness 3, 1 wound. They got a good minimal change because they're in a good balanced spot because last slate they reverted the rules nerf. Interesting. Is that in the balanced data slate? Was when you say rules nerf, I presume we are talking miracle dice? Because they did take a lot of the miracle dice away. They like halved the amount of miracle dice, didn't they? That seems like maybe something they've undone. They finally reverted the triple nerf. Ah, okay. Interesting. I'm talking to James last night in June. Yes, but that's what I mean. In the last... I mean, since I last looked at them, they've lost the miracle dice issues and other nerfs as well. Because they got points nerfed, miracle nerfs, and there was something else, wasn't there? Yeah. It's been a slow... Swordsmith is right. It's been a slow walking back apology. Fair. I still think they're too expensive. I don't know, man. 105 points for Battle Sister Squad. I don't know. I mean, the whole fucking army is just characters, right? They're very top heavy. Brings of the Flame nerf. Ah. So Brings of the Flame have been unnerved. What's the... Do you know what it is, right? You know what it is? It's going to be the fact that when Sisters dropped, they had too much... Where's the fucking hell? No one's jumped back on it, though. Still people on Hollowed Martyrs. Do you know what it'll be? Brings Flame is still bad? Yeah. Do you know it's you know what it is? Sisters of Battle came out too early in the edition, so since their release, more and more stuff has come out, and as a result, Sisters have been able to have their toys back because now everyone else has got their toys as well. Yeah. Which is why you need all rules to come out at the same time, and then you just tweak and tweak and tweak. But people love the code. People love the codex cycle. They love to look forward to something. Yeah. Although to be fair, I say that I've always preferred it when they did the big indexes at the beginning of an edition. Yeah. Interesting. Anyway, I think Sisters seem better, but I still think that they're probably too expensive. But I don't think you can do anything. Like I said, I think Sisters have got a lot of special rules, but the problem is that they're just very, very fragile. And before unlike Eldar, who have got lots to choose from and lots of transports and stuff, and have lots of maneuverability, Sisters have just got all the special rules and all the fragility, but none of the speed, comparatively to something like Eldar. Yeah. Swordsmith, anyway, you're welcome. I wouldn't get too big for your boots, mate. I went back through fucking 6 fucking weeks of data and you were right on 1 fucking week. I wouldn't get too fucking big for your boots, man. Here's the thing. I extend forth the hand of understanding. I extend forth the hand of understanding. I extend forth, the hand of reasonability. And the moment I give an inch, The moment I give an inch, he's like, oh, Billy Big Bollocks. Oh, give me. That's what it is. Swords and Smith. I don't even know why I listen to you. You are a traitor to the guard. You're a traitor to the guard. And you know what, mate? You know what? I've heard it all before. Oh, you don't know what you're talking about. You don't know what you're talking about, Mordian. No. Dude, I proved an entire fucking Tau community wrong. I am a petty and vindictive person. I absolutely will buy a sister's army, paint it in record time, and take it to an event just to prove how shit they are. I'll fucking do it. Solomon Smith, you're coming in here giving it the Billy Big Bollocks, mate. You're coming here. I got all my receipts, bro. You know, what colour's your Bugatti? you know. And I'm going to move on before we end up actually upsetting each other, and it moves out of the realms of banter and ends up moving into the realms of us upsetting each other. So there we go. Let's go. Oh, man. There we go. Custodian Guard. Let's move on to Adeptus Custodes. Why have they gone down in points? What the fuck is this? What the actual fuck? I hate Custodes. Firstly, none of this should exist. Get rid of all that. Sorry, no one else is allowed forward roll stuff. You're not allowed it now. Secondly, well, let's look at the data slate first. I don't think they've got any major changes. My new daddy Aiden doesn't treat me like this. Yeah. That's because your new daddy Aiden just wants to suck you off so that you'll be nice to him. And I tell you the truth. That's the difference. That's the difference, man. Hey, whatever you say, I always, even when we disagree, I'm always honest with you. I'll always be honest with you, even when I shit on you. Oh, man. Custodians going down in points is interesting, but what was their situation? Let's just have a look at the last week of data just for speed. Can't count that one. It's mental. Do you know what? I wonder if a lot of this is in... Do you think some of these are preemptive buffs in the face of the new Nightmare incoming? Like Games Workshop's like, certain factions struggle with anti-tank, so we're going to give them a few little points. I mean, truth be told, I'm not sure how... Custodes models are so expensive. I wonder how much this really does. Oh, joy, you save 10 points in a Custodes model. You can buy a Miz Recorder for one fucking guy's nutsack. Yeah. My feeling, these don't matter because no one was taking large squads. These don't matter because no one's taking large squads. Everyone just takes shit muncher squads for doing objectives as cheap as possible, whether it's 4 or 5. The Venerable Land Raider going down is because they actually have las cannons, so that gives them some anti-tank. And then the shield captain and the custodian guard going down is the only. Those are the only. But no one really takes that because no one's going to take a Land Raider over a Caladius Grav tank because that comes with just more anti-tank. So when we actually look, I don't know if this makes a wild difference. It might do. I don't think that makes difference. I don't think that makes difference. So are we going to see a bunch of custodians running around in Land Raiders? It's possible. It is possible, but I don't know if it's likely. I'm sure they do, Verado, but I feel like no. I feel like whilst these very well may have some teeth, I feel like no one is going to take them at large points costs because most Custodians players only see them as objective doing shit munchers. So yeah, realistically, I'm not sure this is gonna move the needle much. Admech, lol, what the fuck? Why did Karl go up 140 points? Well, up 40 points. Oh my god. Jesus Christ, man. Did they get anything? Oh, okay, no, it's okay. They got twin linked. Ah, okay. Okay. So, firstly, they got twin linked on these things. Wow. So now you're getting shot. How interesting. So they're getting double shots for being 2, and they're also getting twin linked. Can I have that, please? Can I have that? Is that all right? And then Belisarius Karl basically got his whole fucking data sheet rewritten. Okay. That's fine, I suppose. All right, so yeah, you get to he just picks it. He doesn't have to see it, does he? No. So he just hands out. Oh, Marine players are gonna be pretty pissed off about that. Admech just got what do you call it? Oath of Moment. So I mean, the reality is that Games Workshop, I don't think Games Workshop knows what to do with Admech, and I think they've just reverted to, fuck it, what if we just gave them loads of rerolls? Yeah. So so generally speaking, and I'm going to check my data before I do anything. Yes, Admech have been in a relatively poor position. Not even talking win rate. We're just talking player numbers. Admech forever have just been in a bad way with player numbers. And I think Games Workshop has just basically given up on figuring out how to fix Admech. So what they've decided to do is just to make them good. Rather than trying to make them interesting, they're just going to make them good. And so they're like, fuck it. If we just give them a shitload of rerolls, they'll be really powerful. And then they'll be able to like fucking shoot everybody. Yeah. I think, yeah, I agree with Game Guru. Look at how much fucking red on this faction. 4th rewrite. Yeah, this is basically the 4th rewrite of Admech in many ways. Yeah. They just can't get them right. And honestly, I look back on 8th and 9th edition when Admech were very popular. 9th edition, they were unbelievably popular with Skitarii cohort. Oh my god. 10th edition, if any criticism can be laid at GW's feet, 10th edition, they have utterly fucked up Admech. It has been 3 years of disaster for this faction. Nothing they have done has been able, they just haven't been able to get them right. What I have no idea. Well, I have a few ideas why, but I'm not going to bother getting into it now because it's all stuff I've talked about, like policy, like box and models and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, I think Admech is something that they have just haven't been able to get a grip on, due to some self-imposed limitations. And I think at this point, they need to go back to the drawing board with them in a big way. Yeah. Okay. Nothing there. Eldar. How interesting. Big squads down, little squads up. Makes sense. Most Eldar people are going to run them as little squads for doing... When I was looking at them, they were like the cheapest battle line kind of thing you can get. So making them a bit more expensive, I think probably brings something like Guardians back into contention, but not really, because they're still the cheapest battle line you can get. Dire Avengers going down a smidge, fine. Great in aspect host, but... Dire Avengers aren't battle line. I don't think... Maybe if you take Azaman, they become battle line. I don't know, but it's fine. I don't think any of these changes are mega. I think I've saw Vic VJ using a shitload of Swooping Hawks, so it makes sense that they've gone up. I haven't seen anyone running Wraith Blades in a while, so it makes sense they've gone down. Don't really see anyone using Dire Avengers around my way. The thing, Avatar of Cain going down is kind of interesting. I always seem to see him. Yeah. And I agree with Sauls and Smith here. It was only a month ago I saw Eldar go 5-0 and without struggling and just sweep a 60 plus person GT, no dramas. The fact that they have any points cuts, I think, is wild. Yeah. Yeah, the fact they have any points cuts, I think, is fucking wild. We've already covered guard, but let's cover it again. What was this one? Oh, it's just attachment stuff. Black Templars, no changes. They've just come out. I'm sure there are many people that think they deserve some changes because I've heard that they're quite good, but you shouldn't expect any changes for a book that's just come out. Blood Angels. Sangard. So in the last data slate, they went down, right? Because I remember everyone taking the piss because it was like, oh, look, Josh Roberts just fucking buffed his entire army. Now they seem to have gone back up again. Everyone says that Blood Angels are struggling. They hit on 2s now. I see a bunch of people saying Blood Angels are struggling. I don't really understand why. I'm not saying because they shouldn't be. I'm saying I don't understand it because I'm slightly out of the loop. Decent player numbers, but everyone Liberator Assault Group tournament win. Not great, not terrible. Are Blood Angels actually struggling, or is it just they are fine? I guess that's the big question. Sangard go. I mean, I am not surprised Sangard went back up a little bit. I saw a lot of people taking them. Chaos Demons, Keeper of Secrets down a smidge. Fiends down a smidge. Thing is with Demons is everyone's kind of... I mean, I'll check the numbers, but I feel like they're a little bit on life support because... Yeah, that's very low numbers for Chaos Demons. Yeah. Everyone's fucked off the Grotmus attachments now, haven't they? Back to... Well, is that a Grotmus? I can't remember if that's a Grotmus attachment, but that was the good one that they got, because that lets them mix and match stuff. And then that was the OG one, wasn't it? Yeah. I think demons are going away, and I think the moment that people know they're going away, it's like the touch of death, isn't it? Chaos Knights not getting any changes. They came out relatively recently. Chaos Space Marines. Ooh. Abaddon. Land Raider. Dark Commune going up again. It's always going up, that thing. Venom Crawler. Venom Crawlers I haven't seen in a while. Don't think 10 points is going to change that. Chaos Land Raiders I've not seen in the whole edition. And Abaddon is genuinely so last year. Oh, goody. I can't wait to see the Dread Talons buff. Oh, no. Let's have a look. Eldar, nothing there. Guard there. Black Templars there. Blood Angels. That's ways they hit on 2s now. Okay, interesting. No one gives a shit about that. That's fine. Interesting. Doesn't seem to have had a big change on them. Nothing for Chaos Space Marines. Okay. Yeah, I think nothing major for Chaos Space Marines. Are we going to see Land Raiders? Maybe. You see, a lot of people say no. A lot of people are saying no to like Land Raiders and stuff. But if Knights are incoming, you're going to need tough anti-tank. And Land Raiders are pretty tough. Dark Shroud down. Dark Angel's basically untouched. Dark Shroud down 15 points is nice. Death Guard. That is going to really terribly vex some people. Now, it is my understanding did the Lion get a nice buff? Let's have a look. Oh, he did. Very nice. I mean, is it me or does it seem like GW just keeps buffing the Lion? I mean, I feel like this is the 3rd fucking buff I've heard of this guy. Like in the last, I've been a little bit out of the loop, but this feels like the 3rd fucking buff that I've heard about this guy in the last few months. He always seems to be going up. Going back to Death Guard for a little bit. Wow. I know they got some nerfs. But this feels like they didn't get touched. What's the situation? Are they okay now? Ooh. I don't know. The Lion is cracked and they keep buffing him to fix the army. Yeah, like Swordsmith, that was my impression as well. Because like I faced Dark Angels plenty. And but I've not faced them since the Lion started getting supercharged, right? Going Super Saiyan. And it just feels like I never see anything happen to the army fundamentally. But GW's like, well, if we just make the Lion a fucking auto-include, he can just like basically be a massive crutch for people to stand on, then that'll be all right. Yeah. But I don't think, you can make a model very, very, very good, but one model doesn't make an army, I don't feel. Death Guard still, I think a lot of people were probably expecting Death Guard to get a bit more nerfed. I don't think that's happened. Yeah, me and Daddy Aiden are very happy with Death Guard changes. Yeah, nothing happened, right? Your army was broken. You got some small nerfs. And now, are those drone bastards a bit more expensive now? Okay, that's the only thing that went up. That's the only thing. Oh, I remember your Death Shroud went up a bit and your fucking bloat drones went up a bit and everyone else was fine. Yeah, Death Guard cracked as fuck, mate. I love it. I should bust my Death Guard out. Frankly, this is just GW giving Death Guard this is the last meal. You know, when they're like, when you're on death row and the prison will give you one last meal before they fucking send you to the chair. I think this is happening with Death Watch. Yeah. Although they're not dead yet. That is a lot of changes. Cumulatively, that could be like 100, 200 points saved for Death Watch armies. Yeah. So maybe you'll see a great... Thing is, you're going to see a great resurgence of Death Watch, and you're going to see a lot of people like buying the new kill team, and then GW is just going to like, come on, we know it. Like anyone who buys into Death, I kid you not, anyone who buys into Death Watch now, it is entirely on them if they get burned. Entirely. Like Games Workshop literally has proven that they love a good rug pull. They love a good rug pull. Like, they will sell you models and then they will fucking squat your army. And I don't know, man. If you bind Deathwatch now and GW don't, then you were right and I was wrong, and you can come and, you know, go no at me. But if I'm telling you, I wouldn't bind Deathwatch. And I don't mean that to fuck anybody off or to shit anyone, but I wouldn't bind Deathwatch. I don't know, man. I don't know. Drukhari, this is interesting. They've Kronos changed, but other than that, the codex is pretty fine. Ooh. Emperor's Children. Didn't they give the Emperor's Children better stuff? Yeah, they gave the Flawless Blades an extra attack. Each house model makes a normal advance. Yeah, and Fulgrim's like pseudo super heavy knight kind of thing now. So they made Fulgrim better, and then they gave him a 25-point buff. Interesting. Interesting. Yeah, I don't think yeah. So they brought all the Land Raiders down by 20 points. Keeper Secrets they brought down. That's just the same as demon shit, right? Basically, yeah. There's not actually many changes here. Yeah, okay. Moving on. Genes of the Court, I believe, got slightly diddled despite all the green because they fucked over the Primus big time. Ridge Runners going up 10 makes sense to me. I saw a lot of people running individual Ridge Runners. Pure Strains going down is interesting. What was it like last time I faced them? I feel like I faced 5. Maybe not. I feel like I faced a lot of 5-man squads last time I faced them. They were quite good as 5-man squads. So Games Workshop's trying to encourage you to take bigger squads rather than discourage you from taking small squads. I'm not sure that'll work. Bominant's a massive cunt of a model. I hate that fucking thing. They better have nerfed him, otherwise I'm going to be really annoyed. Oh, yeah, no, they nerfed the detachments, didn't they? Yeah. They nerfed the detachments big time, and then they've tried to give them some points back, but no. I think overall that's a nerf for GSC. Which makes sense. They've been doing well. Grey Knight's not getting touched. Lol. Yeah, they just brought the Land Raider down in line. Yeah, sure. Imperial Agents. Nothing meaningful. Imperial Knights. It's just to bring... Oh, that's Imperial Knights. 1 minute. Nothing. Imperial Knights, they basically made all of the stratagems that could target multiple knights only target one knight now. This is a lot of changes. Up, down, left, right, spinning in circles. My instinct is that we don't know until the Knight Codex hits, but I think they're very good. I think they're still going to be very good. I think it's still very good. Votan won't have been touched. Necrons. Silent King down, but then they got rid of his ability to ignore modifiers, didn't they? So he's fucked. Tryout Praetorians. I'm not seeing them in a long time. Other than that, not changed, right? Yeah. Yeah, so he doesn't ignore modifiers anymore. Yeah. So what they've done with knights is they've got, as Swords and Smith says, they've got rid of the being able to yeet triple knights forward, but I think that's one egregious tactic. I think there's a lot of other tactics which they still have at their disposal. Orcs are big. I think GW I think this is a good day to be an orc. I think it's a very good day to be an orc. Firstly, Gaz can now lead boys and knobs, which I don't even know if that... I mean, I think that opens up... I think that's interesting with boys. Of course, I always think that because I love Battle Line. But, you know, one thing that boys struggle with is being able to do damage to vehicles. So, and also, just being able to have 20 ablative wounds for Gaz is nice. Like, that's all it is. Oh, I'll give Gaz 20 wounds. So that's pretty good. He only takes up the space of 4 models in a battle wagon, which is wild. He obviously should take up more space than that, but that's all right. He used to take up a lot more. Death Dread. That seems nice. That now does replace vehicle with monster. Oh, I don't know if that's good. I think vehicles are about to become a lot more prevalent than monsters. That's huge. Absolutely fucking massive. Commandos being able to split into 2 units. Absolutely fucking massive. Because they can infiltrate. Yeah. Gaunt's Ghost might not be stopping you from infiltrating, but fucking a squad of commandos split into 2 absolutely will do. Mech guns. So I think that just means you don't roll for the strength separately for the mech guns. I think you roll 1d6. That's for all the mech guns now. Gaz's infantry so he can walk through a wall. Yeah. He just takes the wall with him, doesn't he? Beast boss down. You know what? It's been a hot minute since we've seen a beast boss. It's been a hot minute since we've seen Mozrog. Is Mozrog down? Or is he the same? Yeah, Mozrog down. So basically, I feel quite strongly like what GW have done here is they have reverted orcs back to the beginning of 10th edition. When we saw fucking beast bosses on squigosaurs everywhere. You know? That's what it feels like. Not completely reverted back. Commandos, yeah, so basically you get 2 5-man commando squads for 60 points each now. Very nice. I think you'll see that in every list. They've brought Snickrot down. He goes with commandos. That's interesting. They've made looters cheaper for a big squad. Looters are nowhere near as good now that they're not. Now that Mordaka got diddled, so yeah. And they made Meganobs a lot cheaper. Well, a bit cheaper. Flash Kit's going down's nice. Warbikers. I've not seen them in a long time. I don't know if this is going to cause a massive shift in like orc meta. I suspect there's probably still a few issues with orcs on a fundamental level. But I know that what I hope that we see is a resurgence in orcs, because it's been a long time since I've seen many orcs at tournaments. It always, I've been to a few tournaments that have been no orcs. So I hope this leads to more orc creativity. That's my hope. Space Marines. Aggressors. Down. Yeah, I've not seen aggressors in forever. Not since the beginning of 10th when you used to put them within a Apothecary Biologist. They brought the Land Raiders down just to bring them in line. Gladiator Valiant. That's the normal one, isn't it? Reaper is Daka. Lancer is like Big Puncher. Gladiator Valiant, the normal one. Blade Guard going up is... I mean, it makes sense. I saw a lot of people taking 6 of them. Ballistus going up is interesting. And Assault Intercessors with jump backs. Assault Intercessors with jump backs are always going up because they're just like the best normal assault infantry that Marines have. I mean, I don't think I've seen a Space Marine list that hasn't had some kind of fucking assault intercessor component. I normally see them in 5s though. 10s probably, there's probably some fact like Blood Angel or something, which or Black Templars or something which I'm not aware of, which is making 10s very good. Dreadnought down, interesting. Gilliman up. Fucking hell. They're constantly yo-yoing these points on these fucking Primarchs, man. It's mental. Did they get each... Yeah, they're constantly he's down. I'm sure he went down to 300 points, and now they've fucking put him back up to 340. I'd fucking hell, man. They're always yo-yoing. Space Wolves. They're getting rid of the Frost Tide. Sad. Thunderwolf Cavalry. I don't know why they're broken, but every single time I've ever encountered Thunderwolves, they're broken. So them going up makes me happy. Oh, this is the like... That's huge. Ooh. Do I have to do it again? Do I have to do it again? Do I have to do it again? Oh my fucking God. That alone is fucking wild. Like, that alone is fucking wild. But that as well, frankly, I don't even give a shit that the battle suits went down. Whatever. The Firesight team, whatever. Okay, I actually don't give, a lot of Tau players are going to wipe themselves off with the Firesight team. I don't give a shit about this. I don't give a shit about this, whatever. Go down 10 points, whatever. I don't give a fuck. There's not enough volume there. But this... Fucking hell. Oh, hot damn. Oh, hot diggity damn. Oh, man. Broadsides and Riptides. Very nice. I mean, my undefeated towel list.
Every meal's a banquet. Every
My
paycheck a fortune.
undefeated
Every formation a parade. I love
towel list. It doesn't even matter. It went down like 10 points. I don't give a shit. But the two Riptides just got so much better. And they were already totally okay. Oh. Why is it spicy? Thousand Suns. Fucked. Oh, man. I told you magic wasn't real. I told you magic wasn't real. And you didn't listen to me. Jesus Christ on a fucking cracker. I mean, every Thousand Suns list that I've faced in the last 3 months, like, which is 3, has just gone up. 4? Has just gone up by 100 points. 30 points there. 30 points there. So that's 60, 75. Yeah. Yeah. Big nerf. They got their army nerf as well, Sword and Smith. Fucking hell. Oh, shit. You can't double up rituals. So you can't double even if you fail, right? You can't double even if you fail? Yeah. Wow. Yeah, T-Sun's gone. Max is gone, man. I'll be outside if you need me. Nids? Ooh, I like that. I don't give a shit about the rest of it. I'm sure Morlocks are going to be a problem in the detachment where everything's spilling out of the fucking holes. But, yeah, I like Gene Stealers going down, and I like Turvigons going down. Very nice. I'll take that. Did they get any buffs? No, that's fine. World Eaters. I think Swords and Smith was telling me World Eaters got better. Each time one of this unit makes a melee attack that targets a monster vehicle unit until the end of the phase, improve the damage carried attack by 1. That's the Exalted 8 bound, and then they went up in strength. Yeah, that is almost. And then did they get better and cheaper? Nice. I mean, not nice, absolutely terrifying, but nice. I will say this right now. This plus this, I think this is to give World Eaters a chance into Knights. I think what a lot of these changes are a preemptive. Oh God, we know Knights are going to be a big thing. We need to give everyone something to deal with them. If you go back and look through it, it's like, okay, World Eater Exalted 8 bound can bum Knights. Tyranids, I don't think they're getting anything that can. I don't think Tyranids need anything that can bum Knights because they already had the harpoon guns. Thousand Suns, you're just gonna get fucked. We hate you. Tau. Get better. Let's give 2+2 strength to them so they can rip through little knights if they need to. Orcs. Let's make Gaz. Let's make Gaz and other things that can chop through knights a bit cheaper. Necrons. You were just too good. You need another fucking nerf. Knights. Obviously, you're very good. We're not. You. That's what it is. Genes to the cult. We hate you. You can get fucked. Yeah, I feel like what they've done is they've basically gone, who are the people that are winning a lot at the moment? GSC are winning, but everyone hates them, so we'll nerf them. Thousands are winning, so we'll fucking nerf them. What about Death Guard? Don't worry about it. And then everybody else is like, oh yeah, have something that can deal with knights. I mean, this is so obviously an anti-knight ability. It's beyond the fucking pale when you think about it. We need to be able to delete. You need to be able to delete a super heavy turn to be able to keep in the game. Okay, well, we'll give you 4 rolls to hit and 4 rolls to wound. Does that sound decent? Yeah, I think we can deal with knights then. Oh yeah, we'll give you we'll make your retributions much better because knights are incoming. Yeah, that's what this whole data is. That is this whole data slate summed up. Oh, this is GW doing the data slate. Oh fuck, we completely overcooked the knights. Quickly, basically give every faction some way of being able to deal with them, and whilst we're at it, let's just fuck over some of the top factions. Bang, 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 bang. Fuck, we forgot Death Guard. Too late. It's already accidentally released a week early. Shit. Right, I guess that'll do. Right? I'm pretty certain that's what's happened. All right. Interesting. And that was the balanced data slate. Long story short. Yeah, big changes for 40k. You have I do wonder how Dark Elder are going to do, because if everyone is geared up with anti-tank to kill knights, I do wonder how they're going to fare. Because if you're ready to kill knights, you're probably very ready to kill a raider and a venom. Yeah. Yeah, it did Warp Forge. I haven't looked at it yet, but it is what it is. I'm sure they'll be good. What's the lowdown on Dark Elder? Are they broken or are they all right? Let's see what Reddit tells me to think. Top comment. They sort of did what I was hoping. They have Scourges with shit weapons and Scourges with heavy weapons as two different data sheets with different abilities and points costs. And the latter aren't box locked, which I was worried about. Do you know what's interesting? Every release that goes by, we see less and less things being box locked. I wonder if GW is reversing that policy. It is a completely ineffective policy. The idea of that policy is to stop people from buying like third-party miniatures because you can only, and to protect the IP and all that kind of stuff. And it's completely ineffectual because people just go and 3D print what they need or buy third-party miniatures. It's a completely ineffective policy. All the Finecast is gone. Pattern of the Raider. Pattern of the Raider's got more abilities than Primarch. That's hilarious. Apparently people are... no Beast Pack, no Grotesques. What? They got rid of Grotesques? So is it just Rax and Talos now? So this is the summary. So this is, of course, a very mixed bag of a codex. Covens have like 4 legal units left, and the removal of the courts hit hard. So no Court of the Archon anymore. But the rest of the book genuinely slaps. Sure, most things are Deep 7 now, but really, who cares? Yeah, exactly. In a lot of matchups, the lack of melee AP buffs is going to hurt pretty bad, and it means that Archon plus 5 cabs is no longer hoovering up things like 10 guardsmen near guaranteed, and lethal hit Drazar, Incubi don't annihilate anything in the game anymore, just most things, but the dedicated melee unit's got a genuinely amazing glow up. Witches and Succubi are back to being actual trade pieces, and the Witch buff should make up for Lilith getting weaker. But most importantly, Drakari have CP manipulation now. Like Reaper's Wager always suffered from having approximately the best strategy on this side of Gladius with no CP generation, and those days are over. Get ready for the grenades from that idiot every single turn, for now and forever. Also, like OC4 on the Hand of the Archon is wild. They're probably not worth taking without being able to split, but OC 40 from one squad is funny. Welcome to the guard, son. Reavers are also looking better than ever. They aren't quite Sweeping Hawks yet, but we're getting close. Also, they didn't nerf the Plains weapons as well. That's neat. Basically, anything that's not Covens looks amazing. For everyone that like Covens, I'm very sorry. Barring massive points increases, Reaper's Wager should be incredible now, but the Cabal Detachment, Lethal Hit Scourges, and Sky Splinter are also on my radar. So it seems like the Dark Elder Codex is going to be good, but as is the case with every 10th edition codex, the loss of units is probably going to I think most 10th edition codex are basically a fleeting high. You're happy your codex is here, you look at all the cool shit you can do, and then after the dust is settled, you're like, oh, I've lost quite a lot. Yeah. It's Scary saying Dark Elder codex is good. It's good. That's what we need. Is his take. Yeah. Yeah, that's fair. I think it will be good competitively. I just think you're going to look back and see how much you've lost. Yeah. There was quite a bit in Finecast for Dark Elder. But yeah. All right. I got a couple of super chats to do, and then we'll see where we're up to. Trooper number 2102. Thank you for the super chat, man. 07, sir. A bit of a request. Can we take the time to look through the second edition rules just for fun and to break up the stream? PDF and stream discussion. We can, because we've done all the balanced data slate stuff now. So that's kind of cool. We can do what we want. And we'll take a look at that in a moment. And Ed Bailey, thank you for the super chat. Rattle the Tin Cup or Tiki House Hut will batter your rump. Also, how did Guard get hit? Oh, did I, Tim? Dawns went up slightly. Russ Master Race. Probably shouldn't say that, but there you go. And everyone's going to be taking Baneblades now because every Baneblade went down by 30 points. And the Lord Solar went down by 20 points. So the whole combo went down by 50 points, which is nice. I mean, honestly, Bane Sword's been 430 points. A Bane Sword is now better than a Shadow Sword was. And the Shadow Sword's 410. I actually don't give a shit about. Bane Sword's being 430. 450? 450 is just, yeah, amazing. If you were taking double Shadow Sword and Lord Solar, you're now taking double Bane Sword for the same price. Oh. In fact, that reminds me. I had a list called Super Hammer. That's now gone down 80 points. Very interesting. Very interesting. So what you're telling me, it's gone down 80 points. I need 130 points to be able to get the Lord Solar his command squad and squad to join. So if I were to, you know, like drop the Sentinel or no, downgrade one of the Kazakin squads. Yes. 35, 45 points. That'll get me 125 points. Oh, so close. 5 points off. Hmm. 60, 80, 35, 55. Oh, so close. I just need 5 more points, but I can't have it. So I'd probably just drop the Scout Sentinel. That wouldn't be enough either, though. Balls. Could just drop a Taurox. Or I could take a Bane Sword and something else. If I dropped... Yeah, I could take a Bane Sword and something else. I could drop down to double Doomhammer. That would save me 65 points a pop. And I... Oh, but then I wouldn't need as many transports either. Because then I'd be able to put squads inside the Bane Swords. Point is, super heavies are back on the menu, 100%. I'm going to be building so many lists of super heavies. Yes. Yeah, man. So Ed Bailey, Guard didn't get... I mean, Dawn's got a little diddled, but basically everyone's been given something to help deal with the incoming night meta, which is very, very spicy. Phil and Marco, thank you for subscribing on YouTube, boys. Thank you. There you go. Does the Bane Sword transport? No. But the Doomhammer does. If the Bane Sword transport, that'd be great. But, you know, I don't know. Do I even need Taurox? The thing is, do I need Tauroxes for the Catachan squads? Probably not. So the simplest solution would just be to, like, just have the triple Kazakin inside the Tauroxes. But anyway, that's if I wanted to go that route. I might go a different route, but... Point is, I'm taking super heavies. I am taking super heavies. I love it. Yes. There we go. All right. So let's have a look. So you want me to look through all? I mean, I might look at some of the rules. Looking at all of the rules seems a bit mental. But let's have a look. It's the Battle Bible. What the fuck is the Battle Bible? Okay. At least I was shooting on melee work. I'll look at shooting on melee work. That makes sense. Let's have a look. So I think this is just what do you call it? I think this is just a fan. It is second edition, but a fan has basically gone through and tried to unclutter it. Okay, that's fine. So how? Again, 140k green points going down. Build armies, place terrain, mark problems, and draw mission cards. Determine to deploy units to another repeat. General rules. Ah, here we go. Shooting phase. How interesting. So already very different. Models may fire within a 90-inch arc of their front. Exception noted within the model or weapon description. Models will be able to draw line of sight to the target. You may not fire through a model to another, whether the interposing model is friendly or enemy. So that's within your own squad as well. So you can't get that. So you've got to have everyone spread out. Crazy. Move or fire. Obviously, they may move or fire. Vehicles and just ignore this. Choosing a target. Greater Demons, Beast, and Nurgle. All. Okay. Close target characters, 15 are always allowed to fire at whatever legal target they please. A squad or model may ignore vehicles or monster creatures in favor of other targets, or other targets in favor of vehicles or monster creatures. So you could choose the closest vehicle, the closest monstrous creature, or the closest man-sized or smaller creature. Smaller creatures can always be ignored in favor of other targets unless they're within 6 inches. So if the enemy's too close to you, you've got to shoot the nearest thing. Wow, that's mental. And then you've got all the to hit modifiers. So cover, it reduces your likelihood of hitting. Very bolt action. Very bolt action, first and second edition. Yeah, if you moved a lot. Wow. Yeah, basically that's, I can now see where they got the initial rules for bolt action from. You can shoot models in close combat, but you might hit your own guys. If a target is fast moving, it's hard to hit it. Large targets are easier to hit. Wow. Blast markers, including grenades, scattering, target the ground. So you could always just target the ground. You don't actually have to target an enemy unit. Wow.
Yes, boss.
That's kind of wild. That's kind of wild. Right, give me 1 second. Okay. Sustained fire. Models firing weapons of well, let's zoom in a little bit. Models firing weapons capable of sustained fire may choose to roll up to N dice of sustained fire to a minimum of 1. First nominated target roll to see if you hit as normal. If you hit the target, you can roll any number of sustained fire dice up to N, for example. If you are firing a heavy bolter 252 at a squad, I don't know what that means, at a squad of Space Marines and hit the target you nominate, you could roll 1 or 2 sustained fire dice because heavy bolter has sustained fire 2. And add the numbers on the sustained fire dice, the total of hits that are made with the firing weapon. So you roll to hit, and then you roll to see how many extra hits you get. Wow. So rather than rolling, I mean, maybe you roll multiple. I think you still roll multiple shots as well. But you've got multiple shots, and then you've got the ability to do sustained fire. Yeah. Jams. Well, I've seen that in the battle report. Shooting at vehicles, it's going to blow. Models in base contact with the vehicle that suffers a damage result that makes it blow up get a special move, like a follow-up move. Each model will move D6 inches directly away from the vehicle before the explosion is resolved. Models running from the explosion may not engage new opponents in hand-to-hand combat. That's cool. You can see it's about to blow up and you try and get out of there. Armor pen. 3. Wow. That's crazy. And then penetration gets weaker over distance. Indirect fire. And yeah, you've got wholly or partially. So you've got to roll to hit with the template and then roll to see if they actually get hit by the explosion. Mental, man. Absolutely mental. Hand-to-hand combat. Wait, what? So it's only models that are in base to base. So if you're not in base to base, you don't fight. You roll the attack dice, pick the best dice, apply modifiers, determine winner, resolve hits on losing model. Each player rolls ND6, where N is equal to attacks of the model in question. An extra die will be rolled if the fighting model has 2 or more close combat weapons. So you have 2 attacks, and you roll D6, which is 1. Each player picks one of the dice he rolled and adds it to the fighting model's weapon skill. The total you get by doing this is called combat score. You apply some modifiers. Determine winner. Whoever's combat score is higher wins the combat and scores the number of hits on his opponent equal to the difference between their combat score. In the case of a tie, the model with the high initiative wins and scores a hit. That's crazy. So you roll like, I've got a Marine with like 2 attacks. I roll 2d6. One's like a 4, one's like a 5. I pick the 5. then I have my weapon skill stat, which is like a 9. Which is like 4. So that would be a combat score of 9. If I'm like a guardsman and I've got like weapon skill 3 and I roll 1 dice, if I only roll like a 3, my total score is going to be 6. So that way, the enemy then does basically 3 hits on me. What? You can try and fall back, but your weapons counts as 0, so they might get loads of hits on you. Fumbles are, if you roll a 1, you fumble. That's cool. You can parry. Lightning Claw, Sword. 1 parry for each such weapon uses in combat. If both commanders use a weapon, parries cancel out for 1. DJ model with 2 swords still gets 1 parry if it's fighting model with 1 sword. Interesting. So it's just an extra bonus if you have a sword. So upgrading from like a close combat weapon like a knife to just like a basic sword is really good because you can be like, reroll that attack die. Like, oh, you rolled like a 1 and a 5, reroll the 5. Yeah, like ching. That's cool, man. Like be able to like parry with like a sword. That's cool. Exposed vehicle crew in hand to hand. You can actually fight the crew. Wow, there's so much to this. Wow. Look at that. Fucking hell. Trooper. Yeah, flavor. Yeah. Flavor. Just like the guy, like you've got like a guardsman just like pulls out his sword, and you could it's really cool because you could like lean into like the whole, what do you call it? You could lean into the whole why would you upgrade your sergeant to a sword? Well, there's like a benefit to doing it. You can do a parry, which very well may save your ass. But there's also another reason why you could do it, which is because your regiment comes from a proud martial world. That, you know, one of your, because every regiment's got its own doctrines and traditions. And maybe a bit like, sort of Imperial Japan in World War II, sergeants and officers are still expected to be well trained in swordsmanship. And the idea of basically being like, every single sergeant in your army gets a sword, and every single officer in your army gets a power sword, because the idea is that that's the martial tradition of your regiment. And so it's like, and you know, maybe it won't help you that much because you're just a guardsman, but at least you can lean into doing something, and there's actually, the rules actually support it. Yeah. It's like I was looking at the 4th edition rules, and the fact that every sergeant can be upgraded with like bionics and stuff if you wanted to is really cool. How you could have how that could really help you lean into having an army that might be like a guard regiment aligned with the Adeptus Mechanicus. You know, every squad can be upgraded with bionics, like from the, you know, a sergeant to platoon commander to everything else. Everyone gets bionics because they're part of the AdMech. Yeah, it's cool. Yeah. Or you could use that to represent Frustrians, and it costs a lot of points over the course of the thing, but well, it wouldn't cost you that much. It costs you like maybe 30 to 50 points. It's not that bad to embrace the memes and the vibes. Yeah. Yeah, man. Crazy. Unsliced bread. Thank you for following on Kick, mate. Appreciate it. All right. Now, we've got one thing we want to watch here. Let's have a look. Oh, my head. So, Wartforge sent this video in earlier, and he was like, it's what he said was basically a channel just made a documentary on the rise and fall of War Machine and Hordes, and honestly I saw a lot of similarities in community attitude towards the game as the game's direction became more of a competitive game. minus the infamous page 5. You could swap gotcha moment terminology with stratagems, line of sight, etc. And it now feels like almost a perfect fit. The whole Bible and trash debates, game pieces becoming more like chess pieces. I'm surprised we haven't evolved into mousepad terrain yet in current 40k. A lot of this really felt to be like history is slowly repeating itself again with 40k. I wonder if history will end up doing the same with current 40k. I thought it'd be a fun topic to discuss, as it used to be a titan in the market back then. I timestamped it from 5 minutes 14 seconds to 19 minutes 30 seconds, but I thoroughly recommend the entire documentary because it's very interesting and entertaining watch. Let's take a look. So this is obviously, it's about War Machine, but can we draw any parallels to 40k? Let's have a look.
Did War Machine die, and why did it die?
Okay, so this is me saying this. I'm not going to say for the community. I can't speak for everyone because everyone has their own things. So obviously with War Machine and with any game system you always have the competitive scene. So on our podcast, Murder of Crows, we talked to, eventually our panel was basically made of really good British players that played competitive War Machine and a filthy casual known as me. So basically we had the competitive aspect of War Machine and the non-competitive aspect of War Machine. And that's with most games. If there is a game out there, they're going to try and turn it into a competitive thing.
We have all these great formats for organized play in 2013, but you know what? We wanted more.
Oh no. World Championship.
War Machine ended up being a very competitive miniatures game, and that's the way I saw it going in our local area as well in Leicestershire.
Hey, you know what? It looks kind of cool, you know. It looks kind of cool. Whenever I saw War Machine, people only had like 10 models each. Max. That looks like a proper horde. Pfft. You know what? It's so me to get into a dead war game.
Was we would put on tournaments and it would just be, I'm only practicing this one list.
It's that drive to want to be the best and compete and turn it into a real sport where you really achieve something when you destroyed your friend on a tabletop. No.
He's literally saying that whilst next to a Space Marine. Oh my god. Like, let's go back and listen to that again.
That drive to want to be the best and compete and turn it into a real sport where you really achieve something when you destroyed your friend on a tabletop. No, not really for me personally.
Shit. Oh no. We're fucking cooked, boys. Oh no. Oh no. Oh shit. Oh fuck. Alright.
Personally, like, you know, I just want to roll some dice and have some fun.
Some of the things in this game were like brutal. Like you couldn't kill them, but you could kill them if you knocked them down. But they were like little trigger things you'd need to know, obviously. If you...
Oh my god, like top down, like fucking... this is just like 40k. Look at this. It's just like 40k.
You played the games.
As Signar is wrapping up their turn, he has nullified that Reckoner.
I cannot believe that is now that is a move right there.
Yeah.
Like that's
arm lock for the win.
Arm
in
lock
Iron
for the
Gauntlet.
win in Iron Gauntlet. You know, and that is the caliber of play that you see. I mean, who would have thought to bring out an arm lock at this point?
Yep.
It's, you know, that's genius. It's up there with the push to assassinate.
When was this filmed? Because I feel like I'm watching two dickheads cast a War Machine game, but I feel like they could be two dickheads casting a 40k game.
But even better.
Sure.
Chandler trying to figure out a way around that
10
arm
years
lock,
ago.
asking if he cripples the arm that is dealing the arm lock if the lock is broken.
He can
to the
ask that,
judges.
but what is he going to cripple it with?
So like, oh, I just need to beat your defense to kill you. I'm like, no, I just need to knock you over. Why? Because then that means I can buy more attacks because I'm auto-hitting and I'm just going to try and murder you. And they go, oh. And you're like, yeah, sorry, bro. Like, I used to play a lot of a warcaster called Sorsha and Beast 09. If that crit hitted you, you just became stationary. So hitting you was like a 5+ on 2 dice. That's really...
So here's the difference where, and we'll see, it'll be interesting to see if they address this. Here is a big difference between 40k and War Machine. In 40k, if something is broken, people only have to wait 3 months to think it's going to get fixed, and maybe it'll get fixed, or maybe it'll, or maybe. But there's always that there's always that hope that's getting dangled in front of you, and often things do get fixed. That's the difference. Often things do get fixed. So it's interesting. It'll be interesting to see if War Machine fix stuff, or if a broken thing stayed broken. Because if a broken thing stayed broken, then what we're really watching here is someone talking about the equivalent of 7th edition 40k. If a broken thing got fixed, then we're fucked, because they're talking about modern 40k.
really rare, but also it then made you like immobile. So basically, you then had this giant strength 19 hammer coming down on you. Most armor was like 15, so you're already doing 4 points of damage. Most warcasters had 15 health, so a couple of boosted attacks into them, you're dead.
Oh my gosh! No. 22 damage.
It's the oldest gag with Warhammer.
Fucking rookie numbers. I've seen someone do 40 damage in one turn in 40k. in one. And God was like, fuck off.
Machine will always be the idea that you show up for a friendly local game with your good friend, and it's like, right, time to bring out the most cheesiest bullshit list. And
it's true.
My turn. So your casual friend goes, right, I move my guys forward. No one's in range. No one can charge combat. Right, onto you. Great. I move my guys forward. Feat, spell, ability, spell, spell. Roll some dice. That's it. Your warcaster's dead.
Yeah, I did it on one. I trolled in one tournament. I literally took Zakova, and everyone was like, "Who the hell is she?" And I was like, "I know. Who the hell is she?" And then I basically popped my feet, and the guy was like, "What does it do?" And I was like, "This." And I explained it, and he just... Every opponent I went to in that tournament went like, "No, it doesn't. Judge." By the end of it, and I can quote, I won't throw this judge's name under the bus, came over and was like, "Lee, are you playing Zakova again?" I'm like, "Yeah." And he's like, "Just fucking stop it, please," effectively. And I was like, "They don't believe me. I'm telling them the truth." And he's like, "Have they read the card?" I'm like, "Yeah, reading the card explains the card." But they just never believed me that she just basically just wags her finger and goes, "No, can't do that. Sorry. Just one turn where you're not going to do anything."
All right, here's...
I don't think there's an equivalent to that in 40k right now. But what jumped into my head was terrain. Another difference between War Machine and 40k now is if we go back and look at those War Machine boards, very, very open, which is again what things were like back in the day. Just boards were completely open. Whereas obviously in 40k now, like them or hate them, L-shaped ruins stop that, because you can't just like blow someone off the table unless they have made the mistake of fully exposing themselves. So there are some similarities, but I think War Machine walked, so maybe 40k competitive could run, but we'll see.
It's a fun one. What army do you hate facing? What army just makes you go, ah, when you see it on the table?
Tau.
But I hate it when I play against Troll Bloods.
Cricks, without a doubt. Every time that, I've got my butt just like stomped into the ground, it's been from Cricks.
The amount of fire they can put out, the sheer number of weapon masters they have, and the overall synergy of the army, when it works perfectly behind a good player, it is really incredibly hard to beat, and I just seem to struggle against them the most out of every faction.
And it's because of one thing. I have lost more games to...
I love the fashion on display here. The 90s had the best fashion. 90s and 2000s. Every hat is on backwards. It's just amazing.
Rolls than anything else. I absolutely hate tough. Love troll models. Thinking about getting into them one day, but just not a fan of tough.
And it really hasn't mattered who played them. As long as there was cricks on the table, not good for me.
There is a few factions where you go like, I don't want to play this faction ever again, this sucks.
War Machine is a competitive game. Hordes is a competitive game.
40k is a competitive game.
And it makes no attempt to pretend that it is anything other than that.
Oh, we're so fucked.
A lot of the things that would come out of early tabletop wargaming culture, like win at all cost gamers, owe their direct lineage to War Machine and Hordes. That was the birthplace of win at all cost gamers.
So
Don't know if I agree with that. I know a lot of people that never touched War Machine who were win at all costs in 6th and 7th edition. Absolutely win at all costs in 6th and 7th edition. I think War Machine had been and gone by then, or at the very least was on the way out. So I don't know if that's true. I think what's interesting, I think this is a whole era, and maybe 10th edition is doing it a bit more now, but 10th edition, I will say this 1,000 times, 10th edition is at its sweatiest nowhere near what 6th and 7th edition was. Yeah. I totally agree, Joe. When it all costs the personality trait, not a game style. Yeah, I think that maybe it was an era of that, but 10th edition, for all of its faults, and with all of the models lost, is vastly superior to where 7th edition ended up. Not necessarily core rules to core rules, but entirety to entirety.
Brian now considering where he needs to go next.
What to do?
Placing those cards down. Placing those cards down, though, looks so like fucking stratagems, doesn't it?
He's going for that assassination.
Checked line of sight. Line of sight is good. So Lilith is up there.
All right, time to pin cushion.
But you've even got the knobheads wearing the fucking sports jerseys. There's a lot of similarities here.
In that woman.
They're double checking the 6 inches.
Got it by
This is a
more than
snapfire
enough.
shot. Here we go.
So boost it.
Does Haley go down? Needs an 8 to hit.
Yeah, and you've got knobheads with fucking like iPads and shit, and that it's a lot of similarities.
Got it.
That'll hit.
Dice off 2, boosting damage.
Oof. 15 boxes on Haley. Needs a big roll here. 15 points
on the
shot
nose.
to 1.
And Brian White wins the game, one-shotting Haley.
One shot to the eyeball of Haley. Takes her right down.
He's really, really not happy.
Crap.
Wow.
That was insane.
Well, you said Karma would give him the high rolls. Apparently, you were correct about one thing this weekend.
And it was the one thing
this
that mattered.
weekend, and the one thing that mattered.
You either beat the other guy and killed their warcaster, or you
Mankiewicz, Javronsky. I hate all of this. Well, there are similarities between this and 40k, but there are some critical differences as well. It would be very easy for me to sit here and be like, oh my God, we're all fucked. Oh my God, this is exactly the same as 10th edition. It's not. There are key differences, like the whole, 40k getting updated quite regularly, having the benefit of like digital rules where they can do that. We were just looking at a balanced data slate today, for example. So whilst I think there are similarities, I think that there are some very important differences, which I think do make they're important differences which make the difference.
That was it, right? The other guy.
And
it was the one thing
this
that mattered.
weekend, and the one thing that mattered.
You either beat the other guy and killed their warcaster, or you lost. That was it, right?
In that community of players, you have very few people, and they do exist. The genuine people that want to get better. So they'll happily tell you everything and guide you to make you a better player, so that you're a better challenge for them. Yeah. But there's also a lot of people that aren't very good and will take every opportunity to not tell you something, to pull the wool over your eyes and get a victory even though it's hollow and they've cheated. They don't care.
Yeah, we have seen a rise in cheating in 40k. It's interesting. There was the beginning of 8th edition. If you notice, a lot of my mental stories, like Fighty Kyle, Bill the Bastard, all that kind of stuff, that comes from early 8th edition, because there was a lot of this chicanery that you see here came in with from 7th edition, and then a lot of it got stamped out in 8th and 9th. I will say in 10th edition, we have seen a lot more cheating than we did in 9th and mid and late 8th. Yeah, it has started to make a comeback. And I actually have an explanation for this. So if you haven't seen this, by the way, you absolutely need to check it out. Tactical Tortoise put out a frankly phenomenal video, and there's a reason it has got 300,000 views, really blowing up. He deserves the success on this. I've talked about it a little bit on... I've talked about what this topic basically covers on stream before, but... basically what happened is I might try and jump on the hype train around this, I'm not gonna lie. But basically I've talked about this loads of times on stream before. A lot of new players won't be aware of this moment, but it completely changed Warhammer forever, where basically someone did the most egregious fucking gotcha, and I'll let you guys should watch this video. But it did the most egregious fucking gotcha, and it created the entire mentality of play for intention. So anyone who's played Warhammer in the last few years will have heard of the saying, we're playing as intention. Take backs, anything like that. A lot of you will take that for granted, but that did not exist in Warhammer in any way, shape, or form until this moment, which basically happened at the beginning of 8th edition. And this play for intention thing, this moment here has continued to resonate forward right through to this day. However, as time has gone on, more and more people have come into the hobby, and less of those people have appreciated where the idea of play for intention has come from. And that's why we have seen, as over the course of 10th edition has gone on, we have seen more and more examples of unsportsmanlike behavior and cheating, because basically, as time has gone on, the community collectively has forgotten about this moment. And that's why it's so important that this video is doing absolutely as well as it is doing. And is doing as well, and is getting out there as much as possible, because it's so important that this moment is never forgotten. It's very, very important. I'm gonna watch the Tactical Tortoise video. If there's anything that he's missed, I might do a little video on it, like filling in the gaps and stuff. But otherwise, this video probably explains it, to be fair.
Pull the wool over your eyes and get a victory, even though it's...
So yeah, there was a lot of this that happened. So War Machine, look, this is in 2014, right? So when was the release of Warhammer 40k 8th edition? Wasn't until 2017. So yeah, what you're seeing, so this shit that you're seeing right here, this whole mentality that he's talking about, this was not unique to War Machine. This was everywhere. This was everywhere in Warhammer 40k as well. The big difference is that it killed War Machine, whereas Warhammer 40k released 8th edition, which completely rewrote the script.
It's hollow and they've cheated. They don't care. On their app, on their phone, that's another victory in my stats. You know, that's a 99% win rate now.
Yeah.
Like, we know at least one person who's tried the game out.
Fuck yeah, look at all this shit, man. Fucking yeah, just drink it in, boys. Hey, it's quite a recent video, because look, he's got the Lee in the background there. Oh yeah, Conflict 47. Right there, baby. Excited for new Conflict 47? We are too. We are applying a 25% discount on all Conflict items in store in preparation for the new edition. Nice.
Played it with someone who's a complete tournament player, has completely smashed them, and they've been like, I have no interest in this game. And that is an issue with the player, but there's a system there that allows that element of poor behavior.
Like, just like anything, like if you're not replenishing people that leave the hobby, it's the leaky bathtub theory. If you never heard about it before, the hobby's a leaky bathtub, you're constantly losing hobbyists, so you have to replenish it with new water, right?
Yeah.
So any miniature game that's not doing that, actively recruiting people, they're just getting smaller every year in size.
And that, for a lot of people, where they're like, I think those miniatures are cool.
This is a great channel, by the way. Laws of War. You should definitely check them out. Very, very good. They've been doing some great content recently. Definitely worth checking out. That's a very good point. I think Games Workshop is very good at bringing new players in. A lot of old players are leaving. I'm telling you right now, a lot of old players are leaving Warhammer 40k. But I think the old players that are leaving are the grognards. And there's enough, I would say there's enough new blood for Games Workshop to keep feasting. If Games Workshop is a vampire, they have enough virgin blood to keep them going for a bit.
They're just getting smaller every year in size.
And that, for a lot of people, where they're like, I think those miniatures are cool, and I like the game, which is essentially me. Those are pretty cool miniatures. I like the game. I like the way you attribute damage and hits.
It became...
I swear to God, this guy used to run a Games Workshop in Coventry. I feel like I recognise him. I swear he used to be an assistant manager. I'd love if this guy would be like, hey, yeah, I did used to run that Games Workshop in Coventry. But we'll see.
You attribute damage and hits.
Everything became game pieces and chess pieces, and the hobby element was missing. Not that people didn't...
That's big. Yeah. And that's what's kind of, in some ways, that's what's happening with Warhammer 40k. But again, you have less of that because you have to be battle ready. You have to be battle ready. So do you see? There's lots of differences. There's lots of differences between what happened with War Machine and what's happening with 40k 10th edition now. In 40k 10th edition, some of the most beautiful armies that I encounter are at tournaments. In fact, I can't remember the last time I encountered a badly painted army. Battle ready is, very important. And well, and you, generally speaking, you encounter armies that are very well painted. This is where someone jumps and says, Mordian, you always encounter a badly painted army at tournaments. Your own. That's very true. But other than that, let me just, wipe my tears with this best painted award. Oh, there we go. But other than that, I think that's another difference between 40k. You're not allowed to turn it with badly painted models.
People painted their War Machine armies, but most of them didn't. If you went and witnessed competitive events, it was just great.
Well, Yeah, and I'm glad you brought that up because, that's another, at the end of the day with Games Workshop pieces, they do cultivate a hobby mentality way more than any other company.
Going to mouse map terrain. I mean, at that point, what do you want to play a tabletop game, or do you want to just play a top-down computer? At that point,
mouse mat terrain. So that's the idea of like forests and stuff just being. I mean, I have no idea what this shit is. Is that meant to be like a hill or something? That looks like a cock and balls, by the way. It does not look like an elephant. I'm just going to say that right now. You know, you can try and convince me that that is an elephant with tusks, but frankly, it looks like a cock and balls. What the fuck is that? I thought Perspex was bad. Yeah, it's not great, is it?
Do you want to play a tabletop game, or do you want to just play a top-down computer game where everything's 2D and measurements perfect? You know, and that's another thing is you start getting to you know, the boundaries start to blur between
definitely,
you know,
cock and balls,
toy soldiers and miniatures, or are you playing a competitive game with, you know, very strict boundaries and non-abusable mechanics? I mean, we've all played the tabletop game where somebody's measurement's not quite on point, and you let it slide in some games because you think, oh, actually, what are they going to gain from half an inch? But in War Machine, you gain quite a lot from half an inch. It could be make or break. It could kill your Warcaster. It could end the game and ruin your tournament.
Introduce an element of...
I think most people are very, very generous with movement in Warhammer 40k. I know I'm very generous with movement. And unless it matters, you know, it does not matter. You know, it can matter, but generally speaking, it doesn't matter. Obviously, if you're going there to win the GT and win the Super Major, then yes, you should. Your path to that should be beyond reproach and should be impeccable. But honestly, it's more about managing your own movement than other people's. Yeah.
Certainty that I could see being a problem, especially if you're playing explicitly for speedy rounds, because that sort of disagreement, oh, I thought that was this, it's not this, suddenly that turns into time on the clock and you're wasting time in a round, especially when like some tournament players are playing like 10-minute turns or whatever the fuck. It's like that is razor thin.
Chess clock, baby. I like chess clocks though. Chess clocks are not there. Chess clocks are just there to make sure that someone doesn't take the piss. That's why they're there. As long as they're not being weaponized. The problem is that chess clocks are... The problem is when you have someone that insists on being a chess clock, it's their idea, and then they keep flicking it over to your time without you realizing they flicked it over, but then they never flick it back. That's the problem with chess clocks. So someone brings it and they go, it's just, you know, flicking it over to you. You know, the moment that you pick up a dice, they flick it over to you. But then the moment your bit's over, they don't flick it back to them. That's where you know someone's being a cunt with a chess clock. But that happens very, very, very rarely. And normally chess clocks are just there to... normally chess clocks... The way you use a chess clock is you manage your... If you're the one that's insisting on it, it's because you know you have an army that might take a bit longer or you're a slower player, and you use it as a method of reassurance. Just like what Swords and Smith said, chess clocks make me play faster and make decisions. It's for me. Yes, exactly. A chess clock should really be for you, and it should be, look, it makes me play better and it keeps me honest. I'm running an army that could eat into a lot of time, so let's do it that way. But it's the chess clocks in many ways, chess clocks should be used as a rough guide. So, you know, if you get to the end of an event, if you get to the end, again, unless you're playing top table to take the whole thing, that's different. But when it is just you're a mid-table marauder and you're never in any contention to win anything, chess clocks should be like, okay, we get to the end of the game. Maybe you've got 10 minutes left on the clock and I've got no time left on the clock. Okay. That at that point, the person that's got no time left on the clock shouldn't be timed out, because it's a difference of a few minutes. It's not you've got 40 minutes left and I've got 0. At that point, no, you're fucked. You've used all your time. But it shouldn't be like, you know, if you've got a couple of minutes left and I've got no minutes left, then we've basically had equals time, and we're not running a scientific experiment where everything needs to be calculated down to the second. That's how chess clocks should be used.
These guys are gonna get attacked.
Uh-oh.
Nice down.
I got more objectives! I have more objectives!
That's a cunt move. He's just like celebrating that he's won on time. Try not to showboat too much, you big bastard.
Good game, Norbert. Good game. Oh my goodness.
He seems okay about it. It's fine.
The jump between Mark 2 and Mark 3, there were some huge rules changes which people didn't like. There was points changes, how everything slowly verged to having theme lists, where it was really cool to see. It was like, you can take this, this, and this. And you're like, okay, that's really cool. And then some of those theme lists were busted as balls.
What timeline was that?
This, this, and this. You know, to having which people didn't like.
2016 3rd edition release. So yeah, they copied Warhammer 40k formations. And what's interesting, that almost killed Warhammer 40k, and it did kill War Machine.
There was points changes, how everything slowly verged to having theme lists, where it was really cool to see. It was like, you can take this, this, and this. And you're like, okay, that's really cool. And then some of those theme lists were busted as balls.
Now, if you went to the website and you went to filter by unit, it was like hundreds and hundreds of units per faction, and they kept everything. And you started to run into problems where you had, and I mentioned the points numbers, where you had 15 units that were in the 3-point range, and another 8 units that are in the 4-point range. And how do you start differentiating their effectiveness? Because what will happen is you'll invariably just pick the best one of each category.
That's interesting. So they kept everything around, and people complained because they were like, there's too much choice. I do feel like that might be an element of, oh, my steak is too juicy and my lobster is too buttery. It is always better to have the agony of choice than to be bereft of choice. If you're gonna have one of two problems, it's better to have too much of something.
And the game doesn't protect you from that, because the game very clearly states that this is a competitive war game. And you're either in it to win it, and if you're not, then there's the door in this game.
Listen to that again.
You from that, because the game very clearly states that this is a competitive war game, and you're either in it to win it, and if you're not, then there's the door in this.
So that's something that's very, very, that cuts very close. I think we can all agree. That cuts very close. In Warhammer 40k 10th edition, there is no reward for picking a worse unit. There's no reward from a flavor point of view. There's no reward when you go to your games. So for example, with something like, if we compare this to like Old World, for example, I know that putting pigeon bombs on my engineer is a inefficient choice, but because the rules for pigeon bombs are so brilliant, and there's always a chance that they might go off and actually win me something quite big and important, there is a reward for me as a fluffy bunny for taking the pigeon bombs. Likewise, if I go back to 4th edition 40k for a moment, and I look at something like Bionics on a veteran sergeant, there is most of the time it is going to do absolutely nothing. But 1 in 6 times it's going to mean that sergeant gets back up, which, is cool for me. That's a cool epic moment. I fear that what this guy is saying is extremely relevant to what we see in 40k these days. Now, I would say it's the first thing that I've seen that is a direct comparison. I think a lot of the other things we've seen up until this point, I have pointed out where the critical differences, sometimes small but very important, lie. That is definitely the first one that I would say unequivocally that is an issue in 40k right now.
This game isn't for you. In your own words, what is page 5 in War Machine?
What is page 5?
Oh God.
That's a copy from the original rulebook.
Yeah.
What is page 5?
What?
Oh, This is the thing that I thought was the coolest thing on earth when I was 13.
Page 5 was like the creative idea, wasn't it? I think. I can't remember actually. That's a really Page 5.
This is where to start, isn't it? It's a relic of a different time.
Yeah, I mean,
it's 100% based and not cringe in the slightest.
Warning: not suitable for wussies. Page 5. Sissies, little girls, and Nancy boys should go home now. This game is not for you.
If you cry when you lose, get.
Warning, not suitable for wussies. Sissies, little girls, and Nancy boys should go home now. This game is not for you. If you cry when you lose, get lost because you're going to lose. If it hurts your fragile sensibility to see your favourite character get pounded unmercifully by a rapid succession of no holds barred iron fury, you'd better look the other way. If you ever wind the words, that's too powerful, then put the book down slowly and walk away before making eye contact with anyone, or they'll realise your voice hasn't changed yet. This game is about aggression. This is a game of metal on metal combat. This is fuel injected, power hopped up on steroids. This is War Machine, the battle game that kicks so much ass we have to use all capital letters. We didn't set out to reinvent the wheel with this game. We just armor plated it, covered it in spikes, and rolled it over your grandma's house.
Get lost, because you're going to lose. If it hurts your fragile sensibilities to see your favourite character get pounded unmercifully by a rapid succession of no-holds-barred iron fury, you'd better look the other way. If you've ever whined the words, that's too
1 minute.
powerful,
I don't really need his voiceover. I just need the...
then put the book down slowly and walk away before making eye contact with anyone, or they'll realise your voice hasn't changed yet. This is raw. Anyone, or they'll realise.
Okay, War Machine is simple, it's easy to learn, has no reference charts, needs no heavy arithmetic, and doesn't require constant trips to the rulebook. At the same time, War Machine possesses deep strategy. The ability to unlock combinations of abilities, spells, maneuvers is practically limitless. For every perfect strategy, there is a foil. For every movable object, there is an unstoppable force. Just when you think you've got it all worked out, you'll be blindsided by something you never saw before. The more you dig, the more you'll find. War Machine favours the aggressor. You've got to throw the first punch if you want to land on top. Too many of the games set players up to be timid, and the battle drags. Can't really see that. 1 minute. And the battle drags out with little action because the game favours defensive strategies. Players park their soldiers behind walls like old ladies hiding from a loud noise. Not in War Machine. If you wait for your opponent to come to you, you're going to get steamrolled. We've got to have balls to play this game. You've got to charge your opponent and hang it all out there. You've got to break his formations. You've got to be relentless with your onslaught. You have to go for the jugular. Latch on like a rabid dog that hasn't eaten in days. Anything less and you'll be hamburger. You're playing with power now. Don't be afraid. Few things are more satisfying than slamming your opponent warjack into a unit of soldiers and watching them fall like bowling pins. We call this jack bowling. I'm sure you did. Try picking up an enemy warcaster with a warjack, of course, and throw it across the battlefield. It's almost more fun than you should be allowed to have with a miniatures game. The miniatures of War Machine deliver on every level the game does. The warjacks radiate power. We're pouring so much metal that we may soon deplete the world of tin. That's kind of funny. These things were made for modelling. The incredible detail and expert sculptor will create one of the most enjoyable painting experiences you've ever had. You are now part of a new era of tabletop miniatures wargaming. You're now part of a new era of tabletop miniatures wargaming. This is a game made for people like you. It's not a sterilised mass market dreck designed by a room full of corporate meat plows, and we've been proving it now for the past 4 years. This is raw. This is brutal. This is War Machine. So play like you've got a pair, or put down the metal and go join a quilting bee. Play like you got a pair. So, obviously, it's utterly, utterly cringe. All right? Obviously. But I can't help but think it's... Okay. It's obviously cringe, but I can't help but feel it's quite tongue-in-cheek. And I can't help but feel it's just trying to hype you up. You know? It's cringe, but maybe you shouldn't take it so seriously. It's kind of my...
Or put down the medal and go join a quilting bee.
If you were to make this as a statement now, your game would bomb immediately.
I don't know. Yeah, like Cosmic. Kind of just felt like a wrestling call out back in some 90s fucking Stone Cold Austin calling out some shit. Yeah. People say if you made this now, it would bomb. I don't know. If you made this game in like 2023, 2024, yeah, probably a bunch of people would be clutching their pearls. But I think these days, people are a lot less like, oh, just fuck off with that kind of shit. And, it's like what we've seen with things like Helldivers, and we've, like, and other games. Like, it's, you've got, there's a fine line. I think maybe all of the language about, like, stop being a little girl, and, you've got to play like you got a pair. Yeah, maybe some people would be like, oh, this game is so sexist and whatnot. I think the intent behind it is more like, let's get fucking hyped up. And I think it's obviously, at the end of the day, things, I think it's a product of its time, but you could produce a very similar statement today and people would kind of get it. Yeah. Now you call it sarcasm. Yeah.
You would be cancelled.
Oh, back then a lot of guys were not seeing it that way. Steve Reisman, you're telling me the community that is going to have the wargaming community, not just War Machine. You're telling me the wargaming community, which is definitely going to have a disproportionate amount of autistic people that can't interpret sarcasm and are only going to be able to interpret things literally, might have taken it at face value. I'm shocked. I'm shocked and appalled.
So is the truth of it.
I can tell you in my whole time of doing War Machine, I can definitely say I've heard play like you got a pair, but I never understood it came by page 5. And this was in the rule book.
It was in every single rule book.
Shut the front. 1 second. I'm going to quickly grab this. 1 sec.
From Mark 2 onwards, it would gradually change.
Shut up.
From Mark 2. So
yes, this is Mark 2, so it might be different.
It's going to be different. It's going to be a bit more toned down.
I'm going to re-attack this. So you're telling me on page 5...
Yeah, honest to God.
Shut the front door. Page 5, here we go. Okay, so the page 5. Oh, yeah, okay. Thou shalt not whine, come heavy or don't come at all. Give as good as you get, win graciously and lose vigilantly. Page 5 is not an excuse. Play like you've got a pay.
I don't know. There's quite a few. I mean, they toned it down in. I don't know. That some of this stuff is all right. Thou shalt not whine. This game is not suitable for wussies. If you cry when you lose, push off because you're going to lose. If it hurts, you're frightened to see your favourite character get pounded. Come heavy, don't come all. Give as good as you get. The proof's in the punishing. The one you give and the one you take. There's no honour in clobbering the smallest kid in the yard. There's no pride to be won in blazing a path to the well for your fail-safe formula. The real bragging rights come from taking down the big dog with a move that jams his pizza hole open like he was a juggernaut in a I have no idea what that fucking means. Down the status quo, defy convention, tempt defeat, then wipe out the food-trapping snaggletooth grin of its face to the wrecking ball. If the fight is easy, you're not challenging up the ladder. Win gracefully and lose valiantly. Page 5 is about honesty. It's self-awareness of what we're doing, why we're doing it, who we're doing it for. It's about the kind of people we are and the kind of people we want to face the table. Page 5 is a cultivated dash designed to get the most out of the game experience. It's about showing up, playing your hardest to win, feeling satisfaction in the game, loss, and respecting your opponent for the accomplished competitor he or she is, no matter what the outcome. Page 5 is not an excuse. Most importantly, and let the state loud and clear for the record, page 5 is not to be a jackass in the name of competition. It's not a shield to hide behind when you're playing like a sissified cheese ball, running down the clock, gaming a scenario, or rules lawing your hapless opponent to death. Page 5 doesn't ever discriminate between genders, and page 5 is never ever a license to diminish the player so you can inflate your own. So it's a little all over the place, but it's got heart.
It's almost trying to decide what you're.
So there's definitely an element. What it's trying to say is play as hard as you can to win, but don't be a cheating dickhead, and don't be a rules lawyering cunt, and don't be a slow playing fucking nonce. All right. Just play hard and play fair, and at the end, shake hands, smile, and get the drinks in. That's kind of what it's about. Yeah, but it comes across. But you're using sportsmanship, which if you said that in any sporting environment, any sport, I used to play rugby all the time. You said that in any, all right, I want a hard game. Right, we're gonna go out there, we're gonna smash them, we're gonna have a clean game, lads, all that kind of stuff. It's sporting language, but you're trying to introduce sporting language into a game full of people that don't really do sports. And I don't really do sports, but yeah.
More community's going to be rather than naturally allowing your community.
And again, War Machine and War Gaming at the time was very different, wasn't it?
I prefer the Mordian rule set. Don't be a dickhead and don't be a shit gun. It's very true. Don't be a dickhead and don't get loaded up with the people's shit bullets.
It's not.
Commando Show, I was a winger. I played for 10 years. I'm very fast. And I'm not afraid to tackle. I was a good winger, I have you know.
You're 4 teenage lads in a Games Workshop shop on an afternoon on a, in
He definitely used to work at Games Workshop that I knew.
2004 would have read this and been like, this is amazing, metal, let's play this game.
Yeah.
Whereas now people are like, really?
Because they had this whole thing, this could be a hardcore game for men and manly men and butch men, and it's like, have you met war gamers? They're a little bit...
It's very true. It's very, 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 very true. You're trying to do you know what this is? Do you know what this is? It's actually really reminiscent of, it's really reminiscent of modern 40K. Get your reps in, all that kind of stuff. You've got to get your reps in. You've got to and all that kind of stuff. The sports jerseys, the over-the-top fucking WWE mentality, the taking the game too seriously. It's a little bit like that.
We didn't set out to reinvent the wheel with this game. We just armor-plated it, covered it in spikes, and rolled it over your grandma's house.
It's pretty embarrassing, to look back on, but that's as it was.
You see, the problem is there's a big flaw. There's a big flaw with everyone they're interviewing right now. What have you noticed? What have you noticed about all the people that are commenting on page 5? They're all British. They're all British. So, and this game was written by Americans. So, if you're a British person that reads this, you are going to find it extremely uncomfortable because British people, generally speaking, are quite reserved. And American people invented NASCAR and WWE, aka they are the opposite of reserved. So reading this, if an American read this, they'd be like, fuck yeah, dude. Okay, that's not a good accent. But if a British person reads this, or a lot of other people outside of America read this, it's going to hit very differently. Yeah. Page 5 to me sounds like a fuck yeah, America. Exactly.
Game lives and dies by a community. I think also one of the factors which I don't want to speak...
And the thing is that America back then, you've got to think of the difference. Warhammer has always been pretty niche, but Warhammer probably back then was more prevalent in Warhammer Total Game was probably more prevalent in the UK than it was in the US. Whereas now, I would argue that the US is the biggest market, but it's the biggest market, but it's still very, very, very disparate. The UK, I think, is a much more concentrated home for wargaming.
Too much about it because I wasn't. Was their press ganger thing? Because a lot of people...
Cosmic, thank you for super chat. How would you take page 5 for British people? You wouldn't include it. You wouldn't include it. It would have you'd have to you wouldn't be able to. You'd have to if you tried to tone it down, it would come across as preachy. If you tried to, you couldn't. You couldn't have anything like it.
Wanted to play the game, and they were given X amount of points to be a press ganger that they could then spend those points to get models and stuff so they can keep playing their game. But they also gave up their time to do it. But the problem was what they had was a lot of people were just doing it so they could get free models, and they never really cared about the community or did
That's all a lot.
to be a press. I was their press ganger thing, because a lot of people wanted to play the game, and they would basically they were given X amount of points to be a press ganger that they could then spend those points to get models and stuff so they can keep playing their game, but they also gave up their time to do it. But the problem was what they had was a lot of people were just doing it so they could get free models, and they never really cared about the community or did that. So you had people who were really passionate and people who were like not really into it, but they just wanted free stuff.
Press Gang has been around now for almost 14 years. Good gosh. I think the very first Press Ganger was commissioned in 2002, and it really didn't quite kick off till 2003. Since then, it's been growing and growing as the game has. Currently, we have Press Gangers who service all 50 states, and we just got up to 43 countries that currently have active Press Gangers running events in them.
So that's very interesting, because that is certainly similar to Warhammer 40k. You have a lot of people who will sign the GW NDA to get the free models and to get the early access, for sure. But I think most of them are sincere. We
have everything from China, New Zealand, Croatia, all over Europe, Russia, the Philippines. We just added another one in Japan here recently, South Africa, so almost every continent.
Here are the details. Here are the...
I wonder how big it was before it went down.
facts. The other day here, Privateer Press put out a statement saying, we are disbanding the Press Ganger system. Thank you to everyone, but it's coming to an end. The
Mr. Malorian, I remember this guy. He doesn't do content anymore. I'm not going to speak badly of him. I think he went through a very difficult time in his life.
reasonings that they give is that things are just getting so busy now. There's so many different press gangers. It's such a massive system to try and contain and actually use, and it's just not feasible anymore. So really, if you didn't know, press gangers, you had to run events, and when you ran events, you got points. And for these points, they had a store where you could go on and spend those points to get free stuff. So awesome. Press gangers got a little free something for running stuff. But some people are wondering if they're doing this for another reason. And another reason is that actually Wizard of the Coast with Magic the Gathering is going through a silly lawsuit right now where the judge...
2 lawsuits against Wizard of the Coast say they are. Ah, right.
Judges there are trying to say, hey, you know, we're doing this work and you're not paying us.
Magic judges, people who judge Magic tournaments and events, Magic the Gathering, the card game, they get sort of benefits the same way that, say, most demo team people get some sort of benefits. They either get special cards that only judges get, maybe.
That's such a cool idea. Giant Magic the Gathering guys is such a cool idea.
And a couple of Magic judges out west in the California region, from what I understand, sued Wizards of the Coast because they...
I don't know much about America, but how the fuck did I know it was going to be California?
Said, oh, well, since you're paying us, we're now employees.
Basically, their argument is that they're sort of overworked with no agreement of payment, and even though they're treated as employees, they have none of the benefits of being employees. And as employees, they deserve the rights and benefits that employees should earn. Things like meal breaks and stuff like that.
I don't know a lot about the case. You can go on to Wizards of the Coast website. They have a press release kind of explaining what's going on and how it's basically bunk.
California's a silly place. Let's not go there.
Beautiful
weather.
Going either way, but I have a suspicion.
At least one thing it's got going.
Something like that is kind of indicating which way the wind's blowing. So the source that I talked to said they were pretty sure the reason that Privateer Press had decided to get rid of the Press Ganger program was because they wanted to head that kind of thing off at the pass. They had a lot of people that they had given a lot of points to, and a lot of those points had turned into product that they had been, then purchasing with points off the website for privateer press and all this stuff. And they were concerned about potential lawsuits down the road, I suppose. So they decided we should really just kind of cut this off ahead of time.
Even though press gangers are a volunteer system, the whole fact that people might be trying to claim some lost fees could be a possibility. Now, whether that's real or...
So the press ganger system is completely different to anything we see with Warhammer 40k because this whole idea, it's an interesting idea. It's a very novel idea. Run events. Imagine if in Warhammer 40k, if you ran a tournament, you could then, get some free models for doing it. I have no idea how they did it, but it is a massively, massively abusable system. I mean, you could just, you could farm that. You could farm that so fucking hard. Maybe they didn't care if you farmed it though, if you're running loads of events, but how do they vet it? How do you prove it? They must have had a verification system. They must have done. But, I guess they don't really care. If you're running loads and loads of events and you're farming the shit out of it, then in theory, you're exposing many, many players to the game. But at some point, there's going to be diminishing returns because if all you're doing is hosting, basically just hosting to the same few people, then you're not bringing anyone new in.
Who can ever know? We can never know if that's actually true, but it's something that might actually be there. Now, another reason why they could be doing this is actually just also the money. We talked about all those points and all the free things they give out, and I'm sure with all these different people trying to give away this free product, it's probably cost them a lot of money. So to try and run this program, there's got to be a point where you're looking at the benefits to the cost and going like,
killing that program killed a lot of momentum for people who generally loved being a part of the scene and like, oh yeah, I'm giving up my weekend to help run, not play the game I love, just actually just judge and help out the community and help that when that program got killed, that was sad. But I also feel like if you kept that going, it probably would have lasted longer because there's some amazing people I've met who were press gangers, as they were called. And it was just really fun when all of them...
2017, Warhammer 8th edition comes out. Games Workshop massively resurges. I wonder if it was a case of 8th edition killed them.
She said, oh yeah, it's dead, so I'm not going to do it. And some people are like, well, it's sad because of this, this, and this. And I won't mention names because I don't want to. But a lot of them were hurt by it because it was like a few bad apples ruined it for a lot of other people.
Always the case.
I met a lovely gentleman from Columbia here at Lock and Load that we've been talking back and forth, and it had been a bit hard for him. He helped bring the entire game into his home country and got it all started there because he was thinking about being a distributor. He didn't quite have the skill set and connections, but he got people going in it. So he basically founded the game there, and now he's supporting it in the press game program.
That's very good.
They did a lot of things right early on. Things like the press ganger program. Things like, trying to set up international distribution to get models around the world quicker. But the focus was always on the American market because in a very short space of time, as an American company, they dominated the American landscape.
I feel like War Machine was massive in America. I feel like it was massive in America, and 2017 was 10, 15 years ago. It was 15 years ago. Yeah, of course it was. That's when I saw War Machine everywhere in the UK as well. It was everywhere. It was absolutely everywhere in the UK as well. Yeah, it had come here, and it was fucking GW hard. 2016, 2017, it was.
If you were in America in the early 2000s and 2010s, War Machine was on every shelf in every hobby store. You did not have to look far for a game of War Machine. Here in the UK, or mainland Europe, or Australia,
Privateer Press basically kept everything to their side of the pond, so we would get it eventually, but it was always extortionate prices. I remember some of us were trying to get models and we ended up paying stupid amounts of postage and packaging just to get it, and it basically alienated like Europe and other countries.
It's more
to a certain degree, but I saw a lot of people with it. Difficult
to get hold of the competitive stuff, the stuff that people were running, because popularity. Obviously, there's demand. The bigger retailers that sell, large amounts online, and the American market would obviously, whatever was the most competitive items and the stuff that was made your list, a reliable sort of gaming force that you could win games with, were harder to get hold of.
When I talk about
that makes so much more sense. So it was everywhere in the UK, but but as it was such a competitively focused game, it was pay to win. If you couldn't or wouldn't pay to get the best shit, but somebody else would, you were fucked. Very difficult. Very difficult.
Tournaments, it's like I used to cover Worlds, which is basically countries send their best 4 players to go and play War Machine to be the best in the world, and only if one country can have access to them, it's kind of like makes it a bit meh,
Last year,
Cosmic, thank you for the super chat, man. I'm following tradition for last night painting. Oh, for your tournament. Yeah, man. Keep going, baby. Keep going.
our winner was from
I
Australia.
love it, Cosmic.
That was our first international winner. Before that, it had been USA, I believe, 3 years in a row. Australia took it away, so there's a little North American pride on the line this year. I bet.
because ultimately you're not going to worry about trying to
This wouldn't be a problem if 3D printing existed. The people would just 3D print whatever they needed.
distribute models to other countries if you fundamentally want your country to win.
No,
that's really good for this particular.
I think that's bollocks. Oh, you're not gonna send the models out to other countries because you want your country to win. Fuck off. They're a company. They'll sell to anyone. If that was even for one iota, for one moment, for one nanosecond, for one smidgen of a reason why they were fucking things over to the countries, and they deserve to fail, frankly. Capitalism has no conscience and has no country.
The faction that's popular, it's like, okay, we'll put it on order, and it would take a while to get hold of. It wasn't a sort of it'll be a next week thing. And you see that with any large game that's very, very popular, the demand outstrips. It becomes the point where you might wait weeks or months, and to some point you might actually wait longer than that thing's a viable competitive unit. By the time that it starts hitting the shelves again, everyone says it's dead. That's the old way. This is the
Now that's very interesting. By the time you get the new thing, it's already out of date, and there's a new thing. So there's definitely an element of that in Warhammer 40k. But what's interesting, it's interesting with 40k. It's like yin and yang. Some people, they won't buy something that's niche, that's good right now, because by the time they get it, it won't be good. But for some people, they'll just buy whatever they want because they know at some point it'll come good. So it depends on if you're a meta chaser or in it for the long haul. If you're a meta chaser, will you buy it to resell it or know that you might be left holding the bag? If you're a casual player, will you buy it because you won't worry about it because at some point it'll become good? Interesting.
next hot things on order, so to speak.
And if we're continuously being discouraged by Privateer Press just not having their product available,
we're going to start buying these other things. It's just the way that things go. And that
Shit, man. So if they couldn't keep up with this is one of the big things with Games Workshop. They can't keep up with production, so people buy elsewhere. The fact that Games Workshop can't keep up with production with the proclivity of 3D printing and third-party sellers is very interesting.
is a major problem right now. That is why when I'm hearing from various other communities in North America, the game is a lot stronger and there's more people playing as opposed to over in Europe where so many people have given up on it.
Everybody that's in the community's got one, or God forbid, the rules change and nobody wants it because it's trash now anyway.
Privateer Press constantly kept changing things and
Oh,
errated stuff. So everything
shit. Oh, fucking shit. Oh, my fucking God. Fuck me. That's it. We're no, right. Yeah, okay. Cool. Yeah, that's the fucking, yeah, okay. Yeah. Yeah, we're fucking cooked. We're fucking cooked.
Game digital, which for some people was easy to do, but not everybody, because everyone likes card and those old things. But then they would effectively say, okay, we need to errata some things, so this person's changing because of the meta of the tournament basis of things. So your original cards were pretty much becoming non-void. So you'd buy a miniature, it didn't come with a card, or it did, and then effectively a couple of months later it would change.
Yeah.
They would take models and put them in this like player testing pool, and players could take those rules, so they try to involve the players.
Right. Yeah,
and then something would like release. They'd be like, okay, this is it, and then people would backlash if they didn't like things. So then they would have to change it because they were like, now they were like, because they're working with the community, and now they have to like bend the knee when the community's annoyed. But this doesn't jive with model releases super well, because if that was supposed to be new release this month, but the players hate the rules for it, so now no one's buying that. Like, see where I'm going with it, right?
Yeah.
So
the most common feedback was, why would you order those in? And it's like, well, they're the start. They're the sort of get you started boxes. They're the first sort of tentative foray into playing the game. We go, oh no, nobody uses those. So a lot of it was just dead stock immediately.
They can't. Well, the chain reaction that happens is often like.
That's huge. Dead stock. Saturnine. So, yeah. Things getting nerfed before they come out. Combat patrols. This is where the fucking juice is.
Forgotten about, right? So like if Y Hobby Shop has a big War Machine section, and 90% of the wall on the blister rack is like stuff that's really just not moving. You have to times that by 10 or 100 when you go to the distributor level, and it just starts to this back up happens.
Then stores are still like, but I carry everything on the shelf because you guys aren't retiring anything.
Right.
So, and when they would make new stuff that was better than the old stuff, then the old stuff just sat there.
Like you don't want to put hundreds of pounds or thousands of pounds even into stocking something that's going to be dead stock, and then you can't then reinvest that money back into just restocking everyday items like paint and brushes and the usual stuff that does shift.
The high turnover things.
Yeah. The consumable sort of every day, every week things that people pop in and grab.
You already had like a bit of that discounting culture going on with like some, they didn't have the strong trade practices that Games Workshop does, whether you like that or not. It does protect businesses from racing to the bottom to destroy themselves. But you didn't have that protection with War Machine, so like online web stores could literally mark their stuff up as little as like 5%.
I wonder if that happened recently.
And essentially after shipping and fees like are making nothing. and every store is like, why am I selling this on my shop wall?
Another big competitor was doing all the right things and competing in the same space, and it kind of started to sort of die off at the same time that the other one is taking up that space, and ultimately I think it took a long time for it to completely sort of die a death locally, but it did. Even the guys that were hardcore War Machine players were playing other things, and they weren't playing it anymore. And then there's that point, it was like,
that's, I mean, wow. Personally, that really hits home. I'm not even being silly. I'm not even pausing for dramatic effect. Personally, that really hits home. I think that's going to hit home for quite a few people.
it's got to go on eBay. It's gathering dust. It's not selling at all. Nobody's interested. Not even, you know, your kind of miniature painters, where they're like, well, I'll just buy it because it looks interesting. It's like, it's just doing nothing. So at that point, you've got to kind of pull the plug and try and reinvest and use the shelf space for something that is, you know, going to get you some sales.
Yeah. America would always be the priority for new product releases because that was their backyard. That was their competitive edge from day one. They didn't have to worry about expanding into the world's largest economy. They were already there.
Yeah, that's a good point.
And that gave them a tremendous advantage from the start. But later down the line, it would come back to haunt them.
Back in 5 years, I have a handful.
War Machine, the Anchor Tenant, document made possible by
Maybe less than 10 wins.
Because if it's scattered, it would still knock down everybody.
I remember him. He was from Mini Wargaming.
And then the other guy walked over and automatically picked he was knocked down and did enough damage.
Dan, the orc guy.
Automatically killed his Warcaster. And so my last turn, I didn't roll any dice.
I then got up and was like, I know I'm going to kill you. And the guy was like, really? How? And I went, bum, 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 game. And he went like, what the fuck? And I was like, yeah, I know. Oh, I'm going for a beer. Do you want one? One of my favourite models
That happened a lot in 7th edition. That happened a lot in 7th edition.
I got into the game because of this, was the Butcher. The newer sculpt swinging the axe is way cooler, but that was the first ever mini I bought. Another Butcher with, again, look at the yellowing, ugh.
Mental. This is so American. This is so American. It's beyond understanding. Yeah, it's very American. No wonder this game fucking failed. Oh man, that is very, very, very good. I am going to put a link. There's a lot of, fuck me, there's a lot of similarities there, boys. There's a link to it, by the way. I'm going to put this down in the old chats. Fucking hell. So, that's wild. So, there are some... Let us think about this objectively just for a moment. There are I think... When did War Machine die? When did War Machine die? So apparently, is it still going?
When it comes to fighting crime, there's only one man keeping the streets safe while keeping it real. Indeed.
Yeah. I mean, so apparently it's still going at apparently it's still going, but it's been the privateer press has died. Privateer press died, but it got reacquired by Steamforged Games. And that was, and they seem to it still be going, but it's very limited now. It's very, very limited. So shatter its former self. Right, I'm gonna have a quick piss, and then we're gonna talk about this because there's a lot of 40k stuff we can talk about related to this. Okay. It's only quick. I just had an initial, just had a sudden need for a big wee. Well, I say suddenly, I've been building it for a little while. So, I think it seems to me like what killed War Machine was Warhammer 40k 8th edition. So, when did War Machine and Hordes 3rd edition come out? 2016. Summer of 2016. And we know Warhammer 40k 8th edition came out in 2017. So that, I think, is what would have done it. So basically, what you have is a lot of people are getting fucked off with Warhammer 40k 6th and 7th edition. And so they end up going over to War Machine, and that explodes massively, explodes hugely, and they basically just have a mass. And I saw that personally, in my life at that point, like over the course of end of 5th, 6th, 7th edition. What happened was everyone just started playing War Machine. Huge swathes of people started playing War Machine. And then 8th edition came out and everyone came back to Warhammer 40k. So essentially, for many people, War Machine was it was a bit of a rebound. But the issue that that they had is they made that there was a double mistake there was a double doozy of a mistake. Because they fucked up, War Machine fucked up their, or should I say Privateer Press, but whatever. War Machine Hordes fucked up their 3rd edition release, which pissed everybody off. And then 40k nailed their 8th edition release, which tempted everyone back over. If they hadn't fucked up their 3rd edition release, then there's a real chance that even if 8th edition continued to be a very big success, as it was, there's a real chance that what would have happened is they would have been able to retain the player base they had, but it was the double doozy. So War Machine was very, very successful, but they dropped a clanger at the worst possible moment. At the worst possible moment, they stumbled, and it was just at the time that GW basically snatched victory from the jaws of defeat. And yeah, that's what it was. How interesting. How interesting. Well, there we go. So, but let us look at things. Some of the comparisons to 10th edition. Interestingly, I think War Machine. Because interestingly, considering how competitive War Machine Hordes was, it's interesting how it thrived at a time when Warhammer 40k was really seen as, and Games Workshop was really seen as power gaming. It's very, it's not, you would think that if a game like Warhammer, you would think that if a game like if people are getting fucked off with all the power creep in Warhammer 40k, you would think that the last place they'd want to go would be, War Machine Hordes, if that's a very competitively focused game. But I suppose when people are disenfranchised, they are just looking for anything. It's called a rebound. And I actually really get the mindset, because think about me in Warhammer Old World. One of the first things I did when I went over to Warhammer Old World is start signing. Well, obviously I'm still here in 40k, but one of the first things that I did with Warhammer Old World is start signing up to tournaments. But
in the walls.
That's not because but the thing is, I wasn't playing Old World because I was sick of 40k competitive play. I was playing Old World because I was just hyped for Old World. So yeah. So it's a little bit different, I suppose. But there's definitely some similarities. What are the differences? Differences are time. Privateer Press may have just been ahead of the curve with all the digital updates and everything. There's always that. They may have sometimes. It's like in the Big Short. I wasn't wrong. I was just early. It's the same thing. Obviously he did end up panning out for him. But that was the part that was sort of the whole thing with Dr. Michael Berry. He wasn't wrong. He was just early. It ended up paying off for him in the end, but it almost didn't. Maybe there's an element of that with Privateer Press. Everyone now has smartphones. They didn't back then. Technology is a lot more accessible now than it was then. Although I suppose most people did have a smartphone by then, to be fair, but still. not maybe. No, when you think about it, because it sort of died around 2017, 2018, didn't it? And then it sort of limped on for a bit and then just died out. So yeah, so maybe they were slightly ahead on the technology front. So that could have been a contributing factor to how a contributing differential between GW and Privateer Press. But with Warhammer 40k 10th edition, there are definitely... Also, what was interesting... What was actually another interesting difference is people complaining about they never retired anything. I found that to be a very, very odd complaint. But I suppose the people that were complaining about that were distributors and hobby stores. I think where the Games Workshop discontinues a lot of fucking stuff. Fucking sometimes they discontinue it before it's even released. Look at Hell's Last. But I think the difference is there's a difference between making models perennially but basically abandoning the product but continuing to make the models for it. And I think it was a perfect storm. They insisted on constantly making the product, never retiring anything, but then they were very clearly following a series of power creep. So you're inevitably going to lead to dead stock. And then I think that's the double doozy. Whereas what I think could happen is you have, and then what I think where I think the difference is you with Games Workshop is they retire things, but they don't keep the rules around. So Games Workshop is too far the other way. Whereas you need that middle ground where it's like, okay, you can stop producing something, but you can keep rules for it. But this is where I think an official form of counts as is very, very important. And this is where I think having generic units is very, very important. The issue with a lot of what Games Workshop does now is they release things are very specific. These are the Death Corps of Krieg. Not this is your data sheet is the infantry squad, and then the models you can choose to buy are the Death Corps of Krieg. That's where the issue is. The perfect system, in my opinion, is you have a generic data sheet, infantry squad, conscripts, veterans, that kind of thing, and then you release a variety of models to support that, because some people are going to want Mordians, and some people are going to want Cadians, some people are going to want Kriegers and all that kind of stuff. And you only need, and that way you can retire models constantly. This is the thing. That way you can release something and then retire it, release something and then retire it, release something and then retire it, because you're just releasing the models and people are just enjoying buying those models, but you're not fucking them over, because when those models go away, the rules are still there. That's something I think Games Workshop did very, very... Old Games Workshop did very, very well. Where they're like, we've got Steel Legion models, we've got Mordian models, we've got Destroyer models, we've got all the different regiments, legions and all that kind of stuff. And there was an element of you understood it was quite niche, but at least there was always, it didn't matter if it went away, you could always use it because the data sheet was generic. And you had a lot of people who would have like, oh, I'm going to use these Steel Legions for my Armored Fist squads, and I'm going to use these Cadians for my platoons and all this kind of stuff. And so when people's collections start getting invalidated, that's where the issue is. You don't need to produce things perennially, but there should be a way perennially of people getting to use their models. And I think that's where we've strayed with GW. Like, there's a lot of stuff that you just can't use anymore. And I think, I've said this before, I think having an official document that says this is counts as should absolutely be something games work. We don't need legends. In the nicest possible way, we don't need legends. What we need is an official document from Games Workshop saying the Macarius can now be used as a Rogel Dawn. As crazy as that sounds, your Macarius can now be used as a Rogel Dawn. Your old land speeders can be used as the new land speeders, but you have to, have some guidelines, some modeling guidelines, like, you have to be on the right base size, you should be this tall, all that kind of stuff. We need that for discontinued models. Yeah, that I think would be better than Legends. Legends is nice. Legends would be nice, but counts as list would be better. The Dwarf Force did that with the Bad Eye War characters that wasn't well received. Yeah, but you're doing that with specific characters. That's different. I don't think that Strachan should have to count as a platoon commander. Strachan should be Strachan. He's a hero. That's different. And the problem that Games Workshop, I think there's something that maybe they don't care. But there's a lot of characters that are well known within Warhammer 40k, and it seems like Games Workshop is cleaning house of old characters. And I bet they're doing it because they're like, no one gives a shit about. No one who is new, who is coming into this, gives a shit about Yarrick. So if we get rid of Yarrick and introduce Leontus, within a few years' time, people who feel the way they felt about Yarrick are going to feel the same way about Leontus. And the people who felt the same way about Daddy Creed are going to feel the same way about, Lady Creed. And the people that felt the same way about Strachan are going to feel the same way about Dreer. And the people that felt the same way about Shrike are going to feel the same way about the new fucking knobber that they've got. So, I think that's what GW is doing. They're like, look, we've made as much money off someone like Yarrick, but I don't think that's true. I think that's a very bad way of looking at it because, I mean, look, no one gives a fuck about Rey Skywalker, but everyone still gives a shit about Luke Skywalker. No one in the world gives a fuck about Poe Dameron. I'm surprised I could even remember his name, but everyone still gives a fuck about Han Solo. Units should come and go. Characters should stay. Characters are very important. Yeah. Not units. Units should stay. Models can come and go as long as they're accommodated by unit rules. Characters should stay. They should stay. They should develop. Yeah. Actually, I'm not even being funny. I don't know who that is. It's like the rebel guy, the resistance guy in the new Disney films. The one played by Oscar Isaacs. The one played by Duke Leto from Dune. All right. Got some super chats coming in here. Let's have a look. Cosmic Drew, thank you for the super chat, man. MG, initiate memory purge of the last 30 minutes. I love GW. True for number 212. Thank you for the super chat, man. Back at the grind, sir. Picture and stream discussion. Let's have a look, mate. Yes! 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 Dude. It's about damn time. 07, sir. After a break from hobbying, I'm back at it. Going to finish my vow and continue revising some of my Battletech minis over the next week. Next up, the trash can. Yes, the trash can, lads. Also, keeping rules for not having a new production. Man, I thought you were describing the entirety of Battletech. This guy's whatever. Now this, it's like that meme where he's pulling things like, now this is what it's all about. God damn it. I'm only kidding. This guy looks great as well. I'm only taking the piss. Fucking Irvies, man. Fucking Irvies. Yeah. Love that shit. Love that shit. So cool. So cool. Trooper, it's good to have you back, man. I've genuinely missed your Battletech updates. No one has forced me to listen to Battletech lore. Forced me to listen to Battletech lore in weeks. It's been terrible. Absolutely terrible. Trooper, amazing, man. Chicken Detonator! Thank you for the 100 bits, bro. Thank you for the 100 bits. Bolt action Battleport coming in 10 minutes. Assault on Roundwood Point. Okay, I haven't seen it. It hasn't come in yet, but I'll keep an eye out. Keep an eye out for it, mate. Thank you, Chicken Detonator. Godlike Poet, thank you, Super Chat, man. Vow complete in stream discussion for the glory of the Green Vault. Yes. For the glory of the Green Vault. Oh, man. Let's have a look here. Was dicey whether I get it done today, but I powered through so I could just relax tomorrow. I think in the end, it came out looking rather nice. I enjoy the addition of the burned tufts. I think it adds just that final piece of the puzzle. Only included pixel models I haven't shown before, and then the whole army. Dude, yes. Yes, 1,000 times yes. The burnt tufts, absolutely. 110% fucking yes. Yes. Oh my god, yes. More. Fucking more. Look at the full army in all of its glory. So that's the full thing, right? Shit. Wow. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Oh, shit. Oh, fuck. Oh, yeah, baby. Yeah. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Look at that for a fucking army, boys. Look at that for a fucking army. Godlike Fur, it looks great. It looks actually great. That is like, by the way, you have now a full action army. If you so desire, you will never need to add another model to that. You can add them if you want to, but only if you want to. And there's no meta change. There's no balance update coming in that's going to fuck over any of your choices and make you feel like you need to buy more. I kid you not, Godlike Poet. You've got a full army. At this point, you can just add whatever models you want. If you think it looks cool, that's okay. This is the beauty. So if we look, we've been talking a lot about War Machine and Warhammer 40k tonight and similarities. It's such a mind-bending trip when you go over to a game like Bolt Action and what will be, the same with Conflict 47, when it's just like, what models are you what models are you working on? Oh yeah, I'm working on a King Tiger. Oh, why did you buy that? Is it particularly meta? No, I just thought it was cool to have a King Tiger. Oh, but is it good in game? Yeah, I mean it's relatively viable. It's all right. Oh. Why did he give you infantry or assault rifles? Because I thought they were cool. Are they viable? Yeah, I mean, you've got to pay points for them, but they're pretty good. But they're an upgrade. There's a trade-off, Guy with the rifle's a bit cheaper, but assault rifle's a pretty decent choice. It's just fucking... All right, Trooper, you're the Humber Scout. There's always an exception that proves the rule, and the Humber Scout car is that exception. No, I bet the Humber Scout car's all right, actually. Just... just give it like a machine gun and just I mean, look, it exists. Okay, it's someone has to get the participation award, but it is derpy. But I bet it's not that bad. You know, I bet it. You know what? It's totally viable, man. What is it? It's a cheap Armor 7 vehicle with a machine gun or an anti-tank rifle. Sure, you know, it's the 20mm and the MMG. Is it a light anti-tank gun and an MMG? I thought it just had an anti-tank rifle and an MMG. Yeah. If it's just a cheap Armor 7 vehicle, it's just a 222 with that open top, well then it's fine. It's great. It looks derpy as fuck. But yeah, if it has an autocannon, it's totally fine. Yeah. Yeah, man. All right, Trooper and Godlike Poet, thank you for sharing your hobby stuff, man. Guys, it's so fucking cool. So fucking cool. But Mountain, thank you for the Giga Chat. Yes, it is the Giga Chat. Only choose one: Jackal, Kodiak, or Mud Skipper. Kodiak. Mud Skipper's cool. The Mud Skipper's cool, but I think the linebacker looks better. So if you're going to go for a jump walker, go for the linebacker. Jackal is cool, but the British Guardian walker is better. So, yeah. And then the Kodiak is just a fucking beast with a billion machine gun shots. So, yeah, there you go. Kodiak all the way. I think I've got a Kodiak round here, actually. I've got a whole bunch of packages I haven't opened. Yeah. Okay. We've had some. The thing from. So I hope that helps. But Mountain, I'd say Kodiak. I'd definitely say Kodiak. Let's have a look here, boys. Assault on Luau Point. The American force had double the points, 2,000 points. The objective was an 80mm naval battery on Luau Point. Sadly for them, the prep bombardment failed to materialize, but the Marines pressed the landing regardless. You promised me 7 days of bombardment. With 3 days, I was sending the boys home to their mothers in buckets. On turn 1, the Japanese machine guns unmasked and sunk an LCP. Shit. Forcing its squad into the sea and killing the medic. The rest of the landing force hugged the edge of the beach, avoiding the killing zone up the center. On turn 2, the boats made landing, but another LCP was destroyed by a 47mm anti-tank gun. Shit, man, these Americans are getting wrecked. The Dozer Sherman made landfall and scored a good hit on the right flank MMG team. They passed all their cover saves, though. Turn 3, the left flank 47mm AT gun unmasked itself in ambush and destroyed the LVT A2, carrying the assault engineers, stalling the entire left flank push of the Marines. The Dozer Sherman ascended the right 47mm, destroying the first objective. Fucking hell. That Dozer Sherman's a bit of a beast. Turn 4, the American airstrike failed to materialize, and a Type 2 boat tank came from reserve, and side shot killed the Dozer Sherman. No! The Sherman Calliope blasted the entire Japanese left flank, deleting an infantry squad, MMG, and spotter in one go. Yes! There we go. The Flamethrower Engineer Squad torched the Type 2 tank on the left flank, destroying it with a FUBAR morale test. Turn 5, the airstrike arrived, dropping a 4-inch template on the center objective, clearing out half the squad there. A lucky 6 from a light mortar also hit the squad, taking the 5th body out. Flamethrower teams burned out the left 47mm anti-tank gun, objective 2 destroyed. Then a final assault by a 3-man squad against that objective succeeded in taking the final gun. A hard-won victory for the Americans. Fuck yeah, it was hard-won. Fuck yeah, the back and forth, the heady heights, the terrible lows. This is bull action. Fuck, man. It was a good story, and you told it well, Chicken Detonator. You told it very well. Let's have a look, man. So cool. Boat tank! Yeah, boat tank. So cool, man. So good. Shore party! Shore party! What was it? Like, shore party! We do not hold the beach. Say again, we do not hold the beach. Shore party. We do. First wave, ineffective. So good. Move your men on the beach! Move your men on the beach! Sir, I'm staying. Every inch of this beach has been pre-sighted. You stay here, you're a dead man. Move, 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 move. So cool, man. Look at that, boys. It's like more and more just pouring onto the beaches. So fucking cool, man. So cool. Actual fucking landing craft and beach assault. Fucking peak. Absolutely peak. Look at that. Look, I love Warhammer 40k. I love it. But come on. Come on. This is just something different. This is just something fucking different, man. 40k is great in many, many ways, but genuinely, the GW mind can't even comprehend. This is what I think. This is what I think is going to happen with Bolt Action, Warhammer 40k, Warlord Games, and Games Workshop, respectively. I think that Games Workshop is going to continue to be very successful. And I think, but what's going to happen is I think Warlord Games is going to become very successful. Even more successful. They're already very successful, but are going to become even more successful. Because there's going to be 40k is going to continue to develop as a competitive game. And it is going to continue to as a competitive game, and it is going to continue as drawing in many people, and they're going and Games Workshop is going to do really well out of digital products like Space Marine 2, Dawn of War 4, all that kind of stuff. That's what's going to happen. But as 40k continues to become ever more competitive and homogenized, and Games Workshop complete their master plan and all that kind of stuff, what's going to happen is more and more people who realize that 40k is never going to go back to the way it was are going to accept that reality. And some people are going to stick around for that reality, but I think a lot of people are going to, and I think, by the way, I think the thing that GW is doing is going to continue to funnel in more players. I think we'll continue to funnel in more players, and that's going to be successful for them, and that's great. But I think there's always going to be people that are more narratively minded, and there's also going to be those people that play 40k are occasionally going to be like, look, I need something just to palate cleanse more of this competitive play. And I think that, those people are going to go over to games, be it permanently or be it temporarily. But I think many people are going to hear that Warlord Games is the way to go for that to scratch that itch. And I think we're going to see that, Games Workshop is going to do that with a lot of their games. I think we're going to see it with Heresy. I think we're going to see it with Old World. They're going to modern GWify all their games at some point. And I think it will cultivate a community, and I think it will be very successful for them. And I don't think it will kill GW or in any way, shape, or form. But what I think it will do is it will create almost like two different worlds. And there will be the Games Workshop world, and there will be the Warlord world. And the Warlord world should always focus on being this. They should never, ever lose sight of this. This, every successful company needs a USP. This is Warlord's USP. Their rules allow very easily for this. And this is where their USP should be. And so what will happen is Games Workshop will grow, but Warlord will grow because people will know that when they need a palate cleanse, Warlord is the place to go. And many people will go on there. Some people go on holiday to the same place every single year because it's what they need after work, after they've been at work, doing a hard stint at work. that is where I think that there's like a moment of clarity. That's where I think things are going to go. Over the next 5 years, that's where I think things are going to go. Games Workshop will continue to go to dizzying heights of profitability, but Warlord Games will continue to grow and be successful as well in a strange symbiotic relationship. And there'll be many of us who will continue to enjoy Warhammer 40k, but we will work in the Warhammer 40k world, work on being the best players we possibly can be, work on being competitive players in that world, but we will holiday at the Warlord Games Resort. We will holiday at the Bolt Action on the beaches of Iwo Jima. You know, that's where we'll go on holiday. Yeah, that's what I think will happen. If I was, I don't. That's where I think things will go. I think Games Workshop will continue to be successful, but I think the more they pursue one direction, the more that becomes their USP, the more that will appeal to people. But people always need a holiday. People always need a holiday. Yeah. Let's have a look here. You burn that son of a bitch! Burn that son of a bitch out! Yeah, just like mash it. Look at the fucking tanks getting blown up. Like, send in more armor! Send in more armor! That's what I love about vehicles being permanent wrecks in bot action. You can see the progress your armored forces have made as the game goes on. Look at that blade! Yeah, baby! So good. So good. So cool. Oh, man. Absolutely peak, man. So immersive. So damn immersive. One thing I do want to note here is the terrain. I do want to note the terrain here. It's we're going to get a plain view of the terrain. The terrain is exceptional. And I think one of the things that I'm starting to appreciate with bot action is the terrain. I mean, you guys know for the longest time I have treated terrain as a second-class citizen in this hobby, and I'm beginning to realize how much I actually enjoy terrain, how much I enjoy playing on good terrain, and so I really do. I think this is again another USP of bot action and by extension of Conflict 47. I think the terrain is it's another aspect to the holiday. You know, when I play 40k, I need my functional terrain because I'm playing this game competitively. That's the vibe, that's what I want, that's the itch that this game is scratching for me. But when I go on holiday, I need to go on holiday to somewhere beautiful and somewhere scenic. And so and this is why I'm becoming ever more of a fluffy bunny and a terrain person. But I guarantee you that at some point, you know, with the new balance data slate that we saw with Guard, I'm getting the competitive itch for my Guard back again. I want to take a Baneblade to it. If there's a tournament on this Sunday, I might take a Baneblade to it. I'll have a look at my local tournament, seeing what's going on there. For sure. For sure. I think the important thing that I'm kind of learning is I need to go. I think I've made a big mistake recently. And I know exactly what that mistake is. And you should always be open and honest about learning from your mistakes. 100%. So, Chicken Detonator, before I forget, I want to say, fantastic. Absolutely fantastic, mate. 10 out of 10. 10 out of 10. Very, very quickly, I think that I have made a big mistake recently. And it's important to own up to one's mistakes and to reflect upon them and to learn from them, because otherwise you will continue to make the same mistakes. And I don't mean that as a wanky platitude to myself, I mean that truthfully. I think I have tried to too hard to force it when it comes to competitive play. And I think what I have realized over the last 3 months, I've basically crashed out of Warhammer 40k in some ways. Not in the last 3 months, over the last 2 months. Over the last 2 months, in many ways, I've crashed and burned out of 40k in many ways. And I've been very open. And one thing I am with you guys is I'm very, very open very open with you guys. I have, I go through different moods, and I go through, and I'm very open about my moods and very open about my feelings and all that kind of stuff. But I tried to force this whole like meta Mordian thing, and I think it did very serious damage to my morale. I think it did. I think I became battle shocked. I think I became battle shocked. And I think that's reflected a lot in my content. My content reflects my mindset. We were pursuing all sorts of like drama videos and all that kind of stuff. My mindset recently has reflected, my content has reflected my mindset. And I think it was because I tried to force myself to be more competitively minded than really was, I tried to force it rather than do it naturally. And so I think I forgot my own golden rule. I forgot my own golden rule, which was you should have a palate cleanser. You shouldn't keep pushing and pushing and pushing. You should have a palate cleanser. And so I think, this balanced data slate coming out today has, in many ways, has been a huge morale boost for me, because it's been a shot in the arm, and it's made me excited to get back onto competitive 40k, but in a natural way. I want to grab my Bane. I want to grab my Baneblade and run a recon in Force army today. I want to do that today, and I think it's it's taken me a lot. It's taken me quite a few weeks to get here, but I think I'm genuinely in such a good place in the moment, because I'm like really looking forward to Conflict 47. I'm really looking forward to bot action. I'm really looking forward to Old World. Playing more Old World. I look forward to every Old World event that I play in. But I think I'm starting to come back round to playing 40k with my guard again, and I think I need to do this. I cannot say it's enough. I need to run a guard army that I want to play. I need to run a guard army that I want to play, not a guard army that I feel like I should play. Like I feel like I have to play. I think over the last few events, I've put too much pressure on myself, truth be told. I like playing 40k, and I like trying to win, but winning on my terms. And the issue is that I've been not winning on my terms. I mean, if you look at my last few tournament pots, I've gone undefeated about 20 plus games at 40k at the moment. But it's interesting, the better I did, the less I enjoyed it. But there's a difference between losing every game and needing to win every game, and you need that balance. Yeah. I need a little reset. I need to, I need to get back. I need to really get back on my guard, but I'm going to run what I want to run. And then we can start, Do you know what? I just want to run infantry again. Do you know what it's been? I haven't run an infantry platoon in like 6 months. Yeah. I need to run some goddamn... Yeah, the thing, infantry dies really quickly, right? We all know this. Infantry doesn't last 2 seconds on the tabletop. Fuck it, I don't care. I don't care. It's the look, guys. It's the last year of the edition. It's not even the last year. It's like the last 9 months, because we know it's all gonna leak early. No, it's gonna, it's coming out in, 10th is gonna come out in like June, July. We've probably got 8 to 9 months before we really know what's gonna be happening with 11th edition. fuck it, man. Fuck it. Who gives a fuck? You know? Who gives a fuck? Let's just run what we want. We're not gonna take it. No, we're not gonna take it. We're not gonna take it anymore. That's what it is. If I want to run, listen, knobhead. If I want to take an infantry platoon in the hottest meta of the edition, then I'm gonna fucking do it. You know, if you get the meme, listen, it's the meme. If I want to have a bath in my own bin on the hot, yeah. There you go. Yeah, that's it, boys. That's it. I need to just get back on taking the guard that I want to take. Come hell or high water, I need to take the guard that I want to take, and I need to play the way I want to play, and I think that's very important. Just need a little 40. I need a little 40k reset. A little 40k reset. And do you know what I fancy playing? Baneblades and infantry. I haven't played pure infantry in ages. Do you know what? That's probably fucking it. Do you know what? That is almost definitely it. I just want to play. You know what? I'm just playing pure infantry. I don't give a fuck. I'm not even going to take it in recon. Because Mama didn't raise no bitch, and I'm not going to be fucking noncing around in the bushes. You know? I'm going to take fucking pure infantry, and it's going to be great. I might take recon as well at some point, but I'm taking pure infantry. It's been too fucking long. It needs to happen. It needs to happen. I'm feeling it, boys, now. I'm feeling it. Yeah. I'm feeling it. Right, got some super chats coming in here. Blackstone Chapter Master, some funny vampire vids and stream discussion. All right, I'll check them out in a second. Let me do all the super chats and circle back around to the Blackstone Chapter Master. Fidel Castro, thank you for the big super chat, man. I just finished shed painting my first squad and Caden Shock Troops. My wife doesn't appreciate it as much as I think you guys will. Where can I share it? Fidel Castro, did you say you were waiting in the welcome station? Let me have a look, mate. I don't see you in there, mate. Okay. Let's have a look. What is your... Oh, okay. Dude, you've only been there like a few... You've only been there 12 hours, man. Jesus Christ. The wheels of bureaucracy move slowly. There you are, mate. I've let you in now. Hang on a second. I need to send you some welcome text. I let people in every few days. I should be much better at it, but I'm not very good at my job. So there we go. There you go, man. Go over to the About the server section. It'll take you 5 minutes, but read it all. And if you want to open up extra channels to the server, you click on the badges in the About the server section. You can open up loads of bonus channels. There you go. All right. Cosmic Truth, thank you for the super chat, man. The Flare and the Shatterlord ride again. Dude, absolutely. Absolutely. The Flare, I need, you know what, Cosmic? Pure Infantry Blood Pact. I need it. I need my Pure Infantry Blood Pact. You're up. And the Flare needs to be there. Cosmic, I set Graves on foot and send in the next wave. Send in the next wave! I mean, Graves leading infantry guard is kind of cool because he's like, the name's on the tin, right? Love it. Cosmic, 007, double thank you, mate. Fidel Castro, by the way, when you get into the server, share your pictures in stream discussion. That makes it easy for me to find them. All right. What have we got? The lower decks. Thank you for the super chat, man. The waiting game, stream discussion. All right, and then we've got De Krampus, game 3 recap in stream discussion. All right. 07 to De Krampus, 07 to the lower decks, 07 to Blackstone Chapter Master. Thank you to all of you guys' support. Let me head over to stream discussion and take a look at what you guys have been posting. All right. Vampire just going about their daily life. Oh, 1 minute. It's being a knobhead.
Good evening.
Okay, let's have a look.
Can I get a cup of the O negative with an AB negative swirl? Thank you so much. You know, 24-hour stores like yours are the backbone of a functioning economy. And I should know. I helped create yours. See you next time. No, Sophie, you need to forget about him. I've seen his type for millennia now. You will forget that this man ever had an impact on your life. You will come to Pilates class and then we will get cake. You want to run a marathon?
Do the mind control thing.
I would. I really would, but... Your existence is an abomination before God. I'm older than your religion. I'm just here to get groceries. Grow up. So you're saying this coffin with the memory foam built in will be great for my lumbar support? All right, you've made a sale. Hello, welcome to my crypt warming. You'll find that there is mortal and immortal food on offer. Oh my god, one of my friends is a vampire. You guys should totally meet up. You'll be the best of friends. Why are you organizing a play date? Well, I probably met him centuries ago. Oh, these young vampires. We used to dress so much better. Good evening. Lawrence, what are you doing? No, you're right. I did say wake me at sundown. Oh. Put the kettle on, Lawrence. My brain's not working. Now that's the stuff, Lawrence. I'm A positive. Well, come on, busy night ahead of us. Lots to do around the lab. 36 years old. Cracking. Right, so I've got a lady friend joining me later, which means this crypt has to be swept proper. If possible, see if you can shift some of these bodies. No, I don't think anyone's going to miss them. 2 of them had a podcast. Things you're going to have to think about when I make you a vampire in the future. Now, the lady friend I'm entertaining is a goth baddie, so I'm going to be busy. So that will mean that you have to feed the hellspawn. Do be careful, they haven't been fed for 3 days. It's not an abuse thing, it's more they get lethargic if you feed them every day. So they will go for fingers, hands, genitalia, etc. Upon the probability that a third party of an unspecified gender is joining us, there's a Turkish bath on the other side of the hall there, and just drop some incense in there or something. And Lawrence, I appreciate everything you do for me. You're not just a familiar, you're my familiar. And transferring you $87. Get yourself something nice. You're going to be a fantastic vampire when I turn you.
Eventually.
I know what I am. I know you're not human. No. How old are you? 24. How long have you been 24? 2 years. Wait, what? You are a vampire, right? Yeah, I'm a vampire. Okay, but so you're 26. Yeah, I'm a new vampire. This just is, I don't think this is going to work. Vampire things, I fly and I drink blood and I'm immortal. Yeah, but I'm 28. I'm literally older than you. I'm still a vampire. Yeah, but if you're not at least a century, are you even a vampire? What? Yes? I mean, you didn't even see horrific things in World War One. Yeah, but I saw 9/11 on TV. Yeah, well, playing with these stuffies and not knowing what's going on. I'm sorry, this isn't going to work. You know what I am.
Fuck's sake. That was quite good, actually. That was quite good, actually. Lower decks, sir. While waiting for the inevitable response from the cold trade, things have taken a turn here at Master Kenneth von Beanbag Imports. I still love that name. I have been awoken several times by a rhythmic thumping noise coming from somewhere in the building. I thought the pipes would need some maintenance, as there has been an ethereal moaning coming through the building several times this week. Fucking hell. This is getting very, very close to just being you writing an erotic fan fiction. When I mentioned to Katerina, all the eggs in the fridge vanished. Later, I saw her room covered in egg cartons. Persephone, I don't get that one. I'm clearly a sheltered child. Persephone and Katerina have sequestered a private Vox channel for themselves. On our servers, it's a pair of icon of scissors. Fuck. I don't know whether to tell you to dial it in or dial it up, but it needs to be dialed. It needs to be dialed. Cheap sound. How are eggs soundproofing? How unique. What an odd week indeed. It must be the age of building we are in, I am sure. Oh, the shape of the container. Oh, egg cartons. I missed the cartons bit. This makes a lot more sense now. I thought they just plastered their room with eggs. I was like, why? That's like, how is that going to be soundproofing? It's important when you read the whole sentence. It does start making a lot more sense. I was like, what the fuck does like throwing eggs at a wall have to do with very obvious lesbian overtones? All right, let's have a look. To Krampus, well, Mordian, I asked you if you thought my list would get fucked. It did indeed get rather fucked, lol. Went up against Jordan's tactical brigade. Deployment was Dawn of War, which meant he didn't have very far to get to me. Orcs went first and just shoved themselves into my face and stayed there for 5 rounds. But I made it a hard-fought loss at 71-88. Hey, 71's not bad. 71's not bad. Like, there were trikes, bikes, and some truck with a steamroller on the front ran to my dawn, and some jetpack guy was teleporting around. And there was some ziggurat Walkman comp guy in a truck who dumped a fuck ton of grot onto my home objective. This is quite possibly the best description of how orcs fight ever. Imagine being some fresh... Because what's interesting is we, as players, have great knowledge and understanding of what our opponents have. But if you're a guard commander fighting orcs for the first time, you don't really know what it is that they are or what they're doing. You know, that it's... The drill command enhancement ended up being surprisingly useful. Orc bikes hit the Krieg up front. The Krieg fell back, and the Cadians, without moving, lethal them to ribbons on 5+. Interesting. A Hellhound blew up in combat, took a bunch of boys with him. Kriegs regenerating D3 was one dude every single turn was surprisingly durable. Dawns performed fantastically. I feel like a different layout. The list would have worked well, but there was just very little I could do to stop him from closing that distance. Depends on the terrain. Depends on what terrain you are facing. If you have lots of L-shaped terrain, it can make it very difficult for them to fuck you in that way because they have to go round a lot of buildings, of which can add extra movement on. But it honestly does not sound like... It doesn't sound like anything went particularly badly or wrongly or anything. Seems fine. Yeah. Seems fine. You just got pressured, basically, which you just fought a pressure list. I don't think you got overly fucked up. You just fought a pressure list. It's one of the great things about Mech Guard is that it's very resilient to pressure because people just tend to bounce off it and it just drives away. When facing a pressure army, you have to get as little of your army tied up as possible, and whilst absorbing as much of their pressure as possible. So let's say, if you've got 4 blobs of infantry, at most you want them to really hit 2 blobs, and then you can just wipe out the pressure very quickly. When facing a pressure list, really you've got 2 turns to just wipe it, and then you just win on turn 3, turn 4, turn 5. Yeah. But doesn't sound like it was a fucking mate. It just sounded like you got pressured and lessons are to be learnt. And that's okay. That's okay. Yeah. What I love about Mech Guard in this scenario is you often don't have to fall back. If they just tie you up in combat, what you just do is you just stay in combat and you just kind of burn your way out, especially if you've got flamers from the Catachans, flamers on the Hellhound, you just kind of burn your way out. It's great. All right. I want to say a big thank you to Chicken Detonator. Thank you for the 100 bits, man. The next game we are doing is the British air landing assault on Pegasus Bridge. Looking forward to throwing paper airplanes to the table to land the troops. Yes, mate. Yes. It sounds Chicken Detonator. A, that mission sounds amazing. Please take pictures. I want to see it. Not that I want to see it. I need to see it. Secondly, it sounds like you have found someone to convert to bot action. Now, the big question is, it might be early days. It might be early days, but the big question is, have we managed to tempt him to get his own army yet? You know, any has there been any musings, any chatterings, any, you know, like, oh, I really like the idea of having like a Marine force, or I like the idea of having a Russian force, something like that. You know, that's when we know we've got him. That's when we know we fucking got him. Nice. Now let's have a look at the pictures from Fidel Castro here. So these are your first squad of Cadian shock troops. Let's have a look. Hey man, they look great. Dude, they look genuinely fucking good, man. I like what you fucking you can paint better than I can. Mate, like honestly, if these are your first guys, I am truly jealous. You have actually smashed that, bro. No word of a lie, you've actually smashed that. That's a really, really strong starting point on the painting. Nice. You know, I have to say, en masse, the new Cadians look pretty nice. But to be fair, everything in the Guard looks better en masse, so it is what it is. But yeah, en masse, the new Cadians look pretty nice. Very cool. Very, 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 very cool. Yeah. Excellent, excellent, excellent work, mate. Genuinely, mate. Seriously, I'm not saying that to butter you up. I'm not saying that to butter you up. I'm not saying that just to make you feel nice. That's genuine feedback. I think you've done a cracking job on those minis for your first... oh, sorry. I've realised there's a few more pictures. But I think you've done a cracking job on those minis for your first squad. Very, very excellent. So I didn't realise there were a few more pictures. Nice. Seeing all the boys together. Very, very cool. You've done all the little details, man. You've done all the little details. Starting off from a strong place. Yeah. Just keep doing what you're doing. Keep doing what you're doing. And you're already starting off at a great level. Over time, you will just continue to improve and perfect and do well. So just keep doing what you're doing, but always strive to push yourself to the next level. Okay? And you'll end up with an army that is an extension of yourself and that you'll just really enjoy. So there you go. Genuinely, mate. Seriously, very, very good work. Very, very, very strong start. Nice. Nice. Tight. Chicken Detonator. He immediately bought the new Battle of the Bull Start set. Well, after that game, bro. Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. We fucking got him. Yes, mate. Actually, fucking yes. Brilliant. That's brilliant. Oh, man. Well, gentlemen, I think we're starting to get close to the end of the stream. I have been streaming for a solid 7.5 hours, which is a long time. It's half 4 in the morning here. Although I am really enjoying streaming today. Like, I probably could go for a little bit longer, but I probably should be good and think about going to sleep. You know, I should think about it. I know. I should think about it. But, oh shit, I realised I left a brush in that paint water for it. Are you Bendy? Bendy went the brushes. Oh, it's actually survived alright, that. So I was just speaking to myself at that point, one of my brushes. Anyway, moving swiftly on before people realise I talk to myself. in summary, today's balanced data slate was really interesting. I think it's cool as fuck seeing the guard getting some buffs, and I think it's cool as fuck that we can enjoy. I think it's cool as fuck that we're going to see some Baneblades hit the table. I'll be very curious to see how the competitive meta shakes out over the next few months. It's going to be cool. Also, interesting seeing many of the similarities between War Machine and 40k. But I think 40k, there's a few key differences, which mean it should be fine. And, well, Games Workshop should be fine. And bot action is cool as fuck, and every time I see a good bot action game, it makes my willy hard. Alright. Let me... Oh yeah, second edition was cool. We had some second edition shit going on as well. Apparently that War Machine thing is like a multi-part documentary. Interesting. I definitely need to look at it. Okay. Let me have a look. I'm just tidying up a few bits, guys, making sure I've not got anything else going on. Nope. All good. All good. There we go. And all good over there. Nice. Okie croaky. Oh. I think it's probably time to wrap things up. I've suddenly gone very tired, which is understandable. But gentlemen, it's been a really, really interesting week this week. It's been really... Oh, that was it. I wanted to check one thing. Damn. I was hoping that Warlord had got back to me on something, because I was about to be like 12-hour stream, baby. No. But no, on a serious note, 40k, Old World, Bolt Action, Conflict 47, all of these games are really good in their own right. And I'm definitely feeling like I'm getting my mojo back, which is important. And that has kind of been the whole theme of this week and Peptember. It's been great. So on that note, I think we're Magnifa Big Buff Ladies. On that note, I think we're going to wrap things up. Gentlemen, it has been a really, really great week this week. We've had first Conflict 47 battle report come out and do really well, and we've had loads of exciting news on many tabletop wargaming spheres. There's been heady heights, there's been terrible lows, but it's been interesting and it's been fun. Every single stream this week has been a pleasure. Has been great. We've had we've covered loads of different topics, and it's been considering the great turmoil that has been in the world. For me personally, and I hope for many of you guys, these streams have actually been something I've really, really looked forward to, just to get away from all that shit for a bit, you know? Yeah, for sure. So yeah, thank you so much to all of you guys. Week 2 of Peptember is done and dusted. And I want to say a massive thank you to every single one of you guys who joined all the streams this week. It is, as we get to the end as we get to the end of another week, and with all the like I said, all the things that have been going on, it reminds me, you know, there's definitely been a. It reminds me of how fortunate I am to do this as a job, to be able to talk to you guys as a job, to be able to chat bollocks and you know, to get to take shit from Swords and Smith and be able to throw it back at him, to have Cosmic tell me to put bananas up my asshole, and to have the Lower Decks regale me with his lesbian fan fiction. And to look at all of the amazing models that you guys have painted, and to see the fantastic hobbying projects that like, you know, the likes of Trooper and Fidel Castro and the Godlike Poet have been working on, to see the amazing games that have been played by Chicken Detonator and everyone else. It's been great. Honestly, it's been great, and it's just been a ton of fun. And that's the thing. That's the thing. It's just been fun. And I think for a little while there, I lost sight of that. And I'm very, very, very fortunate to have you guys as a community, because you've all helped remind me that this is what it's all about. It's all about having fun. It's all about winning games. And it's all about having fun. It's all about winning games, but it's all about winning games on your terms. And sometimes winning games can be winning the game, and sometimes winning games can just be having a great game. Yeah. I feel the urge for the competitive play again, but I feel the urge to do the competitive play my way, which is a big part of it. And I think if I hadn't had you guys basically tell me to stop fucking complaining and to crack on, I think I would have approached this balanced data slate very. It's incredible what a different mindset can make. If this balanced data slate had come out during Saltgust, I think I would have been even saltier. I would have been like, wow, they haven't touched Scions and all that kind of stuff. But why haven't they brought Kriegers down and everything? But actually, I'm just happy to have something positive to talk about. Yeah. There we go. Cosmic, thank you for the super chat, man. First tournament, glory to the first man to die. Can we all? We've got 144 people right now. Can we all get an 07 down in the chat? And can we all wish Cosmic good luck at his first tournament? Cosmic's a big part of this community. He's a good lad, and it's fantastic that he's going to his first event. And may we wish him all of the best luck possible, and may we wish him swift victories and valiant defeats. There we go. Cosmic, don't worry about taking any pictures, but don't worry about taking any pictures. Just worry about your games, mate. If you get a chance to take a few pictures, fine, but don't worry about it. Focus on your games, focus on having fun, and tell us about how it went on the weekend. Tell us about how it went on, and we'll talk about it on the stream on Monday. I can only promise I'm bringing 3 vanquishers. There we go, man. There we go. Wishing Cosmic all the success unless you win Death Watch, in which case, well done on runner-up. Brilliant, man. All right. All righty ho-ho. Gentlemen, thank you so much to everyone that joined today's stream and to everyone that joined every stream. Thank you so much to all of you guys that liked and subscribed. Thank you to all of you for your great company, your kind words, and your keen insights. And thank you all of you for your incredible support, for all the super chats, member flexes, gifted memberships, and bits, and everything. Thank you to all of you for doing your part. 07, you magnificent bastards. And of course, as always, I'll see you guys next time. Wait a second. Last Dragon, thank you for the super chat. Good luck, Cosmic. If nervous, pretend opponent is naked. Great advice. Then you'll be nervous and horny. All good. All right, catch you later.